The Allen Jerkins grade ones later in the year. Here we are at Aqueduct. Track is fast, as you can see. We've still got the tarps and the turf course. We're getting closer to turf racing as well. And Sarah El-Badwi and I are happy you've joined us here from the Big A.
Definitely. We have some exciting races coming up, and it seems as though that 3-year-old picture is starting to get very exciting, very promising, and very serious, whether it's for the sprinters or heading on that Triple Crown trail as well.
See how things progress. We'll also be bringing the races from Oaklawn as well. A full day of racing. We're on from 1 to 6 today, but talking about that Jimmy Winkfield, if you take a look at the odds there, 5 of the 6 horses are all considered serious and contenders in here, and Paul is a star, the 3-year-old filly, taking on the boys as well. T-Craft, though, on a 2-race win streak, as he'll square off again against I Can, who he got the best of last time.
And the morning line is reflecting that several could win this race. You can make a case for many of this field, and he is the one that's coming in off of those 2 wins, as you mentioned, a little bit of trouble that he overcame in that return race. The question is whether or not his big improvement or his consistency now as a 3-year-old is because he's been able to run on Lasix, which he will have to switch back off of again today. He has a good 3-year-old race, or sorry, excuse me, 2-year-old race where he finished second to Chancer McPatrick, but whether or not he's taken that step forward and turned the corner because of Lasix, we'll find out today.
Yeah, and he got a very good trip to beat I Can last time. Well, I prefer the other one. I think you prefer T-Craft. We also have a couple of shippers coming in from Maryland, one of them Saxton off the claim for Brittany Russell, and the other one Do It for Michael, who had been running extremely well, winning 3 of his first 4 races. His best effort was this win in the Maryland Million Nursery. Then things went wrong in his next start, but you get the feeling, being he's been off for 4 months, Sarah, that something must have gone wrong last time. Can he get back on track and even build on efforts like this one?
And if he can, he's going to be very dangerous in here. He also brings some very good early speed to the table, too, that he's used to propel himself to some big efforts relative to the numbers in the rest of this field. And this is a trainer we don't see often on this circuit, but he's also the trainer of Studley Do-Right, who has had plenty of success here in New York.
And the filly, Paul is was it Paul is a Star is in there as well, and she looks like the speed. An interesting race coming up in race number 4. Today's races brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well at Claiborne Farm. We'll show you we've got the Jimmy Winkfield. We've also got the Star of the Cross Country Big 5. Races 1 through 9 at Oaklawn. Do want to let people know the Whitmore will not be on our show today. It's race number 10 at Oaklawn Park. Interesting race we'll talk about for sprinters down there as they get ready for their big one, the Count Fleet, a little bit later in the meet. But today's races coming to you, brought to you by Claiborne. Head over to Naira Bets. If you're not a member of Naira Bets, no better time than the present. Use the promo code MATCH200, and we'll match $200 of your initial deposit. Play any track, anywhere, anytime. Play through Naira Bets. Field is in the paddock for race number 1 here at Aqueduct. They're going 6 furlongs. The favorite on the outside, a lukewarm favorite, the number 6, Pam Pam.
And this is a horse that's taking that slight drop in class from a level where she's been competitive, but just not quite as competitive as we've seen her be when she is in for that claiming tag. And this has been a successful claim for trainer Linda Rice, as she was able to win a couple of starts ago, 3 back for the $40,000 non-winners of 2. But this is a different condition, and it seems as though they're okay with her going to a new home after this race, and they've had their winnings with her.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you're so sure this horse is going to get claimed. She didn't get claimed out of a non-winners of 2 lifetime race 3 races ago, and frankly, her value is probably lessened in here. So I'd be surprised if she's claimed in here, but perhaps she will. She's a horse that Linda Rice claimed for $25,000. She's a very logical horse in this race. I prefer the number 2, Bedtime Story, who's going out for a trainer, Robert Johnston, who's had some upset winners of this meet, to say the least, including a near $100 horse last week. Now, this one has never been on the dirt before, Sarah. Here's a win by her back in November of 2023. She is coming off a 14-month layoff.
And if you look at her overall career, she's just been facing some better company. She's been running faster races, but as you mentioned, it is that question of whether or not she'll be able to replicate them on this surface that she is racing on for the first time. She also has to contend with the layoff, try to see out the 6 furlongs, though she's certainly been very speedy and very forwardly placed, and I think that she's going to be the one on the lead if she breaks.
Oh, yeah. I mean, she's clearly faster than these horses early, and is a trainer who's been doing nothing but bringing live horses over here, and I think this one is going to be tough as sort of the new face, and there's always that attraction of new faces as horses are on the track for race number 1. Looks first, starts it out, Romero Mirage. Mirage.
One of several in here that is taking a drop in class and also cutting back in distance.
We talked about the 2 Bedtime Story, who's going out for Robert Johnston. Heeman Harkey has the mount.
Dirt is the question. Seems to be working well over that surface in the morning, though.
Book of Wisdom, Rudy Rodriguez and Ruben Silvera team up.
And second off the claim for Rudy Rodriguez, dropping back in for that claiming tag.
Off a 3-month freshening after a long workload, Echo and Eternity, Bruce Levine and Eric Cancel.
One of the ones in for a tag and taking that slight drop in class here as well. Bruce Levine has some good numbers doing this specific move that I'll get into in a little bit.
Foxy Cara for Mitch Friedman and Lane Luzzy.
She's remarkably consistent, but she's one that's had a couple of opportunities at this level, though she is dropping down to the lowest level of her career.
And we rounded the field with the favorite, Pam Pam, 9-5 right now for Linda Rice and Jose Lizcano.
Makes a lot of sense as your favorite. Has been able to reproduce a race recently that's just faster than her competition has.
Want to welcome the 3rd member of our team, Maggie Wolfendale, who's trackside for race number 1.
And Andy, we'll start by taking a look at that new face. That's number 2 in here, Bedtime Story, who does come off of the year-plus layoff for a trainer in Robert Johnson that we've seen come here and win at a high percentage. But I also think that the owner has something to do with it. Bruno Schickendans is an owner that throughout my time in Maryland, throughout any track you look at up and down the East Coast and even into Canada, whichever trainer he's using generally tends to win with the horses that they bring over here for Mr. Schickendans. So looking at Bedtime Story, she's exclusively run on turf and synthetic, actually undefeated on the synthetic surface. But you look at her pedigree, she's a daughter of B Jersey, so overall his progeny is best sprinting on the dirt. The Dam, she won some slower races on the main track, but the 2 siblings that have run have only done so on the turf and synthetic too. Now, looking at her, she doesn't look exclusively turf meant though. She's actually a bit of a bigger, stretchier mare than I was expecting. A lot of times, you look at horses that have the speed, in those 5.5 races in Florida, they tend to be compact and really kind of more of that quarter horse frame. Not her. She's very long. She does have those well-developed hindquarters, and all things considered, with the layoff in mind, she looks incredibly fit and strong. My problem with her switching surfaces, and it's not in the proverbial hoof or anything like that, it's actually the way she moves behind. She just looks as though she prefers a surface that isn't going to break away from her as readily as the dirt often does. So she's going to have to show me that she likes it here for me to dive in at a short price. But don't get me wrong, she does have the merits to deserve such a price. It's just on different surfaces. As we'll move on to number 4, who I'm reluctantly landing on just primarily because I don't really want to take Pam Pam at that short of a price. Echo and Eternity is a horse I've always liked. She takes the drop in class here off that freshening. Yeah, I question the distance. I feel like 6 is a bit on the short side for her, but she looks incredibly well turned out here for Bruce Levine. Just strong, fit, looks as though the time away has done her well in some of those recent efforts over the fall and into the winter. She would get really wound up saddling and just seem nervous. Not the case today at all. Like I said, Andy, this distance concerns me, but it just looks as though she's benefited from that time away / the drop down.
Thanks, Maggie. Well, she had a heavy workload. She ran 11 straight times going on for almost a year, and Bruce Levine probably thought she needed some time off. But, Sarah, I do think the distance is a bit of a question because her best races have clearly been going longer.
Absolutely. I think that it's not known that she absolutely can't handle going the 6 furlongs because her only starts going the distance were her first 3, and they were all over a wet track. But since she has been running on those longer distances, it seems as though Connection's really preferring her to get a little bit more ground, though I can't rule this out.
Let's go to our 4th member of our team, Jonathan Kinchin.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, Maggie mentioned the 2 Bedtime Story, and you look at the past performances and you see all the turf and the synthetic. So it makes you wonder, at some point there wasn't an opportunity to try to get this horse on the dirt if we thought the dirt was going to be a surface in which this horse could be successful. And so while I look at that as a negative, and definitely look at it as a negative, I allow that negative to be canceled out by a positive, which is Bedtime Story's tactical advantage in a race like this. She's she has the ability to be comfortable on the front end. She has the ability to take advantage of a race that doesn't have a lot of pace in it. And because of that, it makes me feel like I can forgive her for this likely not being her ideal surface. It's just a little bit of math. I didn't pay attention that much, Andy, but it's something like where you have a negative and a positive that cancel each other out, right?
Well, I think one of the things that concerns people about surface is a little bit of kickback, and that's rates to be a non-factor for a horse that's going to be in front. The other thing that I think has been ignored so far is that this horse has been training in New York for 3 months and training on a dirt surface. So it's not as though this horse hasn't had a chance to run on dirt surfaces. And yes, there were possibly options for the dirt down at Gulfstream, but they run about 2 dirt races a day at Gulfstream Park, and why would they be looking for those races when they know she can handle the synthetic?
Right.
And she was successful over and over and over again. She's 6 for 6 in synthetic.
Absolutely. So she's already proven over that surface. I have a lot of questions about her that don't even relate to the surface because she's still taking that time away to come back to the races. She's switching barns. She's running outside of Gulfstream for the first time. At a short price in the second choice, she has a few other questions to answer, but the one she doesn't have to answer is having the fastest numbers as of late.
And nobody likes the favorite, the number 6, Pam Pam. And you know how that usually works out as they're heading in the gate for race number 1. Chris Griffin's got the call.
Echo in Eternity. Foxy Kara. Pam Pam. Pam Pam right in behind the gate, now moves forward and in. All set. And they're off. Step slow for Pam Pam, also broke outward. Not the best start there for Pam Pam to the outside. Bedtime Story is going to flash early speed into the inside as Looks First, who's in a tight spot at the rail. Is going to get shuffled back all the way back to 4th here. Is now the leader. Bedtime Story confronted by Echo in Eternity, center of the racetrack, and these two are the top 2, with now making up ground is Looks First, who's a shared 3rd with Book of Wisdom. Pam Pam, after the slow start, is starting to get rolling now, is in 5th, but still with some ground to make up, 23.62 for the opening quarter mile. Going to be 4 wide is Foxy Kara. The top 2 are in front. It's Echo in Eternity to the outside with a nose advantage. At the rail, Bedtime Story not going anywhere. All in his Book of Wisdom is now in 3rd as Pam Pam. It's got a wide run. Foxy Kara dropping out of it was Looks First. They approach a quarter mile left to go. And the front 2 are still there. Echo in Eternity. Bedtime Story. They are nose and nose, about to be confronted by Book of Wisdom, who's trying to move in closer now. A final furlong to get Echo in Eternity. Still goes after Bedtime Story. Now edging clear, it's Echo in Eternity. Book of Wisdom is making up some ground, but is running out of time. Echo in Eternity is kicked on. Echo in Eternity gets the victory. Tied here for second. Give it to Book of Wisdom over Bedtime Story. And Pam Pam finished 4th. The woman at 13.70 seconds.
Well, she wasn't a horse you expected to be that close, but then again, she had the speed in a paceless race, and when they raided the 2 on the front end, Eric Cancel got her in position, and she got it done off the layoff.
Well, when your favorite didn't really break all that well, and we saw Bedtime Story dole out fractions that are just inviting other horses into the race more so than we know that she's capable of on the turf or synthetic, it just gave Echo in Eternity the opportunity to be well-placed, well-positioned, and go on by a horse that didn't hang on for second either and got nabbed by Book of Wisdom, who, if you told me the horse to finish second in this race, it would take me a long time to get to her.
Let's go to Maggie.
And guys, I don't know if Heman Harkey was struggling a little bit with Bedtime Story on the front end. You could see his outside rein was completely looped. He actually dropped it, turning for home too, because he had such a snug hold on the inside rein. It looked as though she was bearing out with him. So that's maybe why he didn't let her roll as quickly. But then again, when they're doing that, I always feel as though it's in their best interest just to let their heads go. And Andy, I got to give it to Sarah. She was right. 6 was claimed.
Well, I don't know who claimed the 6, but whoever they were, good luck to you. Wow. Didn't want her for 40, the non-winners of 2. They took her for 35 today. The game surprises me on a daily basis. The number 4, 5-1, Echo and Turdy starts it out. Well, Bob Baffert's got some good horses in his barn, and he's got some 3-year-olds that might be a little less than his best horses, but they might be good enough to be odds-on in the Virginia Derby a little bit later today.
The Factor, a perennial leading sire of winners. His progeny include Grade 1 winners Sistron and noted and quoted, Grade 2 winner Charmaine's Mia, and millionaires Bound for Nowhere. And Factor this, a top 10 sire of winners since 2019. With dozens of 6-figure yearling sales, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, standing at Lane's End.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, as we've just finished up race number 1 here at Aqueduct. Looking forward to the rest of the card today, as well as some racing out of town. Of course, the races are brought to you by NYRABets. Planning track anytime, anywhere. Play through NYRABets. Race number 1, heading the winner's circle, Eric Cancel got good position and got it done off the layoff with Echo and Eternity.
Yeah, maybe it was a situation where coming off of some time away, bedtime story, didn't really want to corner as well, and Heman Harkey having his hands full, but not quite as quick early on as we know that she's capable of on other surfaces, allowing another rider to get into position, and it was Eric Cancel with Echo and Eternity.
Echo and Eternity pays $12 to win, combines with Book of Wisdom for the exacta. 2-3, race number 2. Kid Billy is the favorite down on the inside. A lot of early money, a little surprising money for He Has It All, as they'll square off, I believe, the New York breds in race number 2. He's squaring off. I think they're all. No, they're not. No, they are New York breds, right? Yes, they are. All right. More action out of town we were talking about, and we mentioned the Virginia Derby coming up later today. And for those of you who are confused, I don't blame you. I'm confused too. Colonial Downs, which has always in the past run during the warmer months and never run this race on the dirt, but calling card is scratched as well, by the way, as is Georgia Magic. The 1, the 2, and the 10 have come out down to a 7-horse field, but getaway car, if you think you're getting 9 to 5 on them, you're not.
No, absolutely not. And while it was not a big margin of victory in the Sunland Park Derby for him, he earned a 92 Beyer speed figure for that effort. He has early speed, and while he may not necessarily have the credentials to be one of the top contenders going forwards into the Kentucky Derby, of what's left in this field, he ends up being a standout for Bob Baffert. So you have all of the factors for him to take significant money in this race already, and then the scratch of a major player in John Hancock just ends up making his price that much shorter, but he can win.
Well, he's probably going to win. Also, I think the fact he finished second in journalism and lost Alfie Turdy 2 races back looks a lot better after what that one did. And really the only horse he's coming into that people might be interested in, not to say that he has to be second or even win, is Rapture, who comes off a maiden win for Brad Cox in a reasonable time, but nothing that exciting.
Yeah, I mean, this horse needs to take a step forward, but it seems as though he's been bet in both of his 2 starts. He was able to get that first victory last time out, having a little bit of that progressive improvement that I like to see, that a horse is moving in the right direction. He has the ability to be forwardly placed as well, so not going to just let someone else try to waltz on the lead like Getaway Car, and he's drawn to his outside. He seems like the other horse, but he's light on experience compared to some of the others in the field who have similar numbers if you look at them and are going to be better prices.
Yeah, I would think. I mean, I think American Promise will probably be closer to the second choice than his odds suggest. I mean, he's got figures that are faster than that one, and he looks to me like the one you probably want if you're looking for an alternative. Maybe Tom Amoss Authentic Gallop, but Getaway Car is going to be an overwhelming favorite in this race. Now, Brad Cox obviously has better horses in his barn for the Derby than Rapture, though he could improve. Flood Zone heading over the UAE Derby. Okay, good luck to him. John Hancock next week in the Louisiana Derby. They draw that race, I believe, today. Patch Adams, not really sure why they're continuing the Triple Crown Trail with him, and Tapan Street in the Florida Derby.
I think Japan Street's the most interesting of that group, actually.
I do too.
He needs the points to get into the Derby, but he's the one who I thought ran one of the better last races overall.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Patch Adams is pointing to the bluegrass. I mean, I know that he was taken out of his game last week, but I would think by now they've realized that he's not a router-type horse, and he's certainly not winning the Derby, but I guess connections get that Derby fever. A lot more to coming up on America's Day at the Races. We'll be heading out to Oaklawn Park, where they're less than 10 minutes away from the opener. We'll get more from Richard Migliori down there. We've got a lot more people on this show to come. America's Day at the Races continues.
They're off in the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
And as the field turns for home,
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
For a time, as many as 350 Major League players converged in Hot Springs, Arkansas each spring to prepare for the upcoming season.
ownership felt they needed to boil out the alcoholic microbes. Hot Springs was known as a place that had therapeutic waters, and they came for that reason. And then the ball players turned out to love it because they really not only did get in shape, but they had a great time.
By the 1930s, nearly half of all major league teams had, at some point, used Hot Springs as their spring training base. Plus, about half of all prominent ball players visited Hot Springs individually. Babe Ruth used to visit Hot Springs to work his way into shape, a place to prepare for spring training. In fact, the Babe even used the hot healing waters to recover from influenza. This wall at the Gangsters Museum of America in Hot Springs represents the long list of Hall of Fame baseball greats who trained here. The winter storm of 2021 is a reminder of why baseball eventually migrated away from Hot Springs. The rain proved to be a disruption, and sometimes even the cold and snow wiped out valuable practice time. Although by the 1930s most teams moved to Florida and Arizona, Hot Springs would continue to be a destination for players to work out before joining their major league squads for decades to come.
Well, a lot happening down in Hot Springs besides racing, but it is mostly about the racing, especially in the winter with Oaklawn Park. Nice statue at Hot Springs at Oaklawn Park, and they've got a lot of big races coming up with the Arkansas Derby just a couple of weeks away. And the MIG has been down there handling all the action for us. Race number 1 coming up, a field of 8 going into line. And right now, the favorite on the rail is the 1, a first-time starter for Wayne Lucas, Improbable Luck.
And a horse that's probably taking some of that My Racehorse money as well, as he's a part of that group, as well as another partnership in big play. First foal for a dam that ran once, but the second dam was decent. 7-time winner, including a grade 2.
No money for the 2 Fairfield Bay going out for Short Leaf Stable with Fernando Hara.
Actually, I have to save us Melania, who we'll see later today at Aqueduct, but it's more of that turf synth type of pedigree.
Well, there's another decent runner from the dam as well, but she's not getting bet. Tykes' Cyclone taking no money for Steve Asmussen.
And a horse that was favored first time out as a 2-year-old, but did no running at all.
Yeah, that was actually a decent field that was ran against at Fairgrounds on, I think, Thanksgiving weekend. Flying Private goes out for Val Brinkenhoff and the very hot Francisco Arrieta. The 5, whose name I'm not going to pronounce, a first-time starter for Ron McQuett.
And the barn's been hot this meet. First foal for a dam that won her second start.
Max got excited going by, a horse that's had experience with Tyler Bacon. Another firster, Ken McPeak, sends out Staniel K.
Not exactly a pedigree that really pops off the page, but certainly connections that can get a first-time starter ready to go.
Current second choice, and I have to imagine likely favorite by post time, is Bye Bye Miles.
Big number last time out. He was off slow 2 starts ago trying the mile and some productive races 3 back. I mean, he makes a lot of sense in here, and he's a half to grade 2 winner, Engaged.
The calm before the storm with a lot of big races coming up in a few weeks, and Richard Migliori, as always, holding things down at Oaklawn.
Hey, Andy. Hey, Sarah. It's another big weekend here at Oaklawn. Big, enthusiastic crowd. And one thing that strikes me a lot, guys, is just how young a crowd it is. Just a really kind of a youth movement here. And last week, the handle was 40% was made up of win, place, and show betting, and 25% of that handle was that show bonus that they run here at Oaklawn. So that tells me you got young people trying to learn the handicap. Andy, they could probably use a seminar or 2 from you and Sarah down here and really kind of educate them, but they're enthusiastic, and it's a really great crowd. Truly the Saratoga of the South. And as we jump into horses here, we'll start with the 1, Improbable Luck, who has been your favorite, taking a lot of money. Well, now he's drifted up to 5-2. He is owned in part by My Racehorse, so I'm sure a lot of backing there from My Racehorse people, but a horse that comes in off a 59-4 drill. I will say he looks very, very well schooled, very focused, a horse that doesn't look green. He looks like he's very clued in for the coach, Wayne Lucas. The 2, Fairfield Bay, is not taking any money. I got to say, this is one handsome individual for Short Leaf Stable, John Ed Anthony's. The mare has produced 3 winners from 4 starters and 1 debut winner. not taking money that usually says they haven't impressed as much in the mornings, but I would be remiss not to mention him because that is just really one good-looking horse. The 6, Max Got Excited, very, very sharp in the post parade with Tyler Bacon. I like kind of the old school move, right? He blew out 3 furlongs. Years ago, horses would always blow out for races a few days out. They would have a quick, sharp, zingy work to kind of put some speed into them. I think that short work had the desired effect with the 6, Max Got Excited. And then the 8, Bye Bye Miles, who makes the most sense to me. Well drawn outside. He has ticked down to your favoritism, and he should just be well placed from the outside for Keith Asmussen, for his dad, Steve. And he's just been riding so well. I think he's got a lot going for him, particularly with that outside post. And Jonathan, I like outside posts and sprints here at Oaklawn. You know, I'm an inside post guy, 2 turns, but outside posts seem to give horses the run of the race here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good spot to be because we all know that being forward on dirt helps. And I think that when you're outside and you're a horse that has tactical speed, you end up working out nice, comfortable trips. So I think it's one of those deals where I do think that just the dirt racing in general is beneficial to be kind of in the situation like that, but it seems to really work well at Oaklawn. I'm going to go with the 8, Bye Bye Miles as well, a horse that you know, he didn't have any numbers that impressed you in 3 starts, and then he kind of jumps up, gets a little class relief, and then jumps up and runs a big number, a lifetime best. And often when there's a lifetime best in the equation, there's got to be a reason for me to believe that happened. And for me, it was the Lasix. Getting the Lasix last time is what I believe and what I'm giving credit for, helping him kind of turn the tables and make those faster races. I like Bye Bye Miles from the outside.
Yeah, I mean, Bye Bye Miles there, I think, does look like the horse to beat. The only thing that I have against this horse is has had a lot of chances and is bigger prices, but certainly feels like the logical horse unless you want to guess with a firster.
Yeah, makes plenty of sense. I think that the other one with experience, Max Got Excited, the last 2 races, especially the last one, he's run into a horse that looks very promising for Bob Baffert, so he's the one I'd go with.
Yeah, he's probably better bet at that price. See what happens. Matt Dinnerman with the call. Race 1.
We're ready to go. We're off and running at Oaklawn Park. Texas Cyclone blasts out of the gate, takes advantage of that good beginning, strides about 2 lengths clear of Flying Private. Improbable Luck moving forward on the inside, and now Texas Cyclone tries to get a breather, but here comes Improbable Luck, and Rafael Bejarano, who broke from the inside post in the 2-path, now takes control of things. Improbable Luck the leader by about a half length. Flying Private there pressing from the outside, and then comes Bye Bye Miles in third. 3 deep going into the turn. His stablemate Texas Cyclone, who broke the best, is now 4th, 2 off the pace. Another 4 back to Skibbity Riz. Fairfield Bay has come under a hard ride. Max Got Excited. He's second to last with him, and Staniel Cray can only see backside as they approach the top of the lane. Improbable Luck hard sent on the lead to keep pace. Flying Private between horses, and Bye Bye Miles makes it a party of 3 as they swing off the corner, and Bye Bye Miles is ready to roll. Bye Bye Miles on the grandstand side, pushing past Improbable Luck. Here comes Max Got Excited down the center of the track. He's gaining good ground on Bye Bye Miles and swoops to the front. Does Max Got Excited with a big burst. Max Got Excited by 2, by 3, going away to break the maiden. Bye Bye Miles was second home. Staniel Cray from far out of it gets third. Flying Private was 4th.
They got the favorite right, Sarah, at the end. The number 6, Max Got Excited, doesn't have any speed, but he certainly was finishing better than everybody else by a lot.
It seemed like a lot in here really wanted to have some forward position, and right about a second or 2 before this, it seemed like number 8, Bye Bye Miles, was going to kick on, but he just never really put in that next gear, whereas we saw Max Got Excited make that long, sustained run and then really draw away in the end.
Yeah, they were moving pretty fast up front and here, and he was able to get it done as the 2-to-1 favorite. Another win for Richie's favorite rider, Tyler Bacon.
He's definitely been impressed with what we've seen from this apprentice so far, and that was a nice ride and well-timed.
I'm still believing that the MIG is going to be bringing him to Saratoga. I know he's denying it, but I have a sneaky suspicion that the MIG is working behind the scenes. I kid. Race number 2, Kid Billy the favorite as these New York breds are lining up. They're going 6 furlongs in race number 2, and they're in the paddock as well.
This is a contentious field, and you have Kid Billy as your current favorite, who has had some issues getting out of the gate in his last 2 starts, but has still run well. On the hill makes some sense, but he hasn't really won, especially on this circuit, in quite some time. And you could make a case for a couple of others, but those two seem like the most logical two towards the inside.
Let's get more from Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with the horse taking the money so far, and that is number 1 on the inside, Kid Billy, a horse that throughout his career I haven't particularly been the biggest fan of, but what I liked about him last time is that he found a little bit more speed than what he had been showing, and I appreciate that. Now, granted, probably with the flow of the racetrack, and it was very kind to speed that day, hence heavyweight champs winning and wiring the field ultimately, but he came back to run well in a second level allowance yesterday, posting an 81 buyer, even though he was third. He was a significantly bigger price too. So definitely complimenting the second place effort here from Kid Billy. And what I like about him here in the paddock is that he's just more forward. He's more engaged. So indicating at least pre-race to me that he's going to likely be more forwardly placed yet again. And I just think that that gives him his best chance to be effective in this spot. Also, the competition he's meeting too. But number 6, Rollo here for Chris Englehart. He's a horse that at times can be forward. And last time I thought he was rather eager behind the pace, and he was down on the inside. And I'm wondering if he just wasn't necessarily comfortable. He is a bigger, robust animal that really carries his weight and conditioning quite well, and sometimes those types don't really like being down on the inside. And 2, that day the winner came from last, so I think he gets a more comfortable trip here today. Is really well turned out in the paddock, Andy, and we'll see how this pace ultimately develops here, if we see a fast one or not.
So we see a fast one here. I'll be the most surprised person here, as he has it all, should be going. I know you like Warolo on the outside, Sarah.
His last race wasn't a good effort, but his race 2 back, I thought that one was one that could give him the chance to have some forward position, and that was a race where Manny Franco was aboard, and though we did see only 4 horses within that field, it was a fairly contentious pace with 3 of them wanting that forward position early. And I agree with Maggie that he was in behind horses last time out, and maybe that stutter step slow braking put him behind 2 horses that ultimately faded but wanted that forward position. He has to rebound off of that race last time, there's no question about that for me. But I do like that he's reuniting with a jockey that's kept him in the clear and kept him forward in the past, and that's what I'm hoping happens again today.
Well, I mean, he's got an outside post, so he's going to be in the clear, and I think last time's inside. I'm not I bet him last time. I cannot say he ran as badly as he did because he was inside. Maybe that's the case, but as far as I was concerned, he's on a good rail and he ran terribly in there. But maybe he will run better third off a layoff. It's certainly not impossible in this field. A race that really depends on Kid Billy. If Kid Billy breaks okay in here, he's very likely to win this race. His last race was good, and frankly, he ran very, very well last 2 times ago with a tough trip. But he does have some questions. I picked him. I'm not proud of it. I just couldn't make a real case for anybody. Maybe you're right about Warolo, but he stunk last time.
He did, and look, with Kid Billy, you're at least dealing with a horse that while he's had those gait issues 2 times in a row now, he's still run good races despite that. It's just that matter of whether or not you want to take 6-5 on a horse that's sort of getting in his own way at the start. And while he's been able to overcome that to an extent and run some fast races, if he keeps doing that, it's not going to work out for him forever. And he hasn't gotten the win over the last 2 when that's been the case.
Well, he also got compromised last time by a track that was very favorable for the running style of heavyweight champ who won the race. Kid Billy goes out. Jose Lizcano riding for Bill Mott.
We'll see if he can get out of the gate towards the inside. He did show more speed last time, and he's been running fast races over his last 2.
On the hill, the number 2 was third behind Kid Billy last time. He goes out for Jimmy Bond and Kendrick Armouche.
He's a consistent type. He just hasn't won on this circuit in quite some time, though he did win 3 starts ago at Finger Lakes.
Rank outsider Golden Arm was almost 80-1 when finishing well behind Warolo last time.
He does have some early speed, but just no stamina as of late, though could be a pace factor.
He has it all, who I think is supposed to be the speed, and I think was a bit compromised last time out, goes out for Ray Handel.
I agree. He was on an unfavorable part of the racetrack, a little bit wide when you wanted to be towards the inside that day. Did show speed last time, too.
Sir Palace Sprint's a long shot.
another one that could be potentially forward and is going second off the layoff, so maybe has a little bit more fitness to sustain that speed today.
And Warolo's taking a lot of money. Manny Franco, the hot riding Manny Franco for Chris Englehart.
We'll see if he can rebound off of that poor performance last time. Has plenty of races that put him right in the mix, but I don't disagree. The last one, not promising.
Let's find out more about race number 2 from Jonathan Kinchin.
Yeah, Andy, I completely understand what you mean. While you're not proud of the selection, that's what happens sometimes. I can sit here and give you a horse who's 5-1 and make a case and all of these things, but I don't truly believe that horse is going to win. I think Kid Billy has a lot going for him. He's drawn towards the inside, which I much prefer. A more comfortable angle is towards the outside in an honestly run race. But when I do think that there is a pace advantage, and I think Kid Billy does have kind of a pace / class advantage here. I think being on the inside takes away the guessing for Jose Lezcano. Try to pop away from there and be forward and hold that position. If someone wants to go, let them go, but you want to kind of get your position moving forward like we've heard Mig say for so long. The biggest concern, I think, is the last two starts breaking slowly, and that was also something in the second career start, broke slowly as well. So it might be a little bit of a habit for Kid Billy. So if you're gonna ride along with this one horse, you want to keep an eye on the inside to see if this horse breaks well. The only other option would be the 2 on the hill, but for me, it's Kid Billy.
And JK, we see Jose Lezcano giving Kid Billy that aggressive warm-up that one would hope to see with a horse who showed that new dimension last time and having to break from the inside. But I also kind of feel like, oh, he's 3-1. Okay, so he's third choice in here. On the hill, I really liked him last time. I thought he was maybe a little bit disappointing last time out, though. But in hindsight, it was that day. It's the same race that Kid Billy comes out of that you kind of wanted to be the inside speed. That's not what On the Hill was. He does strike me as a bit of a one-pace type. And that's, concerning. Is there a willingness to ultimately pass horses? He did 2 starts back, though, when the pace fell apart. Oh, it didn't fall apart, actually. Gray Wing aired the field that day. But look, On the Hill has consistently been well turned out for every single start. It's just, when is he going to kind of show up and be able to get through this condition, Andy, here at NYRA?
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable question about him, and I do think that On the Hill can win this race. And he's had some trips in his races, but his 6 seconds, Sarah, is something that bothers me. He's been in an awful lot of races that he could have won where he just hasn't gotten it done.
I agree with that, and I think that he's one that he has that tactical ability, so he's one that can adapt to whatever pace scenario can play out, but he's not a winning type, and he's also one that he hasn't won on the NYRA circuit since July of 2022. So he's the consistent type. He shows up and runs his race, but I think that overall, over the last couple of times when they've met, you could make the argument that Kid Billy's run a better race than he has.
Yeah, and I mean, that's why Kid Billy's even money, and he's 3-1. So the question, in all questions, handicapping isn't about picking winners. It's about trying to find the ubiquitous value, and while value rarely exists given the takeout, you can find horses that you think are better bets or might present a slightly better value. I don't think that Kid Billy is a bad price at 6-5. I don't bet 6-5 shots very often, if ever, but what price is he supposed to be in here? I mean, his last couple of races are going to make him pretty tough in this race.
Well, and if you make the argument, okay, if he breaks, he wins, well, that's an argument that you could make for every race anytime. So if
I don't know about that, Sarah. I think that's
overstatement. If they break. If they break out of the gate. It's not something that you can think about as much when you're factoring into whether or not you think a horse is going to be successful.
Well, he ran a race last time not really breaking that well that still would beat this field. So the question is, and the other thing is, do we really see him as a speed? So suppose he breaks a step slow. Even if he breaks sharply, is he really going to be forward? Isn't the 4 faster than him? Isn't potentially Warolo faster, or even Sir Palace Prince? all those horses theoretically are faster. So I'm not even sure if he breaks a step slow. Not that you want horses to get left, but I'm not sure how much it compromises him. He's not really the speed here.
No, I don't see him on the
I don't
lead in
think.
this spot, and I think that, yes, even if he does get out of the gate, I think that there are other horses that want that forward position more than he does and might have that early speed advantage more so than him, and I think that his race 2 back shows that he can adapt even if he doesn't get out of the gate, or he can get himself into a position where you needed to be forward like he did last time trying to upset heavyweight champs.
Yeah, well, he is the even money favorite. We're all currently the second choice at 5-2 going in the gate. I wonder if he's have it all, can get things started for Ray Handel, who's way too good a trainer to be on the kind of losing streak he's been on.
This horse had an excuse last time, but he's also cutting back in distance, and I just wonder if that's something that also dulls that speed that he's shown when sprinting.
And he only has that one figure, that 81, that's never really been repeated. It was a fast race, and Vetriano 1 has proven to be a fast horse. 7-1, I can think of worse horses to take a shot with as they head of the gate, and Chris Griffin has the call of the second.
2 out. Sir Palace Prince. Warallo. Manny Franco, last to load. Hesitates briefly. Warallo goes in. All set. And they're off. Golden Arm right out towards the front from in between horses. On the Hill wants to be in the early mix, and Kid Billy wants to hold the rail position. Is hard sent here at the rail. It's Kid Billy who wants to challenge and now puts a nose in front. On the Hill's going to have to work to keep up. Is back to a half length in behind the runaway leader now. It's Kid Billy with the advantage. On the Hill, they're confronted by Sir Palace Prince out of the racetrack 3 wide. Warwallo is right in behind them. Is going to be 4 wide, but has some momentum now. 22-4 for that opening quarter mile. The 2 at the back, Golden Arm, and he has it all. Kid Billy was hard sent, is still in front. Warallo is on the move 4 wide. Purple Silks is coming right after the leader, is a contentious second. It's down towards the inside. On the Hill is trying to stay in there. Sir Palace Prince is still in the mix, but Kid Billy is still in hand. A quarter mile left to go. Kid Billy hugs that rail, kicks away. Kid Billy is up by 2. Warallo continues to give game chase. On the Hill is dropping back. From the back, he has it all, is trying to rally on. Then Sir Palace Prince. It's Kid Billy for a final furlong, is tiring a touch, but so are the runners in behind. Kid Billy is approaching the final 16th. Warallo continues to give chase. Sir Palace Prince, but give it to Kid Billy with a front-running score. Kid Billy wins it over Warallo. Then came Sir Palace Prince, and On the Hill in 1 minute 13.22 seconds.
Well, I don't think I was really right, Sarah, because in a way it did matter that he didn't break that sharply, because, in fact, they did want to go to the lead. And 22.8, a pretty quick quarter on this racetrack, and you know what? He was just the best horse.
I think Chris Griffin said it perfectly in his call that he's starting to tire, but so is everybody else. So I think that ultimately it ended up being the right move for him, even though he did have to rush up for that position. It didn't seem like anybody else was going to go in and all out to have that kind of speed that he did, but they also just couldn't keep up.
No, I think he was too fast for them. I think you're 100% right. And, you know, it's funny, riders, contrary to people, with different deals they have, they don't always get 10% of the runner-up share. I think Manny Franco more than earned 10% of the runner-up share in this race, because, I mean, he rode Barolo as hard as you could ride a horse. He ran okay. He just wasn't good enough, but boy, Manny rode him hard almost the whole race.
He did not give up when he saw he was not going to win the race, that's for sure.
Yeah.
He was really still trying to keep that second place position, and he ultimately did. And I think that Manny's a great fit for this horse, who just seems to need to have the in the clear spot and the constant encouragement.
Well, I don't know. It just, I'm not sure if anyone did any significant running behind Kid Billy, who gets it done, setting a fast pace, and no surprise, sort of slowed it down later. But Kid Billy was 4-5, and he won like a 4-5 shot should. A lot more to come on America's Day at the Race. We continue. Next Saturday, the return of last year's 3-year-old champion, Sierra Leone, as he's getting ready to run down in the New Orleans Handicap to get his 2025 year started. More to come on America's Day at the Races.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie.
McKenzie in a dominant performance.
Hall 2, $1,200,000.
Chancer McPatrick proves best.
Chancer McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively. It is going to be all Scottish Lassie. She wins the present easily.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by our good friends at Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Saw actually a picture of a foal they just had from two of their runners, Blame and Elate. That's a whole lot of pedigree there as the number one Kid Billy, after some frustrating defeats, gets it done fairly easily for the Mott Barn, who will look to get things done in the Jimmy Winkfield in a couple of races as well, breaking from the rail.
And we were wrong about how the race was ultimately going to play out from a pace standpoint, but even with a little bit of a slow break, he was able to have that forward position and it just ended up being faster early and able to hold on late, as nobody was really able to make up any significant ground in this race.
Yeah, you know, I guess post position really plays a big role, and Jose Lezcano feeling like I'm riding the best horse. I don't want to lose because I get in trouble, and he did the right things, and it's one of the reasons he's one of the best jockeys in the country, and it's nice to see Jose having a terrific winter here as usual, and he and his relatively new agent, PJ Campo, doing a great job here in New York. Riding for some barns, you know, not necessarily rides a lot for Linda Rice, but riding for other barns, more opportunities as well, as Kid Billy gets it done at 4-5 over the second choice Varola with a long shot, coming in third and setting up a pick three that's paying, or double, I'm sorry, it's paying $3.20 with the favorite, the number 6, Heavenly Lighter. You're probably right, Sarah might just have found a field that he's just, or she's just better than. The one, Helen's Revenge, should let people know, was a late scratch out of this race. Consolation pick 3 with Helen's Revenge, who came out, I believe, after the first race. As we were talking before the break, Sierra Leone coming back down in New Orleans handicapping. I was talking to Chad Brown about him about a week or so ago, and he was talking about bringing him to Oaklawn. Now, Chad's had quite a storied career at Oaklawn. He actually has never had an official win at Oaklawn. He began his training career at Oaklawn Park. He won one race and got disqualified. So apparently the omens didn't turn out to be correct in that case, and I think he wants to get his first win at Oaklawn at some point. But he was going to run there. It's a big purse. But as he said to me, he's just doing so well. He's ready for a race. I really need to get him in a race. And so he'll be running in the New Orleans Handicap, a race that may have already been drawn.
And he's a horse that's run well at fairgrounds before, and if that's your
Another
home
factor
court
in there as well,
where you're
yep.
training and you know that he's able to commence that late closing rally that we're used to seeing and have it be successful at that racetrack, I understand not wanting to change something that's worked well for him in the past. He got the right kind of setup, but still had to deal with some tough customers towards the front end in that classic, and I think that was a moment of redemption for a horse that had tried his best all year but just hadn't had enough pace to get the big victory that he'd well deserved.
Yeah, you know, when both Chad and Flavian were frustrated after the Travers, I saw them in the paddock and I said, well, he's going to get a fast pace for a change in the Breeders' Cup Classic, and when he wins that race, you'll forget all about the tough beats earlier this year, and I think it's the case. He had gotten into 2 races, the Belmont Stakes, a track that was not so kind to closers, and the Travers, which appeared to have a lot of pace on paper, and the pace never developed at all. And listen, when you're a speed, when you're a horse like Fierceness and you can make your own trips, you're going to benefit more often than not than a closer like Sierra Leone. But at the end of the day, he got that honest pace in the Breeders' Cup Classic, and he proved that he was every bit as good, if not better, than all the 3-year-olds in this country. And let me tell you, between him and Fierceness and Forever Young, that's quite a threesome.
Absolutely, and we have Torpedo Anna as well. So, I mean, that Travers that you talk about featured some pretty good horses in there. And when you look at that graphic of Sierra Leone's resume in the past, for his running style, to be able to have the kind of success that he did, given very good horses that were on the pace in general and horses that have those legitimate numbers that weren't coming back to him, I think that that's just another feather in his cap going forwards, that he's able to overcome things when paces don't really set up as well.
Well, he's never run a bad race. I mean, that's the thing. You know, Fierceness, you can say what you want about, and obviously when things go well for him, he's an exceptional talent. But that's something we saw in the Breeders' Cup as a 2-year-old. But he's also had a couple of sort of mediocre efforts. Sierra Leone has never run a bad race. And the other thing I thought was interesting, people were talking after the Breeders' Cup Classic how he ran a straight path and he got it done. Well, he ran a straight path in the Travers. People just didn't notice it because he wasn't making that winning move and they weren't really paying attention. And, you know, you can say, well, it's Chad Brown and his crew's training. Sometimes horses just grow up a little bit, and he seems like a horse is growing up, and I'm thrilled to see him back in action here. I don't know that we're going to see Forever Young before the Breeders' Cup, but we've got Torpedo Anna last week with a victory. She's back. He's coming back next weekend, and I think we're also looking forward to hopefully Fierceness coming back sooner than later. Mindframe as well had his return race in the win.
Not a bad effort by any means.
A good horse.
I feel as though we feel like this year we're kind of spoiled with the 4-year-old season that we might be able to have from many of these horses that come back, because we've seen in recent years when horses have the types of 3-year-old seasons they have, we don't see them again on the racetrack, and so it's a delight to be able to see so much talent returning for that 4-year-old campaign.
And I think one of the reasons that we haven't seen the big gaudy buyer figures that you used to see, you know, I'm old, I've been around a long, long time, long before you were born, when I saw horses running, you know, routinely 115, 120 buyers, it's because these 3-year-olds get retired. They don't get a chance to mature. They don't even run that often, even in their 3-year-old season. And I think with these horses, giving them a chance to develop, we're going to see some fast races. And you think about the potential right now, we were talking about it before, with potentially Fierceness. We've already seen Mindframe come back. Torpedo Anna, Sierra Leone, Locked, who looked so good out in California.
Like the best right
potential
now.
for all of these horses to come and meet in a race like the Whitney at Saratoga, it's a long way to go. But it's worth getting a little excited about right now.
And I think that you have a field, if everybody ends up participating in that race that you just mentioned, that might be a field that's a bigger field than we've seen in recent years too, with a chance for everybody to have a win.
Well, seeing good horses lining up, and you know, the big races, you want to see the good horses, and it looks like there's a good chance we'll be seeing that, as opposed to last year in the older handicap division. We are moving off of FS1 for a half an hour and heading over to FS2 from 2 to 2:30. We'll be back after a quick break.
Club American Oaks.
4K to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
This is my Oaklawn.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, now on FS2. Well, there's a few people milling around Grand Central Station. There's some people milling around Aqueduct and Oaklawn Park as well, as we'll be bringing you the action throughout the day until 6 o'clock on America's Day at the Races, just 2 to 2:30 on FS2, however. We're fast at Aqueduct. Sarah Al-Badwi joining me, Andy Serling, on the desk. Maggie Wolfendale is down in the paddock. Jonathan Kinchin is flying around somewhere in his private jet. Richard Migliori is at Oaklawn Park, where we know he's safe and sound. Richie coming off a birthday the other day as well. Glad to be back in action here at the Big
happy
A.
birthday, Richie.
Yeah, I think it was yesterday.
Yeah?
Yeah.
35
I sent him a
again?
gift. I don't know if he got it.
Down in Oaklawn?
I'm lying. I didn't send him anything. Richie doesn't strike me as a big birthday guy.
No.
He doesn't bring up his birthday.
I would be
so
surprised
I'm
by that as
not.
well.
Yes. What's amazing is he's actually only 34. You wouldn't really know it
I
by
was
looking
thinking
at him.
35 again.
We'll get more from the MIG as well as we look at race number 2. These are maiden claimers down at Oaklawn, and let's talk to the post-birthday boy, the MIG, heading down to Oaklawn.
Yeah, Andy, Sarah, I was trying to let that one squeak by and maybe take a year off, but officially 61 years old now. We'll start with the 4-horse Cold Stone. This is a horse that has to improve a bit, but I love the way he looks for Ron Moquette. And he also kind of reminded me of a horse that just needed racing. Running in stops and starts, I like to say running with the emergency brake on a bit. I love the way he warmed up with Rafael Bejarano. He left the pony, really framed up beautifully and really got in the bit. I think you're going to see an improved effort from the 4 Cold Stone. The 5 Museum Quality, I think, plays out to be the main speed, and speed is a great commodity to have, particularly in these lower level maiden claiming races. And you get Tyler Bacon. Enough said, guys. You know where I'm going with that. The 7-horse Lord Diamond, I think, sits the right trip, but this horse has accumulated a lot of seconds now, 4 seconds out of 10 starts. But I think this horse is going to sit a really good trip just outside Museum Quality. And then a first-time starter that really caught my eye. And, you talk about connections. Ernie Witt won the last race yesterday with a horse named Nice Move, a first-time starter. He's got Joe Willie here, a horse that's been training here at Oaklawn, and has taken some money at 5-1. Looked really, really well turned out. Love the coat on this horse. Will say I do think he'll tighten up even more with a race, but against this group, I think he is a very live first-time starter.
You know, Richie, you missed the wedding yesterday on Joe Willie, the first-time starter for Ernie Witt, who came storming down the track in our last race. There's a lot of pedigree on that one, actually. There's some pedigree in Brother Evan as well, especially for a $12,500 maiden claiming race. People that wonder about the tags, the Arkansas breds run for a $20,000 tag, and the non-Arkansas breds run for $12,500, for whatever that's worth to you.
Yeah, and if that's worth something to you, it's good to know. Some interesting names of firsters. We have an Evan, we have a Jimmy in here as well. I love the simple names that are just one word. Jimmy Creed, obviously, with that one. But I think that this race goes through some of the horses with experience, and your current favorite being Lord Diamond. We don't see Steve Asmussen really dip in for a reclaim as often for a level of horse like this, but he dipped in to reclaim this one and now for himself. So now he owns and trains after this one was claimed away from him. So he's taking this one back from Matt Williams, and it just seems as though he's the one that he's had his fair share of chances, but he seems to be one that's in good form, and just that move alone, that is one that makes a lot of sense to me.
I think what I've come to appreciate the most about Steve Asmussen is he is a tremendous action junkie. I mean, he's claiming these lower level claiming horses. They're running in his own name. What possibly was he thinking to claim this horse back for 12.5? I mean, to be fair, in 10 starts, this horse has made $26,000. Steve just loves the action, and so do I, so I can respect that.
Yeah, I do as well, and I think that when you look at the winningest trainer in North America, that they're dipping back in and thinking about a horse that's in for a maiden claiming 12,500 level. That's how he ends up having all of those wins.
I understand why Steve has a lot of wins, and so does Steve. We understand.
And so does everyone
else. He's
else,
had success at the very highest level as well.
Sure,
but you don't get those kind of wins by racing exclusively at the major tracks. He's won a lot of races at smaller tracks. I just think it's amazing. I would never bet this horse in a million years, and I have to respect the money that Joe Willie is taking in this race, and I would be more inclined to want to go to a first-time starter in this race.
That's fair.
I even thought the 2 was a little bit interesting as the potential speed, putting blinkers on. I didn't think he ran that badly. And today, depending on the firsters, he might be able to be the controlling speed.
That's completely fair. He showed speed last time, those blinkers on. You'd think he would be able to have a little bit more focus to sustain it. And last time was off a bit of a break, too. So he makes some sense towards the inside as having that forward position, especially if we don't see anything from these first-time starters.
They're heading into the gate for race number 2. Just a couple left to load. Let's head down to Matt Ditterman with the call.
Couple back here. Lake of Fire going in. And to the outside post, we wait on Baby Nova. We're ready to go. And Laruff from the inside 5 pockets was away slowly. Battle of the Ravine sent for speed. Getty's Revenge pressing from the outside. These two pull 2.5 clear of Lord Diamond, settling off the pace with Museum Quality. Those two, the favorites, side by side down the back stretch. Museum Quality claiming third from Lord Diamond. Lucky Destiny sent hard outside of him. Jimmy's in the mix as well. Cole Stone coming back to him. He's 6 lengths off the pace, 2 clear of Baby Nova. Joe Willie dives inside of him. He's 4th last going into the far turn. 5 pockets and Lake of Fire side by side, and that leaves Brother Evan to trail the field. Around the far turn they go. Getty's Revenge, neck lead. Battle of the Ravine, sticking to him, and these two are hooking up, approaching the top of the lane. Museum Quality goes well on the outside for Tyler Bacon. Has not been asked for his best yet. Museum Quality at the top of the lane needs to catch Battle of the Ravine, who comes off the turn ahead narrowly, but he's about to lose the lead to Museum Quality. Museum Quality going by Battle of the Ravine in the final furlong and kicks away. Museum Quality hitting the 16th pole has extended his lead to 3 lengths, and there are no dangers in sight. Museum Quality coming home with the ears pricked up to win this one easily by 4. Good battle for second. Battle of the Ravine ran well after dueling on the lead, held off Joe Willie for second, and 4th was Lord Diamond across the line.
Well, he had the best fig, and the 11th time was the charm for Museum Quality, who's had a good trip. A lot of unnecessary pressure on Battle of the Ravine, but he was going to be second anyway.
Yeah, perfect trip for a horse that was a short price coming in, had that last race last time out, as well as the one before that. Kind of indicated that he was going to end up being the class of this field. And the firster that you had mentioned, too, towards the outside, coming on for a decent effort after being a little bit further back early on in Joe Willie.
Yeah, the wedding was yesterday for the first-time star from that barn, and Steve Asmussen with his horse off the claim got 4th. They're in the paddock for race number 3, and once again, I remind people that Helen's Revenge, a late scratch out of race number 3. There is a consolation pick 3 to Helen's Revenge, and the very, very heavy favorite is Heavenly Light, and you are not trying to beat this filly for Brad Cox, Sarah.
No, I understand if someone is, though, because she is now even shorter with the scratch of another logical contender that would have taken some money towards the inside. I just couldn't make a case for somebody else running to beat her, and the horse that had the faster race than she did, at least at one time, that horse is now scratched towards the inside. I get it if you don't like a horse that's finished second as the heavy favorite in 2 consecutive starts now, but she's also run the same number, and I think that just might be a little bit better than the rest.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with any of that. I think that the argument against her is that she's been claimed by Brad Cox, and while she improved, she hasn't been able to win at short prices. But you know what? Sometimes they win by attrition, as these conditional races, they sort of lose the horses that are better than she is. Now, the horse that beat her last time was a very hard horse to make for one of my favorite trainers, Ned Howard, who was 24-1, who ran a huge race out of nowhere and I think came back and didn't run very well. I don't know what to do. Heavenly Light's probably going to win. I'm going to try to beat her with Higher Force, who I just thought got kind of lost last time out. But I'm still not sure she can beat her, as she did get a decent trip 2 back and finished 2 lengths behind her.
Yeah, and that was my concern as well, because I looked at Higher Force for a long time, and you think that, okay, maybe this one ran a little bit better on that fast track than she did last time out. The blinkers are coming off, and she didn't have any position in that last race either. As you can see, she's trying to make up some ground towards the outside, and Heavenly Light finishes second and here narrowly defeated. But even with some better position, I think that she's still been defeated by a horse that's to her outside now. And look, 1-2 is no great shake on a horse that isn't that much better than the rest of this group.
The horses basically go to the odds they're supposed to be. And I think one of the misconceptions people have is this whole notion of trying to beat favorites. And obviously, if you're betting on the races and you have a strong reason why you're against a favorite, you're giving yourself a chance to sort of eliminate the takeout. Having said that, just because a horse is 3-5 and you don't like it, or I don't like it, doesn't mean the horse isn't supposed to be 3-5, isn't going to win this race at a relatively high percentage, and she probably is. The 2, Missile of War, going out for Kelly Dieter and Christopher Elliott.
I think she's a little bit outclassed in this field, but is responsible for one of the most exciting maiden $40,000 wins that we've ever seen.
Yeah, I forgot about that one. And the number 4, as we'll get to tails in the 3, Toxic Girl, Jose Jimenez, and Sofia Vivez.
Overmatched last time, and just seems like one that isn't quite fast enough.
My top choice is the 5, Higher Force, George Weaver and Jose Gomez.
If you think that the wet track and the position she was in last time contributed to that performance, and that she can improve off of her performance 2 back, she's a logical alternative.
The heavy favorite, Heavenly Light, Manny Franco riding for Brad Cox.
As we've discussed, she just has the consistency. It's just a matter of whether or not you trust that today's the day for her to win at a short price.
The number 7, Pocket Queen. She's a little bit interesting, but getting a lot of money. Eric Cancel riding for Christophe Clement.
She'd have to get faster, but I think that her win last time out, she had things not go her way, as she was far back and still had to make up some good ground after steadying as well in there.
And rounding out the field, the number 3, whose name I'm not going to try to pronounce, Frankie Pennington, is riding this horse.
I think this horse could be forwardly placed in here, first off the claim, and has some good early speed, but just not fast enough on paper.
Does feel like she's the controlling speed off the claim, and she's a bit of a wise guy horse. Maggie, you got any ideas to beat the heavy favorite, or have you given up?
Oh, I'm giving in. Giving up and giving in. Yes, I am taking Heavenly Light in here. Although I wasn't thrilled with her performance last time, thought she hung just a little bit, but she ultimately just looks best in here. But let's check in with the horse that you guys mentioned is likely to be the speed, and that's number 3 in here, Taliesin, who is acting like she should be the speed. She looks it, but I can't say she looks like she wants to run a mile. She is small, she is short coupled, and like you guys said, she's just not fast enough on speed figures anyway to be that competitive in this spot. She is well turned out here, shipping in first off the claim for Jacinto Solis, but we haven't seen many of his horses run here, so I don't have any previous knowledge of how to gauge what his horses should look like or how they should run. So she's 9-2, maybe she doesn't face any pressure and she takes this field on a Mary Chase, but I highly doubt that will be the case. Now, warming up beautifully on the racetrack is number 5, Higher Force, whom, Andy, I've tried, I think, every one of her last 3 starts. granted, she rewarded me when she broke her maiden, going back to that maiden 40 for state breds. And she's run okay, especially her first start off the claim for George Weaver. But last time, she just was slow away. She was totally outsprinted. I mean, she was back 15 in the rest lengths early on. And I remember kind of eavesdropping a little bit with Eric Cancel when he came back on her and saying that he just couldn't get her engaged whatsoever. And it kind of hinted at the fact that maybe the blinkers should come off. Well, they come off here today, and we'll see. Sometimes that element of surprise actually engages horses more, so they are more inclined to show a bit more early foot. We're not reinventing the wheel here by any margin of the phrase, but I do think that coming with those blinkers off today, she should be more involved, and also with that warm-up with Jose Gomez aboard. She looks great, as she always does. Now, number 7, Pocket Queens. This is actually the first time I'm laying eyes on her. Has had trouble at the start, but at least she draws the outside post today. Last time she had a great trip, kind of slipped through up the rail, saved all the ground, and she got there to win by 2. Meeting tougher, I think, here today. Seems like a little bit of a nervous type as well, so not thrilled with that. I think I'll take the wait-and-see approach with her at a relatively short price based upon connections with her first time facing winners. But, JK, as we get it over to you, to Heavenly Light or to not Heavenly Light? I've chose to do it with her.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the good choice. I should have talked to you before I decided that I was going to pick the 3, because now I've gotten all of your insight. One of my favorite things that happens is when I like a horse and then I hear you share your opinion and it changes my opinion, but then I'm already tied in here. So while I understand the 3 might not look the part, I do think that if you look at Timeform US, the horse projects to be loose, and sometimes horses that might not want to go as far as their pedigree or their physical suggest they want to, a perfect, comfortable trip can sometimes make the difference. And at 5-1, I wouldn't be totally opposed to taking a chance. But look, I mean, like you guys said, the 6 Heavenly Light is without a doubt the horse to beat, is the most likely winner here. But the tote board is reflecting that with 1-2. So sometimes you have to try to find some other ways to pick up some equity or with a different wager type if you want to play a horse like the 6 Heavenly Light. I thought the 7 Pocket Queens was just kind of one of those horses that you feel like is the alternative when you're trying to avoid the 1-2. But there's nothing about Pocket Queens that makes me feel great about the 4-1 I'm getting there either. So a tough race outside of the 6 Heavenly Light. I'll go with the 3, but I will do it reluctantly.
Well, at least we know to pronounce the name is Taliesin. So we did, Sarah and I, accomplish something while Maggie and Jonathan were talking. I don't like this horse at all. First of all, I don't see her getting a mile. Second of all, looking at the field that she easily beat last time, that was an extremely hungry bunch. I know she beat them by 8. She better have beaten them by 8.
Well, and also, if I'm trying to imagine a scenario where she's successful in this race, I have to think that the 6 Heavenly Light doesn't show up, that she's able to secure an easy lead and nobody else wants to go at all.
I can't believe Manny's not going to be within hunting distance of this horse.
And so if I'm imagining those 2 things to happen, plus she has to get a little bit faster, plus she has to improve as far as the company she's been keeping first off the claim, there's just so much that has to happen for her to win that 5-1 doesn't seem like enough for me.
I agree. She's basically the same price as both the 5 and 7, and while, they may not win, in my opinion, they're more likely winners, but that's what makes the racing world go around. Chris Griffin will have the call as they're heading into the gate for race number 3.
2 out. Heavenly Light. Pocket Queens. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Off very slowly was Miscellany of War, is the early trailer. In between horses, Higher Force is flashing early speed, and here's Taliesin at the rail in the pink silks, wants to move forward, and Taliesin is now ahead in front. Higher Force is there in second, stalking 3 wide, that's Heavenly Light. Just off of them is going to be Pocket Queens, who's in fourth, climbing just a touch here as they come out of the chute. Second to last is Toxic Girl, and after the beginning, Miscellany of War is the trailer. 23.75 for the opening quarter mile. 3 across the racetrack, and at the rail, Taliesin is a neck advantage in front. Higher force in between horses. 3 wide, Heavenly Light. Pocket Queens is now joining that early fray. 4 of them across the racetrack. They're 4 across the track as they work up the backstretch towards 4 furlongs left to go. All in is Toxic Girl, not making up ground. Maselli of War is trying to launch a rally from the back, but the front 4 continue to get away. 47.56 for the half-mile time. Taliesin is at the rail. Higher force, 2 wide. Pocket Queens is moving to the outside and moving a touch better than Heavenly Light, who's scrubbed along here in 4th, but at the rail, Taliesin, higher force with a head in front. Pocket Queens has made up the ground. All in is Heavenly Light, has gotta go now, is in 4th, right in behind the leading trio as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Pocket Queens is trying to win it. Heavenly Light starts to find more here, and Heavenly Light starts to roll down the center of the racetrack. Pocket Queens did get the jump. Hard work of it is Heavenly Light, but is trying to cut into the margin of Pocket Queens. They're the top 2. A furlong left to go. Pocket Queens drifts in, lugs in just a touch. Heavenly Light still trying to get to this leader. Pocket Queens is up by 2, now 2.5. Pocket Queens will get the victory. Pocket Queens, Eric Hansel with a winning hand, 2 on the afternoon. Heavenly Light second, then came Higher Force, and Taliesin in 1 minute 40 and 4.
Good job by Eric Hansel getting position with Pocket Queens. And Heavenly Light, I mean, Manny had her as the favorite in the position. She just feels like she's got a little bit of I don't want to win in her, doesn't she?
And it seemed like as well, once he was able to get her out from behind horses, at some point he ends up really having to prevent her from taking a turn inward. So maybe having to deal with not sustaining that forward momentum. As you can see here, she darts over towards the rail and to have some closer position to Pocket Queens, but she was doing no running in behind horses until she got clear. And I think that that was more a function of Manny and some others fading than
she's just
really
not
anything going on.
She's not very good, and she doesn't want to win. And at the end of the day, Pocket Queens improved. Yeah. Pocket Queens improved. She may have run her race, as it turns out, but Pocket Queens was clearly better. Heavenly Light had every single chance to win this race. And Pocket Queens, Eric Hansel, as the second choice at 9-2, gets it done. 7-6-5. As Eric Hansel will be heading back. It's our second win today. Second win in 3 races today. Starting off a good day. He does ride the Rank Outsider in the Jimmy Winkfield. More to come on America's Day at the Races.
It's Mandaloon. Mandaloon wins.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as you're looking at the 7 Pocket Queens, getting the easy victory there for trainer Christophe Clement and Eric Cancel as well. 2 wins in the first 3 races for Eric. Neither one of the favorites as well. Got a 5-1 and a 9-2 shot home to start the action. Pocket Queens, you're live in this Pick 5. You got a couple of small upsets. You beat a heavy favorite in this race. So you're probably looking at some reasonable payoffs going forward. A lot more action to go. Sarah, you're going to be leaving us after this. Greg Wolf is going to come up to the set. We'll talk about the Jimmy Winkfield. And where are you going in this Jimmy Winkfield, which is a fairly open board?
I agree. I think you can make a case for a legitimate one for 5 out of the 6 in here. I went to Paul as a star, the filly facing the boys in here, who did win her return race and has some good early speed, but I understand if somebody wanted to go in any other direction, as you have logical cases to make for many of the other contenders.
Yeah, looking at that board, it's going to change a great deal when we get close to the pace. ICANN and T-Craft are likely to vie for favoritism. I'm looking at the multi-race bets with all of the 2, 4, and 5 sort of similar prices, but I think you'll see some separation as we get closer to the race with the 1 and the 6 being the 2 choices. Sarah, thank you very much. Enjoyed having you up here. I'm sure you'll be back soon. Greg Wolf will be joining us on the set as we head forward on America's Day at the Race. We're going to stay with you on FS2 for a little while. America's Day at the Races continues after a quick break.
City of Light, multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners, Menti, Chop Chop, and Formidable Man, sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old Fierceness.
A powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Jimmy Winkfield is probably among the most remarkable stories in thoroughbred racing history. You're talking about one of the most accomplished jockeys in a very short span in America, the only black jockey in the 20th century to win the Kentucky Derby, and he did it in back-to-back years. He was only the second guy to do that, following in the footsteps of Isaac Murphy. But his career in America is very short. After 1903, he was basically forced overseas. He had a conflict with John E. Madden, who was one of the top turfmen of the era. And there was also a lot of racism on the American tracks that really forced a lot of the black jockeys out of the game in America. Some went overseas, some just had their career end. But Winkfield had a remarkable journey throughout Russia, throughout Europe. He won over 2,500 races, and then he had success as a trainer. But it's also, you know, the other part of the story is what happened off the track. He had to escape the Bolsheviks during World War I in Russia. He had to escape the Nazis during World War II in France. So he had a remarkable life, and he kind of almost got overlooked. But some historians really revived his legacy, and through that he was able to get inducted to the Hall of Fame, to have a stakes race named after him in the New York Racing Association. So just a remarkable life, and it's great that his history has been preserved. It's a different sort of history than you see in baseball. You didn't have that one person that broke that barrier. But Winkfield's story as being the last one to win the Kentucky Derby and one of only a few to win it in back-to-back years, I think it's really inspirational, and it's a big part of racing's history.
You know, forget just horse racing. He's one of the remarkable stories, really, in the history of sports, what he overcame in his career.
No, I agree. It's an absolutely amazing story, and I think, you know, one of the things that's nice in whatever business you're in, but in horse racing, there's so much great history to learn more about people like Jimmy Winkfield and the history of the game. And African-American jockeys had plays a huge role in horse racing at one time, and fortunately, it's no longer forgotten about. So it's nice to run this race for Jimmy Winkfield. It's a fun race as well, and an incredible story of a man who accomplished an amazing amount.
No question. Coming up in 19 minutes, early stakes action in this Jimmy Winkfield. It's a very wide open edition of this race. We have a filly taking on the boys. We have T-Craft, who's won back-to-back starts, his stakes debut for Belmont. Where do you lean in this race?
Well, I mean, I think it's a very, very open race. And right now, the horse I like is the favorite, the number 4 in here, Do It For Michael. Now, he's not going to be favored at post time, and I would never bet him at 2-1. I'm not thrilled with T-Craft. In fact, if I was going to take a horse out of his last race, I prefer I Can, who actually may end up being the favorite. I prefer Do It For Michael, I thought would be forward, but this is a wide open race.
We will get to it momentarily. We're going to head back out to Hot Springs. By the way, hi, everybody. Greg Wolf stepping in. Sarah Bodway steps off. Good to be with you on this Saturday afternoon to race 3 at Oaklawn. 12,000 starter allowance, 6 furlong sprint here. Coming up, an even money favorite in Awesome Anne Marie, who we'll look at in a moment with Tyler Bacon, who's already on the board today. We'll start with Courageous Cap and Long Shot from the rail.
Just doesn't look fast enough with 8 seconds and just 2 wins and 34 starts.
She used to be my talent. Rockstar Parking.
Really? I saw that parallel parking is no longer part of the, I don't believe is any part of the
test.
I actually passed it, which is amazing, because since my driver's test, I've never parallel parked successfully. Never. Not once.
Here's, I believe it, here's Awesome Anne Marie, Chris Hartman.
This horse just lays over the field from a speed figure standpoint.
Greg Compton, first off the claim, tell me when.
Yeah, a horse that can be forward, but there appears to be some other speed in this race.
Like perhaps this one, Austrian Navy.
I agree. This horse could be the fast of the fast and gets a rider switch to Ramon Vasquez for today's race.
Long shot specialist trainer Kim Poole with Ria Bella.
Coming off the claim where Kim Poole does not have great numbers.
Wreaking havoc, a lot of runner-up finishes.
Yeah, and coming off a 6-month layoff, coming in from Prairie Meadows, just doesn't have the kind of profile that I prefer.
Atlantic Strike, 9 wins in 25 starts.
Yeah, can be forward in here, but just not fast enough to beat the favorite.
And coming off a win, but against softer company, Summer Shoes.
Yeah, it's really not much to add to that. Hasn't run in a couple of months. I can't make a case against Awesome Anne Marie. I think the 5's a little bit interesting if somehow can break clear in here, but Awesome Anne Marie just looks too good for these.
Let's check in with Mig as we approach this third.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Welcome to the set, and we'll start down towards the inside with the 2 Rockstar Parking, whose recent form leaves a bit to be desired. But this horse was claimed for $10,000 last time by Steve Asmussen, and this race is for horses that have started for 12.5 or left, a starter allowance. The fact that Steve claimed this horse leads me to believe a sharp trainer like Steve, who has horses from the lowest level to the grade 1 level champions, most well-rounded stable in North America, most likely, that he saw something and he probably knew that he could get in a starter like this. The fact that this horse isn't showing back up for a tag, to me, is a vote of confidence. Rockstar Parking has races in her past that would make her competitive here, and she looked fantastic on the track, which most Steve Asmussen runners do. I think she's interesting at a big price. The 3 Awesome Anne Marie kind of looks to get the right kind of trip, right? I think there's plenty of speed signed on in here, and she's more of a stalking type. And you got Tyler Bacon looking for that natural hat trick. And then the 4, Tell Me When, really made a nice physical impression. I think she could be the speed of the speed, but she's going to have to deal with speed, the speed of the 5, Austrian Navy. And I just think that it's going to be a fast and contested pace. And I can't really see past your favorite. I just think that even money on Awesome Anne Marie, who, by the way, guys, isn't a very big mare. She's kind of on the small side. And I always find it interesting. Horses come in all shapes and sizes. You know, everybody's always looking for the perfect conformation and the perfect size. One thing we still haven't been able to figure is what we call heart, a horse's desire. And if we could learn to kind of figure out that when we watch horses in sales and as young horses, I think the game would get quite a bit easier, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you can't measure heart, although I guess if you could have with Secretariat, you would have known pretty easily. Wasn't it twice as big as the normal size?
I don't know. Is that urban myth or is that actually true? I am going to tell you, I have never measured his heart. Perhaps some others have, but I didn't.
That's the story as it goes.
I'm a little squeamish.
Awesome Anne Marie, short price favorite, deserving favorite in this spot. And then you said the 5 was the other one you're a little intrigued by?
Yeah, maybe if he could shake loose. I don't know if he can or she can because there's a lot of speed in here. But the thing about Awesome Anne Marie is she just, I mean, every race she runs is faster than the horses in here. Chris Hartman, who's a trainer, has had incredible success at a high percentage over the years. We've been covering Oaklawn. He's not winning at that high percentage. He's not moving horses up as much off the claim, and he's not doing as well. But this is a horse he's had for a couple starts, and she hasn't won. But she was 9-2 and 4-1 in those races, and she ran races that are probably faster than the horses in here are capable of running. She has enough speed to put herself forward. I mean, frankly, on paper, she's as close to a cinch as you can get.
Wow.
I mean, Greg,
Okay.
do you see somebody that looks bad? She's
Well, I mean,
faster than
you
these.
talk about the 5, and she's dusted the 5. She hasn't won those races, but she's finished far in front of her the last 2 times they've met, and that was January 3rd, February 3rd.
It's not like she doesn't have the speed to put herself in the game, so it's not like she's supposed to be compromised. If there's somebody that beats her today, I don't see them. The 5 would be my backup play. It would be my second choice in here. And I'm not a guy who runs the winner bet 4 to 5 shots, but I don't see any horse that I want to bet against the favorite in here.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough too. Some with good form, like the 7. Do you trust that Prairie Meadows form?
No.
Wreaking havoc? Not really. A lot of runner-up finishes as well from the 7, off a layoff.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is I think one of the things I've paid attention to a lot at Oaklawn is horses coming from other tracks, what tracks they prove successful. And Prairie Meadows, those horses don't usually run back to those numbers. I cannot make a case against the favorite here.
Matt Dinnerman with the call. Here's the 3rd from Oaklawn.
Tell Me When has gone into the starting gate as well, so we wait for the 2 outside runners here at Atlantic Strike, and then Summer Shoes to round out the field. No doubt who's the one to beat. Awesome Anne Marie at 4 to 5. We're ready to go. And they're off. Courageous Cap and checked at the start. Tell Me When blast to the lead, opens up a length and a tail. Rockstar Parking taking the 2nd spot. The favorite Awesome Anne Marie 3rd with Austria Navy. Summer Shoes in that line pretty much wreaking havoc right behind the line within 2 lengths of the lead. Gap of 4 back to Rio Bella and Atlantic Strike to the outside. Courageous Cap'n drops to the back as they approach the far turn run. Tell Me When the leader here by a half length. Awesome Anne Marie threads the needle between horses to come up and apply some heat going into the far turn run. A 3-deep Austria Navy follows that rival's move. Gap of 3.5 or 4 back to Rockstar Parking in 4th, showing a little more rain now, wreaking havoc in an all-out drive. So is Summer Shoes. Rio Bella plotting in place 3rd last. Atlantic Strike has not picked up her feet, and Courageous Cap'n never got involved. Top of the lane, Tyler Bacon sitting pretty with Awesome Anne Marie. Looks like he's got plenty of horse here. Awesome Anne Marie shrugging off Tell Me When, who weakens. Austria Navy in 2nd in an all-out drive. Awesome Anne Marie, 16th to go, is now asked to finish. Still leads the way under a confident ride. Rio Bella coming late. It's Awesome Anne Marie. Rio Bella charging. It's going to be tight. Awesome Anne Marie held on. Awesome Anne Marie got the wire and gives Tyler Bacon the first 3 races on the card. A hat trick for the 17-year-old apprentice. Rio Bella and Walter Dela Cruz came with a flying finish, but has to settle for 2nd.
How about this hot start from the young apprentice, Awesome Anne Marie, able to get it done at even money. Kim Poole, known for long shots at this meet, nearly pulled one off with Rio Bella.
Yeah, it got a little bit close at the end for a horse that looked to be in complete control and very confidently ridden by Tyler Bacon. Fortunately, was able to hold on.
So Awesome Anne Marie, 8-year-old mare. That's the 10th win of her career. We're going to move over to Fox Sports 1. So watch the remainder of our show over there, starting right now. Welcome to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. Good to have you with us on this Saturday afternoon with live action from Aqueduct. Jimmy Winkfield is coming up in just 9 minutes. We'll take you to Hot Springs, Arkansas as well for the card from Oaklawn with the Whitmore, named after one of the most popular horses in the history of Hot Springs as their feature this afternoon, their 2020 Breeders' Cup Sprint winner. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling with you here at South Ozone Park, New York, as we get set for this Jimmy Winkfield here, 6-furlong sprint for 3-year-olds. We'll dive into this deeper in just a moment. Good to see you.
Nice to see you as well. Appreciate you relieving me from hosting.
You did a fantastic job. Yeah,
Greg
Andy
Wolf
stepping in for the first hour of duty. This Jimmy Winkfield, no one's really kind of separated themselves. We have a filly in Paul as a Star taking on the boys in this spot. We have a horse coming in from Maryland making his 3-year-old debut. Seems like a wide open race.
Yeah, and I think you're going to see the odds change a bit as the horse on the outside, is currently the 9-2 fifth choice, is actually the favorite in multi-race bets. So I think you'll see that horse come down quite a bit. I'm going to try to do it for Michael Home, a horse that ran very fast 2 races back. I have to feel like something went wrong last time out, and he comes in from Maryland, and I'm hoping he can stalk the speed of Paul as a Star and prove best.
And the power of Andy Serling, just as he says that horse becomes your favorite. So do it for Michael.
I'm not betting him at 5-2, Greg.
Did you expect this horse, the 4, to be the speed of the speed?
No, I think Paul as a Star is the speed of the speed. I think this horse will probably be sitting outside of him. I'd be happy if he cleared. I wouldn't mind that, but I thought Paul as a Star might be faster. I mean, my feeling with this horse is it's a fairly evenly matched field. You saw this, sort of progression in his speed figures with every Star as a 2-year-old. In this race, he got a 77 Beyer winning. This race was 5 months ago. Routine improvement with a newly turned 3-year-old puts this figure into the mid-80s, and I think it's highly possibly runs it. Something must have gone wrong last time because he really didn't run well, and then he doesn't run for 4 months. So I'm hoping that something went wrong last time. He's ready to go. They're shipping him up, and if he can improve on that, I'll take 7-2 to 4-1. Not taking 5-2 though. This is too competitive a race for me.
And that was a quick look at the man who will pilot. Do it for Michael. Kendrick Carmouche, who loves to be aboard a horse that has the ability to be forward. Kendrick getting himself revved up for his first mount would do it for Michael. And, we don't know how he's been working. We don't know how they've done it in the morning. Could have been all out, but it looks like working sharp, at least for the return. A lot of bullet drills. And as you said, probably something did go wrong that last start because he's been incredibly consistent up to that point.
Yeah, and John Robb doesn't ship to Naira very often. Over the last 5 years, he's 2 for 9 with a 440 ROI, so he's had limited some success, but he just doesn't come here very often, so I'd have to think it's a good sign.
Riders up. Manny Franco about to hop aboard ICANN, who was beat by T. Craft, who has the rail today here in the rematch. It was ICANN who was the odds-on favorite in that meeting back on February 14th. We'll see if he can turn the tables today. He was cutting back in distance last start. Another horse who has at least tactical speed. He showed it last time out a little surprisingly on the turn back in distance.
I felt like he did all the dirty work last time out, the number 6 ICANN, and T. Craft took advantage of the perfect trip.
Post parade begins with T. Craft, who's won back-to-back starts for Hall of Fame Barn of Belmont.
Yeah, listen, he's in great form. Now, he does lose Lasix, as everybody does, running in a stake race in this race, but he ran well in Saratoga as a 2-year-old without it. Maybe he's for real.
Here is the filly taking on the boys and coming off a maiden win, the 2.
Yeah, she may be the speed of the speed. I want to see it again. I thought speed was good last time.
Arcadian, Gregory Sacco barn off the claim.
Yeah, Greg Sacco's been having a very good meet with his son as the trainer, but I think his horse is overmatched against this field.
3-year-old debut. This is Do It for Michael.
Yeah, I'm hoping to Do It for Michael can be a stalker here and just improve off those good efforts.
Here's Kendrick Carmouche getting settled in the irons. Saxton Brittany Russell just claimed this one and put in a big figure last
And
start.
she has tremendous numbers off the claim, particularly with sprinters.
And I can. Here's the rematch with T. Craft, was the beaten favorite that day when they met February 14th.
Right, and you may get a better price, though I do think he's going to come down. I thought he ran better than T. Craft, and if you like that race, then there you're two. We'll see how things settle as we get closer to the race.
3 different runners, including this horse right here, have been the favorite as we lead up to the start of this Jimmy Winkfield. T. Craft, as we bring in Maggie Wolfendale, trying to win his 3rd in a row in a stakes debut coming up.
And I think there is a reasonable concern to be had for the fact that this horse has won both of those races on Lasix, as you guys mentioned, has to come off of it today. But he also has some pretty big shoes to fill, as he is the younger half-brother to champion sprinter Straight No Chaser, but at least he's heading in that direction, to say the least. But looks good. This is a horse that has continuously kind of filled out, gotten stronger, has really kind of learned about racing. I agree with Andy, though, that he got the ideal setup and trip last time out, but who's to say he's not going to get the same type of scenario here in this Jimmy Winkfield? I'll land on him, but I really do feel as though this is a race outside of maybe the 3 that, as the board would suggest, anybody can win. Let's check in with the duo coming in from Maryland. We'll start with Do It for Michael, whom does have a lot of speed, though I will say that Paul is a star. She's been sharp and got a very aggressive warm-up thus far by Maddie Ulver. Do It for Michael is posted to the outside of her, so an ideal type of scenario, and as that work tab would suggest, comes in here looking incredibly fit. But I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage to try to assess him because I don't know what he looked like as a 2-year-old, and his 2-year-old form was good. He just today looks as though he still looks like a 2-year-old. There hasn't been much development physically, and on replay he did look a bit of a smaller type on top of all that. So we'll see how good he ultimately is here. But the horse that I was impressed with is number 5, Saxon, who actually did finish in front of Do It for Michael when they met way back when in November of their 2-year-old season. And last time out he did come up a bit lucky when the rider on the second place finisher did drop his crop at about the 8th pole, 16th pole there. So he was picked up out of that race by Brittany Russell, who is very good when she ships her horses in. They tend to show up, and this guy looks fantastic. He is really well muscled, really mature looking as well. So I really like what I'm seeing from him, and isn't one that I don't think necessarily needs the lead, though that's the way his 2 wins have come. So we'll see if he can change that dynamic today and make a bigger impact. JK?
Thanks, Mags. I'm going to go with the 4, Do It for Michael. And this is one of those situations where I really like when a horse, as a 2-year-old, can run a figure that is faster than or better than what other horses have been running as 3-year-olds when they ran a figure as a 2-year-old. Do It for Michael ran a 102 Timeform US speed figure on October 12th. He ran that 102 with fast-paced figures. He ran it impressively. And there's other horses in here like T. Craft, who ran a 102 2 races back, who ran a 101 4 races back. And this is a situation where it just feels like Do It for Michael has an opportunity to kind of have that hidden grow up. Not only does he come in off a 126-day break, comes in here fresh, he comes in here with his first attempt in March of his 3-year-old year to run a race in which his number is likely going to make a 5 to 10 to 12 to 15 point improvement. Now, he's probably not going to run a 117 in here, but if he can run a 108, a 110, a 111, he's going to be much better than the rest of these. I like where he's drawn as well towards the outside of his main competition. I'm going to go with the 4, Do It for Michael, with the grow-up move to 3-year-olds.
Yeah, I think a lot of us excited, and that's why this horse is favored right now to see what he does in his return. You would have to think, going to the bench, that uncharacteristic off-the-board finish, something did happen in that last start. Because, again, before that, he'd been very consistent.
Yeah, I just think he's an underlay at 5 to 2. I like his chances here, and as I had said, everything Jonathan said before on the show. So, he's run that race. I just don't know that he's supposed to be 5 to 2. It's a competitive race. He's coming off a bit of a layoff. He's never run in New York before. Sometimes they come in from Maryland. They don't run as well here. I was hoping he'd be a slightly better price. I'm not excited about him at this price.
Really, no one knows where to go. 5 of the 6 in here are between 5-2 and 7-2.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is that kind of race. And, I mean, the question becomes sort of who you don't like, and you sort of whittle it down. I'm not a huge fan of the filly here, who may be the speed, the number 2. I want to see it again. I don't trust a big figure going 6.5 furlongs, her only race. But, hey, maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe she'll wire the field. I don't know. I think it's a very, very tricky race. I think I Can is a very fair price at 3-1 on the outside. I prefer him to T-Craft, the 2 out of that race. Sentimentally, I'm rooting for T-Craft, owned by our friend Lee Einseidler. Always want to see Lee do well, but that's not what we're supposed to do. Just pick our friends on the show, and while I hope he wins, he's not my cup of tea in this race. I like the 4, but 5-2 seems like a bit of an underlay.
And potentially, a little bit tricky post in here with some speed that you think is going to probably outfoot him to the front.
Well, he's been doing well by rating, so it hasn't been a problem, and he came through on the inside 2 races back after not breaking particularly well. So the fact that he's shown that ability to fight things off from an inside post, I don't mind it that much. It hasn't been a hindrance to him in the past.
Jimmy Winkfield, early stakes action on this Saturday card here in South Ozone Park, New York. There is Do It for Michael, the 4 with Kendrick Carmouche, 3-year-old debut coming up, and put together back-to-back wins, including a stakes victory in early October. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Saxton and I Can. I Can to the outside. Goes in. All set for the Jimmy Winkfield. And they're off. Saxton right out to the front, and there's Do It for Michael with early speed 2. Towards their inside is Paula's a Star, and tightly at the rail is going to be T-Craft. He's going to steady and take back. Getting the rail position was Paula's a Star. Is going to challenge Do It for Michael. They're clear 1-2. These two head and head as they work up the back stretch. Just in behind them, T-Craft is just drafting right in behind the leaders. Is going to hug the rail. In the 2-path there comes Saxton. A wide rally for I Can, and the trailer is Arcadian, 23 seconds flat for that pressured opening quarter mile, and Paula's a Star is ahead in front. Right there is Do It for Michael, 3 wide. Here comes Saxton and Katie Davis, they're on the move. I Can is all in, still waiting in behind horses. T-Craft, Jose Lescano picking a lane. 4 of them across the racetrack, and right in behind them is T-Craft, Arcadian with a lot of ground to make up. They reach the top of the stretch, and Paula's a Star is trying to kick away. Has taken about a length and a half out of the field. I Can is in full pursuit. Saxton is in between horses. T-Craft is crying out for room and get a muscle on through. Paula's a Star is in front. Still T-Craft, nowhere to go. Holding this rival in is Saxton, holding that position. 3 across the racetrack, now 2 inside the final 16th. T-Craft is in the clear, is a nose in front. T-Craft got it in the Jimmy Winkfield. Over Saxton, then came Paul's a Star, and I Can in 1:12.32 seconds.
T-Craft win streak intact, 3 in a row now, including the stakes debut. Waiting and fighting past this 5 Saxton for the win.
Hard to imagine working out a better trip than T-Craft worked out, saving all that ground. Everybody else chasing on the inside. And I will say it about him, he's sort of a tough horse. We talked about this before the race. I said to you, he's a horse that's, sort of come through on the inside, overcome slow breaks. And he's a guy that doesn't mind a fight, and he's got some of that tenacity. These are very good trips he's working out, but there are a lot of horses that would be intimidated trying to get through those spots, and T-Craft is not that horse. So maybe at the end of the day, you bet Saxton at 9-2, you're probably kicking the wall in your house. But T-Craft, he's a fighter, good trip or not. He's a fighter who comes through horses, and I'm happy for my friend Lee Einsider getting the win, even though, frankly, I would have preferred the 5 Saxton getting the wire first.
Yeah, good for Jose Lescano as well, who's been aboard each of the last 2 victories.
There is an inquiry posted
now, and things did look a little tight. We'll wait and look at the head-on.
The question is whether or not he made his own room, because it didn't seem like the 5 was doing anything. We have to see the head-on, and we're looking at another angle right now, and we'll get that up as soon as we can to see if he made his room and forced his way out.
Possible to tell from that angle.
There is not going to be a change in this order of finish, unless something happened late.
All right, so here is a look at the head-on. pink cap with those black circles is your eventual winner in behind horses right now.
And a tough spot because the 2 was drifting a bit off the rails. Now he gets out. I mean, I don't know. I feel like there was a little
Pretty
give
minor.
and take there. I think the stewards are right to be looking at it, but I imagine that this will be dismissed quite readily. He does drift a little, but nah, I mean, listen, I don't want Lee to get taken down. I do better. I bet some doubles using the 4 and 5 in this race, but I don't believe there should be a disqualification, and nor do I believe there will be one.
Well, Mig, you've been in plenty of these situations over the course of your career. What did you see?
I thought just good, hard, clean race riding, guys. Jose Lezcano saw a space. He went for it. Once he was committed, the outside horse, Saxton, allowed him to get in there and then wants to close it. Once you're in there, you have ownership of the spot. I wouldn't make a change here. I thought this was just good, clean, hard race riding. And if anything, the onus is on the rider on the second place finisher, allowing that horse to get his shoulders up in there.
I'm with Richie completely. I mean, I'm fine with the stewards taking a look at it. I think the public always deserves to have these things looked at, to know the stewards are looking, but I don't think there's any chance in the world that the 1 comes down in here. I totally agree, Richie. I think it was an excellent race riding by Jose Lezcano.
In the meantime, these riders will go explain their side of things to the stewards.
Jose going to say I did nothing, and Katie's going to go, I wish I could have kept him in. I don't, frankly, knowing Katie, I don't think she feels as though she was fouled. And by the way, I don't know that there was an objection. I don't think there was an objection placed here. I think this is stewards looking at it.
Well, I mean, look, we saw this during live running the race,
Right.
and we thought there might have been something going on there, but it seemed more like with the 5, if anything.
Well, I think, with the stewards, to be honest, I also would say they saw it and they're thinking maybe we need to look at this.
Sure.
And I think it's a steward's obligation to let the public know they're looking. I don't think they need to look for that long here. And I'll be very surprised if they saw some reason this horse should come down. And, maybe something happened that we couldn't see. I know there was a DQ that none of us liked originally, and then it turned out the other horse had taken the horse's back end out. I didn't see any of that here. And frankly, there's no objection either.
Well, for more on this, let's go down to Maggie.
Here with, just caught up with rider Katie Davis. And look, I agree with what you guys are saying. Don't kill the messenger. But she's saying that because Saxton's such a big horse, like I was talking about in the pre-race, that with those bumps, she felt as though it was costing her, some momentum, some stride length. So we'll see what happens here. I agree with Mig, though. Probably clean race riding at the end of the day with Jose Lezcano, who just came out of the room, guys, after talking to the stewards.
Well, look, and you would expect Katie Davis, who
gotta
came on the
sell
wrong
it.
side of this, to try and promote that story, and maybe that is the way she feels. But here's another look at it. Jose Lezcano was in there with that horse. And to Mig's point, he has that spot, right?
The inquiry's down. There's no change here. It's already come down. I mean, listen, he helped himself make that position, but he couldn't have made it if it wasn't there. I say good race riding.
Absolutely.
And if Katie could have kept the 1 in, probably wins the race. But it's not that easy. And there are very few riders. It's very hard to keep in. This isn't a knock on Katie. Tough to keep a horse in like that. And nice effort by him. But this guy is working out some unusually good trips in his races.
Jose Lezcano, difference-making performance here on T-Craft to get this horse to get his picture taken. Again, 3 wins in a row for this 3-year-old Belmont Leon Seidler Racing. Congratulations, winners of the Jimmy Winkfield. Right around the corner, Saratoga Stakes. They are all set. We'll let you know all about it when we come back with Upstate Summer right around the corner. Stay with us.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 1. Fasig-Tipton Winter Circle lead-in. It's brought to you by the March Digital Sale on Fasig-Tipton Digital. Bidding now open. Closes Tuesday, March 18th. Learn more at digital.fasig-tipton.com. Jose Lezcano finding room through a slim opening with T-Craft. 3 in a row now for this horse.
Yeah, T-Craft keeps getting it done. Happy for Lee. Jose Lezcano gets the win. That's a couple wins for Jose Lezcano and a couple wins for Eric Cancel in our 4 races today. And 2 for Bill Mott. And Leanna Wilford, who is, of course, the assistant here.
Yes.
Got to give her the love.
Assistant here in New York to that Hall of Fame barn. Told you going to break. Dates are out for what should be, as usual, a spectacular summer in upstate New York at the summer place to be at Saratoga. Stakes schedule starting July 10th. Released on Thursday. You started your handicapping yet?
I've already finished the Belmont card. I actually know who won the Derby. I don't want to tell anybody, but I've got those. Yeah, I have the crystal ball PPs.
Circle it.
I love some of the Diana.
Do you?
I think she's so pretty, it's going to be tough in there.
I knew after the Diana who was going to win the Philly and Mare Turf.
Well, you're a seer, Greg, you know? I mean, you have that special ability. You have the PPs for the Breeders' Cup as well?
I knew Moira was going to win after that performance off the bench.
All right.
You'll find a lot of contenders for Breeders' Cup weekend come
Greg
out
left
of these
Sierra
races.
Leone out, by the way, of his pick 5 in the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, thanks for telling everyone that. That was my big mistake. Could have changed my
I don't
life.
want you to brag too much.
Alabama Day, August 16th. Travers Day. Look at that lineup and all those grade 1s. August 23rd. Closing day, September 1st this year.
And the big change there is the sword dancer has been moved to much earlier in the meet, 2 weeks earlier. Normally it'd be on Travers Day. So August 9th, the sword dancer. That's the biggest change, I would say there.
And you could be part of a little bit earlier action at Saratoga with Belmont DAC at Saratoga. The Belmont Stakes from Saratoga. Festival tickets on sale now. It was incredible last year. Weather cooperated. Hopefully it does again. BelmontStakes.com/tickets to be part of it all.
Yeah, no, it was a great fun weekend. This year it's going to be a 5-day racing week. We're starting out with the New York Breds on Wednesday, a showcase day there. And, of course, Friday there's like 3 or 4 grade 1s on that card for the fillies and mares. It's going to be an amazing, amazing week of racing.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Get you out to Hot Springs when we return. 4th, approaching the 3-minute mark to post at Oaklawn. We'll go through that field next.
Charge, it is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Justify comes roaring home. He's just an immortal. Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner. An Arabian Lion claws to the front here. Arabian Lion to win the Grade 1. Woody Stevens. One minute, 21 and 3/5 seconds. Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like.
Back on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 1. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Beautiful day out in Hot Springs, Arkansas. 4th race. Just a minute to post here. 2-turn mile all for sale in this race. $10,000 claiming tag. Horses who've not won 3 lifetime. And a wide open betting board. Feathers Road, the 5 for Cipriano Contreras, with his nephew Manny Esquivel in the irons, the 7-2 favorite. Let's go to Richie Migliori.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. A real interesting group here. We'll start down with the 2-horse Dual Monarchy. Tyler Bacon looking for his 4th win in a row in the 4th race here today. Tyler does lose his apprentice allowance on March 29th, so he's only got a few weeks left with the bug, but he's certainly making the most of it. The 3 Hey Boss from the Tom Vanberg barn looks fantastic. This horse could not be more well turned out. A closer, and I feel like closers are just having a little bit of the best of it. The last race, a horse at a big price came rolling along to be 2nd and just missed at 26-1. And all the horses seem to kind of just rallying a bit towards the outside. I don't think there's a pronounced bias or anything, but I do think closers are having a little bit the best of it. Tom Vanberg, son of the late, great Hall of Famer Jack Vanberg, and I just got done reading a few weeks ago Jack Vanberg's book, To Grit to Glory. Great read. Anybody interested in that story? Fantastically written. The 4 Mo Rum. This is a horse that was claimed from Tom Amos, and this horse can be very rank. And now he stretches out. He's outfitted with a extension blinker on the outside. Now, he has run long before, but it just seems like he's a bit keen, and I think we got to keep an eye on him into the first turn. As a rider, when you watch horses warm up, you look at the equipment that they're outfitted with so that you can adjust your strategy. I wouldn't want to be outside of him into the first turn, and I certainly would be looking to make my move inside of him if I had a choice, because that extension blinker usually is the telltale sign a horse wants to drift hard to the right. And then the 5 Feathers Road makes a lot of sense. Love the way this horse looked, and I think he's the one that sits just off of Mo Rum and maybe gets the right kind of trip.
Okay, I'm going to get on my soapbox here. I don't dislike Feathers Road's chances. I despise them. I don't want horses claimed from David Jacobson. I don't think he's particularly a winning type. And I don't think he wants a mile. I think he's been running it the wrong. I know he's run reasonably well in those races, defy that, but I think he's better going shorter, and he needs a cut back. I prefer the 9. I like the 9 with the 3 and 4. I played some exactas.
Well, I mean, it's interesting with Feathers Road, the 5. This horse was, for a while, with a different barn, a sprinter on the grass.
Yes. He won his dirt race. He won, I believe, was an off-the-turf race at Saratoga. It might have even been Travers Day. I think it was a big Saturday. He won an off-the-turf race at Saratoga. I don't really think of him much as a turf horse, and I think he's a horse that's better going shorter. Now, he has run okay going longer, to be fair. But I'll tell you something, I don't touch horses claimed away from David Jacobson. As a rule, they do not run well.
Now it's Hey Boss.
I put him in the
3.
winner's circle.
We'll see if that happens. Rafael Bejarano, Thomas Vanberg, mentioned the 6-year-old. He's right now modest 3-1 favorite.
He's logical. I prefer the 9. I key the 9 with the 3 and 4 and some exactas.
We'll see if Tyler Bacon, though, on the 2 can remain sweeping this card. He's won the first 3 of the afternoon. Teaming up here with Robert Klein. Let's go to Matt Ditterman.
Is the mild 3-1 favorite with Hey Boss number 3. That could change, but that's where we sit here. Mansoura goes forward. Euclid Avenue, Quick Buck, 1 back, fighting ready to the outside post. Fighting ready goes it. We're ready to go. And they're off. Hey Boss was a little bit slow to go. Mansoura hustled along for the early lead as a share of it. Mo Rum's there. Mo moves from the inside up close and very tight there. Really, really tight. JT's Imagination had to slam on the brakes and drops to the back as they go into the first turn run. A dozen of them round that turn, and Mo Moves has the lead on the inside by a narrow margin, about a neck from Mo Rum's second. Mansoura is 3 deep. Euclid Avenue on a hold. He likes to be close to the pace, and today he is close, but he's not on the lead. He's 2 lengths off the lead, in fact, with the gray Dual Monarchy. Feathers Road is next in a tightly bunched up group. Another length and a half to Chupapi Munyayo. Hey Boss just passed him on the rail. Then Quick Buck fighting ready. Patch O'Brien in the second last position and a gap of 5 to JT's Imagination, who's last. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. The leader is still Mo Moves and Mo Rum, a neck behind. The 2 Mo's are right together here as they approach the 4-turn run. Euclid Avenue claiming the 3rd position from from Mansoura, who weakens between horses while under pressure. Dual Monarchy saving ground on the rail. He appears to have some run. Hey Boss is being unwound from towards the back of the field, and there goes Hey Boss on the far outside. He's moving up to come and challenge the leaders, Hey Boss and Bejarano. After Mo moves and Eric Asmussen, Hey Boss in the 3-path up to challenge Mo Rum, and Mo moves at the top of the lane. Hey Boss at the top of the stretch has the momentum and kicks on. Exchange a brief bump there with Mo Rum, who could not keep up. Dual Monarchy finds daylight, gets to the outside for the final 16th. Hey Boss in front by 2 from Dual Monarchy, and that's how they'll finish. Hey Boss, he's the boss in race number 4. Dual Monarchy was second, Mo Rum third, and JT's Imagination actually ran a pretty good race there after steadying into the first turn. He rallied on to round out the superfecta.
Hey Boss winds up going off slight second choice in the end. Rafael Bejarano for Thomas Van Buren.
Got a good trip and got it done. Got the pace to run into. I actually think the 4 ran very well. Mo Run to finish third in there, given how the race kind of collapsed. But this horse was best. And Feathers Road was 5th. I just want to point that out.
Right on that point, no question. 7-2, Hey Boss
Can't
with
be any winners, but
third win of his career. That 6-year-old by Cupid. We're saying goodbye to you?
I'm done.
What are you going to do the rest of your afternoon?
I can't tell you. It's a secret.
Okay.
I'm on a very secret mission.
We will see you tomorrow, though, correct?
You will.
All right. Paula Duca going to step in for Andy after a short timeout. We got a lot more coming up, including a Whitmore, their feature in that sprint division from Hot Springs. What about this man, Manny Franco, having a terrific winter, as we would expect from one of the top riders on the NYRA circuit. More on Manny when we come back.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 1 of America's Day at the Races, and that is where you can bet all the action we bring you on the program at NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Greg Wolf with you, and we bring in 4-time Major League All-Star Paula Duca with the majority of our card here to come here in New York. Late pick 5. We have the pick 6 getting underway next.
Yeah, and the cross country, I believe, starts in race number 5 at Oaklawn. It's a tough sequence. You get Oaklawn race 5, Aqueduct race 6, Oaklawn race 6, Aqueduct race 7, Oaklawn race 7. So it's a tough sequence today. I thought the Oaklawn races are always tough. But the races here at Aqueduct I thought were pretty good too as well.
Yeah, here we go. That's what Paulie was talking about. It does start with that 5th at Oaklawn, which is coming up next. Includes races 6 and 7, and then races 6 and 7 from here in New York. Race 6 will also kick off the late pick 5 here at Aqueduct, where certainly Floki's Flight, for some, is going to be a single, get a lot of attention there, but I thought Flat Out Flying might be tough in that race as well. First things first, though, the 5th starts the pick 6 here in New York, maiden special weight, 6 furlongs for 3-year-old fillies. And this one here, Twirling Beauty, was purchased at this time last year at the OBS March sale for $150,000. We've been telling you a lot about what's been happening at that sale. They had a record top seller of all time, a $3 million Son of Gunrunner sold at the sale. 7 sold for $1 million or more at that sale. That is a record as well. This one, a daughter of Twirling Candy out of the Archmare. Strategic Dreams for Adelphi Racing in the barn of Ray Handel. So that was last year at the sale. As we go downstairs to Maggie, what do you see here for the debut coming up?
Yeah, sometimes it does take a while to get to the races after those sales, but taking a look at this filly in the paddock, Twirling Beauty, as she's taking a lot of early money, as we'll take a look back here at her workout a little over a year ago, in which she went 10 flat with some encouragement there. I like the way she did it in the fact that she looks like a total sprinter. You know, she kind of has that rapid yet fluid movement. As we take a look at her here in the paddock. Now, I'm going to take a gamble and say she hasn't done that much growing, but then again, that's kind of in line with some of the fillies from Twirling Candy. They tend to be smaller, more petite, lean, kind of lightly framed types, which when it comes down to it, aren't necessarily my cup of tea. But Twirling Candy, with his 3-year-old and older maidens, or debuters, I should say, does strike at 16%. So a good stat there. And this filly's dam won her first start as a 2-year-old. Actually, ironically, ran for Rudy Rodriguez and was a multiple stakes winner as well. So her first foal appearing at the races, which often too you tend to deal with smaller types when they're their first foal out of a dam. She looks fit. She looks well prepared. Don't love the fact that she wears blinkers first time out, just a short cup cheater blinker, but now the money might be meaningful. I just prefer others in here, and some others that have run but are coming back off layoffs kind of comprise the other half of this field, including number 4, Ella Maya, who I don't think there is any argument comes out of the best race, at least as of the fillies in this field and as a 2-year-old, which included Kimchi Cat, who would go on to win an off the turf stakes race with an 84 though, and also running 4th that day behind Ella Maya was La Cara, who is a graded stakes winner in her own right for Mark Cassie. I really liked Ella Maya that day. I remember picking her. I thought she ran valiantly. She just chased eventual winner Kimchi Cat around there, came up a little bit short, and then hence there was a subsequent layoff. So obviously something may be going awry. She does return wearing the front wraps, which I don't ultimately love to see, but as she's been preparing with Mel Giddings down in Florida, really well turned out when it comes to her coat, as you would hope to see, but also just really fit. And what I like most about this filly is her disposition. She just possesses that kind of smart look, that real clear eye that looks right at you, just intelligence here from what I see in the paddock. So I'm intrigued and excited to see Ella Maya back at the races, Greg.
Yeah, long time away after that debut against a next out winner, runner-up to Kimchi Cat in that Saratoga debut. But there's Twirling Beauty, set for the debut, purchased at that OBS March sale this time last year, getting ready to kick off her career when we come back.
The brilliant
stallions of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Getting set for the start of the Pick 6 on our Saturday card. There's that first-time starter, the OBS March grad, Twirling Beauty for trainer Ray Handel, trying to bring that barn the first win of this meet and be successful in her debut. Romero Mirage will be aboard. This one, though, with the experience, Paul, looked pretty good in defeat in the debut at Saratoga last summer.
Yeah, lost first time out, did this filly, and she was second choice that day, lost to a next out winner. That was on July 14th. Of 2024. We'll be showing you a graphic here pretty soon that the dates just came out for Saratoga this year, July 10th. So this was early in the meet last year, and she ran a good second. And she's been laid up since then, and she's been working great guns over at Palm Meadows in Florida.
Well, obviously showed talent, faced a pretty good one, for our colleague Tom Amos, who would come back to win in that debut, but long time away. We'll see what we get. Melanie Giddings had a very productive Saratoga. See if she can get going a little bit here at this meet. Here's the 2. She's Complicated, who inherits the rail.
Was the favorite last time out when getting Lasix after a good second first time out.
Brad Cox barn, one of the top barns in the country. Decree and Declare, second start.
Blinkers and Lasix go on, and you get Jose Lescano.
Already with a couple of wins today, including in that Jimmy Winkfield. Ella Maya, so here's the favorite.
She ran first time out, obviously, as the 2-year-old without Lasix. Now she gets Lasix for her 3-year-old debut.
Next door, the one we've been talking about with his debut coming up for Adelphi Racing, Twirling Beauty.
Yeah, filly by Twirling Candy. I have an arch mare. She's really bred to run all day long, but I would think she'll run okay today. But again, Ray Handel's having a little tough of a meet, too, as well.
2 more OBS grads next door. Here's Kahira's Song with the debut coming up for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, Ruben Silvera in the irons. 15-1, longest shot on the board, this filly.
And an OBS April grad from last year. I'm Very Sweet, making start number 2, was a runner-up first time out for Chad Brown.
She's warming up nicely, too, on the racetrack with Manny Franco aboard. A filly by Cloud Computing, a horse that obviously Chad Brown got to win the Preakness under his care.
3 minutes to post in a race that kicks off this Pick 6. Let's go to Jonathan Kinchin with more on one I'm sure he remembers well from Saratoga last summer.
Absolutely, and here's the thing: when you have connections like Melanie Giddings, right, where they're not high-profile connections, right, 9% for the current meet, 10% for the career, but also when it comes to first-time starters, 8%. And then you rewind to July 14th, 2024 at Saratoga, and this horse is basically 4-1 in a maiden special weight for 2-year-olds at Saratoga. Now, the amount of money that has to be bet in the talent that has to be displayed for this horse to end up being 4-1 for those connections at Saratoga. There's obviously a ton of talent. And not only did the tote board suggest there's a lot of talent, the way this horse ran suggested there's a lot of talent. A lot of early speed, just got a little tired late, got beat, has all this time off, comes back now with Lasix. No one asked me, but this is my best bet of the day.
Bold. JK. Okay, so Elamaya on the return here for the 3-year-old debut. His best bet of the day is a 2-1 favorite. As we get set for this pick 6 coming up, so probably a heavy lean for JK playing this pick 6. Let's go down to Maggie for more.
Poor Ella Maya. Hopefully she can't understand us or hear us. A lot of pressure as 4s are wild, and the added pressure of being JK's best bet of the day. But I do think of the comeback runners, she's definitely the one you want, because the other 2, and they go out for very live outfits, including Brad Cox, though Chad Brown's a little bit slower this winter, unusually. But they come out of slower races that have not produced much talent, as we'll take a look here at number 3, Decree and Declare, filly that I didn't have the opportunity to see first time out. She broke well and she kind of battled between, then she really stopped down the stretch. So coming back with Lasix makes a lot of sense. Coming back with a shortcut cheater blinker makes a lot of sense too. Now, there might be faster horses in here, but look for her to be forward. She's just built that way with the addition of that equipment. But I just wish more had emerged out of that race, and there was just more of her physically too. So I am not going to lean into number 3, Decree and Declare, though I do really like what I'm seeing from number 7, I'm Very Sweet, another filly that was forwardly placed in her debut. She chased inside the leader and eventual winner, just never could get by, and she was well clear of the 3rd place finisher, in which Prancing Spirit wired the field, was also the favorite. I liked her as a 2-year-old. The race came up slow, though, but she just looks as though she's taken another step forward. She's incredibly athletic looking, really fit, well-defined, coming back here for this 3-year-old bow. So I do like what I'm seeing from I'm Very Sweet. I nearly went with her, Greg, but then Ella Maya, I just like the race she comes out of more, and I really liked her going back to Saratoga, too.
And she's back down to 2-1 is your top choice. There she is, Elamaya for the second start coming up. Melanie Giddings going to Luis Rivera Jr. Aboard. But certainly, you know, Chad Brown, anytime he's got any horse in a race, they're going to take attention, especially one. I know it wasn't a big number she ran. I'm Very Sweet to 7, but has every right to improve off that.
You know, all these fillies do. You make a good point. You know, we've talked about this so many times. Newly turned 3-year-olds or 3-year-old races are the most confusing when it comes to fillies because they can really change overnight. Now, the 4 Elamaya obviously ran the best first race. Some of these horses haven't ran yet. Whether she improves, if she improves, she beats this field, or somebody's going to really have to run giant of these first-time starters. But like you said, the 7 could improve, the 2 could improve, and also the 3 with the blinkers going on. So I do think the 4 might be the best horse in the race, but is she ready? And have all these other fillies grown up?
Pick 6 begins here. It is Elamaya. First start since July 14th at Saratoga. Career start number 2 coming up for her, the one to beat on the board. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Hear a song. And I'm Very Sweet to the outside. Goes in, all set. And they're off. Broken an even line, and in between horses, Twirling Beauty is showing early speed. Elamaya's right there, and the front 2 now hook up. It's going to be Twirling Beauty with the neck in front. Towards the inside as Elamaya is now back to second and moving in closer. 3 wide, that's Kahira's Song. Blue Cap, I'm Very Sweet, is in pursuit, is now 2.5, almost 3 off the lead. Decree and Declare with the trailer. She's Complicated. They approach less than a half mile to go, and they went quick, 22-3 for a pumped up opening quarter mile. Pace duel on the front end as Twirling Beauty is trying to dispatch of Elamaya. She's Complicated, has moved towards the inside, is now a shared third there with a shoved along Kahira's Song. But from third and fourth, they're moving in a lot closer to Twirling Beauty, who is the clear leader. Twirling Beauty approaches a quarter mile left to go, had to work to get there, but Twirling Beauty is still clear. It's Twirling Beauty trying to kick away, is doing just that. Elamaya is trying to keep up. Center of the racetrack, Kahira's Song, She's Complicated, is making up some ground. I'm Very Sweet starts to launch a rally too, reaching a final furlong, and a host of pursuers inside of Twirling Beauty, who's still in front. Twirling Beauty, here comes Decree and Declare from far out of it. So is I'm Very Sweet. They're coming after the leader, but Twirling Beauty is getting to the line. It's Twirling Beauty to hold off the oncoming strides of Decree and Declare. Then came I'm Very Sweet and Kahira's Song in 1 minute 13 and 4.
Twirling Beauty, the OBS March grad from last year, able to go and ready to run first time out, but got a test. Decree and Declare, what a trip to get second place money.
Yeah, the 3 ran giant in here. I think the 5 ran giant. You got to give credit to Romero Ra on the 5 in here. He did not relent to the 4. The inside pressure with Louis Rivera. Ford tried to get underneath him. He said, no, you're not. I am going to clear here and just, force my horse not to duel with you. I'm done with you. And look at this 3 horse way in the back. Watch this horse wheel all the way to the complete outside. Jose Lozcano just trying to see some, I guess, free racetrack. And boy, oh my, this horse finished late, but the race was over by that time. Congratulations to Ray Handel. The word was out early, and you end up getting 9-2 on this horse, Greg.
Impressive debut for this OBS March grad. And yeah, what an effort and a runner-up finishing here from Decree and Declare. Keep your eyes on that one next time out. But Maggie, impressive to do this first time out.
And to go as fast as she did in those early fractions, that was actually faster than what they just went in the Jimmy Winkfield, at least for that opening quarter, and for her to hang on here. Do it all on her inside lead as well. So massive congratulations to Ray Handel, who was starting saying he was doing little seances, but also to Adelphi Racing Club as they get the win here first time out with this filly who's following in her dam's footsteps, Greg. She won first time out and was a multiple stakes winning dirt sprinter as well.
And Maggie had mentioned that before they went into the gate, so just like Mom, wins the debut. Good for Ray Handel. Too good a trainer to be winless at this meet. Maybe this will get him going now.
Yeah, of course. I mean, listen, he's had a lot of seconds and thirds, and to have a first-time starter win with a nice future, that's got to be good. But Decree and Declare, the blinkers did work, and better luck next time. That filly's going to be graduating.
Got a pick 5 that begins here at Oaklawn in this 5th race coming up. $10,000 claiming race, so all for sale for that price here. 2-turn mile, and here's the favorite, Seas of Normandy.
Yeah, when you look at this race, this horse won last time out. This is the youngest horse in the race. There's a couple 5-year-olds, but there's a lot of senior citizens in this race.
And Cipriano Contreras, trainer with his nephew aboard, Manny Escovel. Here's Tiwanaku, Greg Compton, Martin.
Yeah, Greg Compton had a runaway winner yesterday, looking for another one today.
Go Cats, Julian Leperoux aboard.
I like this horse the best today. I think, last race got in a lot of trouble.
Our buddy Tom Amos with 7 flat, 4-1 with Rafael Beirano.
It was between the 4 and 5. Then I looked at the 5. 0 for 8 over the racetrack with no placings.
Got back on dirt for the first time in a while. Life is Hard last start and was not very effective.
Yeah, for Norm McKnight. And going to stretch out too as well.
Lemon drop shot just claimed to a new barn now.
Yeah, a horse with 12 seconds and 30 starts, so maybe a horse you want to use underneath.
Here's Deflator at 29-1.
Yeah, for Robert Klein and Kelsey Hard, 3 for 42 over the racetrack.
Verb, 5 for 42 lifetime. The recent form has not been there.
Yeah, rider change from Joey Belmere to Eric Medellin there.
Cozy, my boy, 8-year-old who's a 7-time winner.
I mean, the horse comes off a good race to be 16-1, right?
Yeah, 70 buyer in that performance. Yeah. Better than a lot of these. And here is Logical Myth, Christian Torres.
This horse has had some issues at the gate. The last two starts ago, stumbled really bad. And from the 8-hole, completely ducked out badly. Then last time out was off slow again. I don't know if the 12-hole is great for him loading last because he's, like I said, ducked out before, but he needs to mind his manners at the gate. He's 9 now, though.
Well, the favorite, a horse who really more than anything has sort of tactical speed than being an all-out speedster, but was drawn inside last time out, went to the front and kept on going, and now is drawn to the rail today.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he's a horse that you're right. I guess in March of last year, in the $50,000 claiming level, he won from off the pace. He won from way off the pace when he broke his maiden. This time they said, hey, give him the lead, but he didn't go slow, Greg. 111 and change is moving for $12,000 claimers, and got the job done that day. And this combination is so deadly, Cipriano Contreras and his nephew, Manuel Escobar.
Well, there's a couple of other speeds in the race, like a 10 Verb who's stretching out in distance, but Megas Seas of Normandy, could he try those tactics again today with where he's drawn going to the front?
Yeah, I think so, Greg. Sometimes your post position dictates the tactics that you have to employ, and from the inside, I don't see Manny Esquivel taking anything away that comes easy. He's got to run to the first turn. Now, remember, this race starts and finishes at the 16th pole, and it worked effectively last time. And I agree with Paul. That was a fast pace. I mean, sub 47 half mile, and he just kept fighting for it. So I do think that Seas of Normandy has got to go from the inside. And if somebody really wants it, at least it'll create separation and give him some options. The 4 Go Cats I thought was kind of interesting. You get Julien Leperoux, a horse that wants to be more of a closing type. And I do think that the track has been playing somewhat more for closers. It just feels like the horses making the later runs towards the outside are getting the best of it today. The 5-7 flat from our friend and colleague Tom Amos could not be any more well turned out. This horse looks fantastic, but Tom does great work. His horses tend to look good, and they usually run to their looks. Get Rafael Bejarano coming off a win in the last race, and riders, feed on confidence. I'm sure, Paul, it's a lot like, getting up to hit. You get a hit or two, your confidence is high, just things seem to fall into place. And I think 7 flat is certainly a major player here. The 12 horse is really interesting, Logical Myth. Taking a precipitous drop in class. I agree about he's just had some gait woes. It's just hard for me to endorse a horse coming from a far outside post going 2 turns. There were 2 scratches, so he's 10 of 10. Hey, and Paul, just for the record, man, there are a bunch of senior citizens in this race. Well, you got a senior citizen talking about him. There ain't nothing wrong with a little age. I'm getting a little long in the tooth myself.
You got to love this race. You got the 9 Deflator at 10. You got the 10 Verb. He's 8 years old. You got the 12. He's 9 years old. Cozy, my boy, is 8 years old. So,
and we see a lot of horses at advanced ages still very effective. We have this
100%.
rule for some reason that should be eradicated. If you're 10 years old, you can't run on the New York circuit for some reason. But we see a lot of 10-year-olds and even beyond who are
perfect
effective.
example is in the next race. Flat Out Flying's won 2 races in a row, an 86 buyer, and he's 9.
Absolutely, they can still get it done. Well, this one a little bit younger. This was the career debut for this 3-year-old filly, Twirling Beauty. The OBS March grad from last year. Successful first time out.
Yeah, really successful, and a good job by Romero Mirage. Congratulations to Delphi Racing. From gate to wire here. And, a filly that still learning to do things and is bred to go a longer distance. Congratulations to Ray Handel, that arch mare. Strategic Dreams, and like you were saying, Ray just having one of those meets where just a lot of seconds and thirds gets his first win of the meet.
And this, can change everything. And nothing like having an impressive debut with a bright future ahead of you.
Nothing better. If you've ever owned horses, $11 on top. As you see, Decree and Declare was very good. That filly won't be a maiden much longer. As an owner, when you get your horse to break the maiden, I don't care what the time was, what the margin is, you're dreaming big.
And we saw, I believe, 7 horses out of that OBS March sale this year, $1 million or more. They don't have to cost that much to be effective, as we just saw. This one sold for $150,000.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, with a tremendous pedigree.
Back to Oaklawn, and there is a look at the 4 Go Cats. Julien Leperoux aboard.
Yeah, I like this horse a little bit, and that would be my selection in here. The reason why is, it's tactical. The last race had a brutal trip. Now, I'm a little bit worried that the horse might be better on a muddy type of racetrack than he is on a dry racetrack. but he's won on a dry racetrack before. I just think he's tactically better. Bill Ramirez-Rodriguez having a monster meet. He's taken over the training for Carl Broberg for End Zone Athletics. And Julian Leproux gets aboard. You know, Christian Torres goes to the outside horse, if I'm not mistaken, the 12. But I'm kind of with Mig on the 12. Like, if that horse beats us, that horse beats us from way out of it. I really saw this race 1-4-5, but I'm not giving you much. This is the second, third, and fourth choices.
Well, here they come, approaching the gate. Seas of Normandy. What will this one do? Manny Esquivel was aboard for his uncle last start. They went to the front with an inside post, went gate to wire for the win. We'll see if they show that speed again in here. As we mentioned, certainly Verb, Sprinter, who's going to be stretching out, could be a little forward. Deflator, the 9. Yeah, I don't know if these horses can be effective in the end, but they do want to be forward.
Yeah, you're right. The 8 would have added more speed, but it was a scratch, and some other horses in here. Even Tom's horse, 7 flat, the 5. Bejarano's going to have to make a decision. I think he'll be in the second flight, but that horse does have tactical speed.
Matt Dinnerman with the call. Pick 5 begins here. Here's the 5th from Oaklawn.
We're ready to go. And they're off and losing the rider. Logical Myth. Christian Torres on his feet, but Logical Myth is out of the race. Good to see Christian okay there. In the meantime, we come back to the lead. Tiwanaku has the front end here. Deflator right there to the outside going into the first turn run. 7 flat runs in third in the early part with Cozy My Boy, the loose horse on the outside of horses right now out of harm's way. We'll keep an eye on him. Go Cats relaxing well off the speed as the top pair get acquainted on the front end. Lemon Drop Shot, Life is Hard, their next. Seas of Normandy at the back, and there's actually one really far behind Verb, maybe 25 lengths behind at least, detached as they go down the backstretch. Deflator on the lead, clears off. Tiwanaku gets a breather. There's that loose horse who's moving by the field, so he's in front now. Obviously, he's not going to be placed at any point in this race for the folks on track. And we head down the backstretch here. Deflator is the leader by 2.5 lengths. Tiwanaku is second, 1.5 lengths to Cozy My Boy, patiently ridden third. 7 flat gets a giddy up reminder going into the turn here. Then comes Go Cats. He's 6 lengths off the pace, getting closer. Now 5, now 4 Go Cats with Seas of Normandy, who's mounting a rally. Seas of Normandy getting going. He catches the eye, and the red cap coming to the top of the lane. Tiwanaku says go, and he goes to the lead here and clears off from Deflator, who's second. It's Tiwanaku 2 ahead. Seas of Normandy 7 flat, both chasing at the top of the stretch. Tiwanaku getting to the rail for the final furlong run. 7 flat grinding away in second. Seas of Normandy after the move on the turn flattens out. Tiwanaku in front. 7 flat switches leads late in the game, but it's too late to catch Tiwanaku, who wins it. 7 flat second. Go Cats third. Seas of Normandy fourth, and there will be a steward's inquiry into this race. Tiwanaku, Francisco Arrieta for the win.
Tiwanaku with the victory. Logical Myth dumping Christian Torres right out of the gate. That could be a very dangerous situation with a loose horse in a race. Luckily, everything was okay in here. The man who won 5 yesterday on the card gets another here, Francisco Arrieta.
Yeah, and the Great Compton Barn's been rolling. Yeah, the 12 again just stumbled badly out of the gate. And you can see a lot of riders were a little bit cautious when they saw the loose horse there. Hopefully Christian Torres is okay, but no doubt about your winner there, Tiwanaku. And you were talking about Francisco Arrieta. Sometimes, like Mick said, you get on a heater, and this gray, no doubt. It probably helped that the 12 was kind of idle in him a little bit, made the 2 run to the wire.
So Tiwanaku, of course, we've seen quite a bit on this program over the years. One of these veteran horses, 7-year-old son of Tappet, gets the 6th win of his career.
You see Arrieta there? That was actually really cool what he did there. We're going to go back to the start here, see what happens with the 12, Greg.
Yeah, keep your eyes at outside post with the 12. Christian Torres, it goes right down to his nose out of the gate.
And we had chronicled his bad gate behavior, and it's just one of those things where he just does not love the gate. Now, I want to go back to the gallop out. If you can see Francisco Arrieta, he was trying to get inside the loose horse and keep his horse galloped out so the outrider can grab the horse. I wonder if Mig could tell us if he grabbed the horse at all. Mig, was that horse, was Francisco Arrieta trying to make sure that horse got to the outrider?
Absolutely, Paul. Good call. I mean, I'm standing here when he came by, and Francisco Arrieta coming off a 5-win day yesterday. actually rode up to the loose horse and kept his horse's shoulder on him and basically angled him towards the outrider, and the outrider made a great catch, but a great assist by Francisco Arrieta. And it's always a bit of a dicey situation when you have a loose horse because they're unpredictable. You don't know where they may go. This horse happened to stay out and didn't bother anybody, stayed in the clear, but as a rider, you got to keep your eye on him. But I really got a kick out of watching Francisco do that after the wire, and a good pickup by you.
Shows you, too, the competitive nature of these horses. I mean, they're doing what they love.
Yeah.
And this horse, engaged and still wanted to be part of this race.
Some good stuff by Francisco Arrieta. Good job by the outriders there, and hopefully everything's okay with Christian Torres.
2, 5, 4, 1. It's Tiwanaku, the win for the Grey Compton barn. Francisco Arrieta, that 5-win day Friday, picks up another here at 4-1.
These New York-bred foals represent many sires: War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
This man right here is on some kind of roll in Hot Springs. 5 Friday, win here on Tiwanaku, and then the assist to help get the loose horse in the hands of the outrider after the win.
Yeah, doing everything. 2 wins in a row for this Gray Son of Tappet out of the Calf-Wayne mare, Daisy Divine, now 2 for 3. And there you can see the Gray in front and was able to hold everybody off. The Tom Amos charge of the 5 and the 4 Go Cats. And Francisco rides this horse out to get underneath the 12 to deliver the horse, the 12, to the outriders. Just an extra little present, and you get $10 to win on Tiwanaku.
That's a good place to be, too, in front with that short stretch here in this mile. And it takes advantage. $10 for the win, Tiwanaku. 2-5-4 finish. And the Greg Compton barn getting going a little bit as well.
That starts off your cross country, so that's a good start if you had that horse at 4-1, and if you had the early pick 5 at Oaklawn, $246.
So 1 leg in, long way to go, but not a bad start if you had him.
No, good, really good start. Anytime you post up double digits, you're winning.
Up next in New York, we're both a little surprised by this. Obviously, much the horse to beat there, that 4 Floki's Flight. 1-9 good in this race. We'll talk about it more when we come back. Floki's Flight getting set for his 6-year-old return, the 7-time winner, dropping down in class from one of the best barns on the circuit.
And they're off at the Naira Bets Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
And here's Tama in the final stages. The Santa Anita Derby goes to Tama. It's Tama, absolutely terrific, winning Malibu by 4 widening lengths.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage on this Saturday afternoon. Thanks for being with us. You're watching America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. As we get set for the late pick 5. It begins with a 1-turn mile, $25,000 claiming race. Floki's Flight dropping in class, Paul, a 7-time winner. First or second in 14 of 22 starts. Linda Rice, obviously one of the top trainers in the country, certainly here in New York. 1-9 good?
Maybe 1-9 good, I guess. 14 for 22 in the exacta. Like you said, loves to win races. At Aqueduct is 2 for 3 with a third. Now, the last 2 times that Floki's Flight has ran, he's been voided claims. Well, it can mean a lot of different things. He was voided claim for 50,000. He's voided claim for 40,000. So now he's in for 25. And he's going to be tough to handle if he runs back to any of those races. And he runs back to this race, he's going to be ultra tough in here, and he probably has a speed advantage on these horses maybe early too as well. The 2 Flat Out Flying is a 9-year-old. He's kind of in the same boat, although he won for 20 and he was voided claim, but his races are a little bit more recent. So, I mean, I understand the horse is 1-9, but the 2 could be a major player to the 4 in here.
Yeah, that number has come way, way down on the 2 Flat Out Flying. He's definitely an intriguing alternative to this heavy favorite. He's done it, though, against a little bit softer company.
Yeah.
Floki's Flight has been competitive against a lot better, but when you sort of compare it, you know, how fast they've been running, it's been pretty comparable between the two, hasn't it?
Yeah, pretty comparable. And there you see the 2 Flat Out Flying to start off our post parade. You know what I thought was pretty amazing in this horse, Greg? 47-62 in the trifecta.
It's incredible. 9-year-old son of Flat Out. Trainer Rob Atris has him now. Christopher Elliott. He's been aboard for those last 2 wins. See if he can make it 3 in a row. Here is the 4, 1-9 favorite, Floki's Flight.
But the favorite the last 3 times that he's run, and I don't know, 1-9. I think you'll end up seeing maybe 1-2 by the time we're done.
Jose Lezcano looking for his 3rd on this card. Here is Midnight Trouble with Lane Lezzy.
Midnight Trouble, you know, bad race last time out when eased and walked off. Should, I would think, fare better. Was just behind Floki's Flight at 26-1.
Centavo getting a big warm-up, this huge long shot.
Yeah, I thought, you can go to the 5 and some other horses rather than the 6.
21-1 next store. Kendrick Carmouche on another big price here. Street Swag.
Yeah, this one for Wayne Potts. He claimed out of the Jeremiah Engelhart barn. I guess 21-1, a horse that can maybe pick up the pieces.
And another huge price of 3, back to Bad Larry, Romero Mirage.
He's lost the Flat Out Flying twice. Ice Road, who was a scratch in this race. Street Swag, the 7, so needs to pick it up a little bit, does Bad Larry.
So 4 minutes away from a race that kicks off this late pick 5. Let's go to Jonathan here. Obviously, Floki's Flight, JK in good form, been facing better company. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, look, this horse is going to be hard to beat. If you look at the straight up, just looking at the figures, this horse's 5 of the last 6 races are more than enough to handle this group, even if the kind of the best version of this group shows up. The other thing, too, and this is an angle I've discussed before, and nothing that I've gotten, over the top about, but it's just something that I take into consideration, is that, this horse comes in off of, if I'm not mistaken, back-to-back voided claims, and then drops in price. And sometimes for me, it just feels like the horse is failing the vet, although they're coming back and being reviewed, and they have to work for the vet, and they're cleared and ready to go. But for whatever reason, after the race, they're not clearing the vet. It starts to feel like something that might happen. It might start to happen all the time. And I think it allows trainers to be a little bit more aggressive when they spot horses. Run this horse for 25, see if that happens again in here. I just think this horse is going to be very, very hard to beat, Mags.
And JK, looking at Floki's Flight on the racetrack, look, he is warming up well, he's moving well. So all things considered, even though he has those 2 voided claims looking at you, pre-race, he looks good, and like you said, he was voided when he won 2 back and still came back and ran very well. And at the end of the day, he's just been facing better company. Now, overall, looking at him physically, I wish he looked a little bit better in his coat. I wish he looked a little bit stronger. So at a very, very short price, I'm actually going to take the veteran 9-year-old in number 2, Flat Out Flying. Now, there's one problem with Flat Out Flying, and that's his post position today, because he's a horse that can act up considerably in the gate and when they pop the latch. I don't know why he does it. It's not like he's a really big horse that gets claustrophobic or doesn't have the ability to kind of rock back and propel himself forward. It's just him, and in his last 2 starts, he's been posted outside. But I just like the job that Rob Atras has done with this guy. He looks great. I know that he's been running against softer company, well, mainly no Floki's Flights, but I'm going to take a shot with him here as the alternative and second choice. Now, towards the outside is number 7, Street Swag, who goes first off the claim here for Wayne Potts. And I thought he ran valiantly last time out behind Flat Out Flying. Not that I think he's going to turn the tables on that foe today, but he just looks like he's doing very well. Great coat to him, exuberant warm-up, really energetic, jumped into the bridle as soon as Kendrick pointed him down the racetrack, and he was kind of that way back in the paddock too. So not one I particularly love on form, but at least as though it looks like he's doing well here, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Yeah, 14-1 here in the rematch with Flat Out Flying. Let's go back to that February 2nd race, Paul, and Flat Out Flying was just much the best.
Much the best on that day. And, got into good form after the win. Or probably needed that win. Hadn't had a win since, I guess, March of 2024. Got the W on January 10th. And then this just blew away the group about 7 wide. And it seems like this horse is just thriving right now at age 9. Can he put up, an effort towards Floki's Flight? If you get the regulars Floki Flight, it might be tough. But you might be able to catch Floki at kind of maybe 80%, or, if he can catch him at 80% the way he's going, maybe. I do think the 5, Tom Morley went in and reclaimed the 5 twice, Midnight Trouble. I mean, that last race, I think the horse wants to see horses and make one run. I think that horse, I don't think the horse can win the race, but I think that's the horse that can maybe run second in here, or between the 2 and the 4, maybe be able to split them. I don't know.
Well, Floki's Flight, we'll see if we get the same kind of races he has been running. This is a 3-month layoff for him, now coming back as a 6-year-old. and we don't have a lot of evidence of it. And obviously it was a ton tougher company. But the last time he did come off the bench, we didn't really get his best.
Yeah, I know. But, like, even if he runs that number, it's pretty good. You know, like Jonathan did say, he's got so many races on his card. I would say 8 out of his 10 races that are listed just on the sheet win this race.
He's 2-5, deserving favorite. Flat Out Flying, though, down to 2-1, who is coming off 2 of not just victories, but 2 of the best performances he has ever run. We will see if he can keep that trend going for the 21-time winner. Started the late pick 5. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Street Swag to the outside is in. All set. And they're off. The speed from Floki's Flight from in between horses right to the front, and Street Swag is to the outside. These two are clear 1-2 and well off the rail as they get set to come out of the chute. Chasing in behind them is just that second group with At the Rail Flat Out Flying is now 3.5 off the lead. Just got passed by Bad Larry, who's in that tail end mix with Midnight Trouble and Centavo. So 2 groups as they work up the backstretch, and the front 2 are Floki's Flight and Street Swag, an easy 23-4 opening quarter mile. They're pressuring one another but not going too fast as Flat Out Flying is holding that rail position, is now a challenging third. Bad Larry in between horses, Midnight Trouble 3 wide, Green Cap in that group, Centavos 4 wide. It's still those 4 chasing the top duo as they approach a half mile left to go. Floki's Flight, the big favorite, and in pursuit still is Street Swag, 46-4 for that half-mile time, and they're well into the far turn. It's now a group of 3 in behind as Midnight Trouble gets the hurry up to the outside of Bad Larry. Flat Out Flying is trying to rally on, is now edging away from that second group, is a clear third, and is in full pursuit of Floki's Flight. It's Floki's Flight and Street Swag. Here comes Flat Out Flying, is trying to cut into that margin now as they reach the top of the stretch, and Floki's Flight is still mild encouragement, just kicking away. Still chasing is Street Swag. Can Flat Out Flying, the wind machine, the 9-year-old, get up in the final furlong? Floki's Flight, but here comes the 21-time winner. Flat Out Flying is now pushed on by. Street Swag battles on. Floki's Flight is back to third. Flat Out Flying wins it. Street Swag was second. Floki's Flight, then Bad Larry at 1 minute 39.56 seconds.
Flat Out Flying, his incredible form as a 9-year-old continues. He's now won 3 in a row.
Pretty amazing. 22nd career win at a 63. He's like 33%, above 33% as a win. And I looked at you and I said, you know what, Floki's Flight's getting a little short. Street Swag the 7 just stayed on Floki's Flight the whole way around the racetrack with Kendrick Carmouche. And this 9-year-old just knows where the wire is at. And this actually runs 2.7 here. If you have this exacta, this is a nice exacta.
It's a neat horse to
Really
keep doing
is.
this. And, yeah, a little bit of an assist, too, from Kendrick Carmouche on the 7.
The 7 ended up putting the 4 away, so you can't argue with the ride by Kendrick, because a lot of people will say, well, what's Kendrick doing on the 7? He's ruining the 4's chances. Well, he was not. He put the 4 away. The 2 just came a-calling.
Flat Out Flying, he had the form that, you know, was in the sort of range of Floki's Flight. We talked about it, but not against the same kind of company.
It's just amazing. Anytime you're 30 for 50 in the exacta, now 31 for 51, like you said, just a neat horse here. And congratulations to the connections here. Rob Altrus, what a job he's done with this 9-year-old.
3 in a row since he's moved to the Rob
ran
Altrus
great
barn.
too. I give the 7 some credit.
No question. Tackled the big favorite early, and then able, as you said, to put that one away late. Get second place money at 9-1. 2-7, 4-3, and a 2-5 favorite defeated in both the pick 6 and the late pick 5. That's going to play huge as we get back to Oaklawn. And a maiden $75,000 claiming sprint at 6 furlongs here coming up.
Yeah, another tough group here of 10 fillies, 3-year-old fillies, and it looks like I would think the 4 for Matt Shearer will end up being your favorite.
Here's Cheetos' Blur, second-time starter. Is actually going to step up in class a bit.
Yeah, got away really badly last time. Needs to, like you said, get out of the gate a little bit better.
Cocktail Humor showed some speed on a wet track.
He comes back with a bullet drill for a 4th career start, excuse me.
Well, 3rd time be the charm for Belvedere Club.
I like this horse a little bit for Lindsay Schultz at 6-1.
Annie B was in a restricted maiden claiming race last start. Gets tougher today.
Yeah, it was 17-1, but really went well last time out.
Second time starter Buzzworthy, Steve Asmussen's son Keith rides.
I don't ever think I've seen a Steve Asmussen first-time starter at 62-1. That's what this horse was last time out.
Amazing at Fairgrounds. Melly's Birkin, Martine Schwann rides.
Gets Lasix for the third start of her career.
Blinkers come off and Lasix for Zen Dreams.
Yeah, McLean Robertson's horses have been heating up. I think this horse got a big shot at 8-1.
Tyler Bacon, he won the first 3 on the card today. He is on Esperanza's Spirit.
Another horse that's taking money from 20-1 down to 7-1.
Yeah, coming in from Prairie Meadows here, Oaklawn debut ahead. Maxi Lady, Blinkers on, and Lasix.
Do not dismiss the 9. I think the 9 could be the speed of the speed.
Speed backed up first time out. That Lasix may help as well. Then good call. Christian Torres at 5-2 outside.
Good to see Christian Torres back on his mounts after falling off to 12 in the last race, so everything's okay. This horse is getting bet here. A claim off Brad Cox in the Billy Martin barn. This one for Mr. Bunn. 5-2, your favorite. I'm surprised that the 10 horse is your favorite here.
Back to the 4, second-time starter. This is Annie B. Let's take a look at the debut. She was 17-1. She had some trouble in this race.
She did. She had a ton of trouble in this race. Watch her on the rail. She's the 5 in this spot. It was more back in the – she got steadied way before this. But then she gets to run up the rail, and I thought it was a really nice run, to be honest with you. The winner was Vanilla that day, who looks like Vanilla. The only worry is okay, it's the same kind of horse we're going to see on a dry racetrack or not. But I think she ran really well for, what she got into early in the race.
Yeah, something to be said. Overcoming adversity in your debut and still to finish like she did. We'll see what we get second time out. She's 3-1 right now as we go to Mig.
Yeah, guys, and this is who I like, the 4 Annie B. Sometimes horses steady and it's not at a critical juncture of the race. With her last time, it was. There's a point in the race where you're going forward, and she had to hit the brakes at that moment when the race was really heating up and going forward. Cost her critical position, but the fact that she ran on after that tells you that she's got the right mentality to be a racehorse. I like the fact that they stick with the apprentice, Joseph Romero. A lot of times when you're a young rider, you haven't built up enough of a resume or credibility, and that could happen to any rider. So connections have a tendency then to want to, change or go to a more experienced rider. I like the fact that they left him on the horse, and if you give a rider a chance, most riders will never make the same mistake twice. And I'm not even saying it was a mistake last time. Sometimes circumstances just dictated. Annie B looks great physically, react well to the first race. Sometimes you see the second time out, they get a little bit too nervous, a little bit too worked up, that the race rattled them a bit. She looks very good to me, very calm, collected, clear-eyed. Really like what I'm seeing there. The 2, Cocktail Humor, I thought was a bit interesting, especially because she really caught my eye at a big price, 10-1 now. Donnie Von Hemmel just does a great job. I mean, he's been a horseman that's been winning for as long as I can remember. His horses usually look good. No exception here with Cocktail Humor, who I thought it showed improved speed last time, and sometimes it takes a few races for a horse to really kind of figure the game out. I think Cocktail Humor is going to outrun her 10-1 odds. The 3, Belvedere Club, you get Fernando Yara, a horse that should sit, I think, a good trip. Has to, improve a bit, but certainly could. And again, could sit the right kind of stalking trip. Really like what I'm seeing. Animated energy in the in the warm-up, I should say, not the post-race. And then the 10, Good Call, a horse that was claimed for 35 after one effort on the turf. Ran well, got a figure that would certainly be very competitive here, and you get Christian Torres from the outside. And by the way, Christian Torres, who was unseated in the last race, he walked back from the 16th pole to the winner's circle, and he was fine. Just one of those things where horse lost his footing at the break, but Christian Torres A-okay, and back to try it again.
So he gets the outside post again. Yeah, it's a little tough, Paul, as you said. I'm with you. I'm a little surprised, even though it was a big figure in that dirt debut, being claimed off of one of the top barns in the country to be the favorite.
Yeah, just the Brad Cox horses that get claimed usually don't end up being your favorite. As you see the winner's circle here at the Big A, and Flat Out Flying just continues at age 9 to keep on winning. Now 3 in a row and defeats the big heavy favorite here, Floki's Flight. And like you were saying, Greg, the cross country, and the pick 5s and pick 6s here in New York. This is going to play a lot bigger than 2-1.
Indeed. Yeah, with a horse who was 2-5, defeated in here, and a horse who came in again with running similarly fast types of races, just not against as good a competition.
No, it just shows you the horse was in, now 3 in a row, and Floki's Flight's coming off a long layoff, and that might have done him in. But you got to give Street Swag some credit as well. He's kind of just buried Floki's Flight and kind of beat him to the wire. If you had that exacta, it's a nice exacta. And there's that pick 3, $178.
Well done to that 9-year-old. 22 victories, 3 in a row to start this year as we get back to Oaklawn. Very good betting race here coming up. Who will step up in the $75,000 maiden claiming sprint? So many ways to go, really, in this race. And a race like this, too, as you see where you can play all the action there at Naira Bets. Match 200. Code to use to sign up for new members. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. You almost just, in a race that's this competitive, as a general rule, don't want to take a short price of 2-1.
Yeah, you don't. This race is just so difficult. You don't know if the 4 really is going to like the dry track after a sloppy track effort. Sometimes, more times than not, they'll bounce. But you can't dismiss her at all. That was a good race first time out, and she overcame adversity, like Mig said. So I can understand there. I think the 7 Zen Dreams at 8-1. I don't know if McLean Robertson is kind of going, okay, let's just run this horse around the racetrack and then we'll go a mile and a 16th. Because McLean had a horse come over from Keeneland yesterday that probably was the best horse. It just didn't get the best trip.
I'll even say, look, there's 2 horses being completely dismissed in here, the 1 and the 6. The 1 in the debut was last away. You can almost put a line through that race and say, just see if she gets a fair shot today. And then the 6, she was just 4th in a maiden 50 race at Keeneland with her 3-year-old debut coming up with some natural progression. She's right almost in the mix as the fastest race run in here.
And that was an 11-horse field, too. Field sizes are so big. Like I was saying with the 5, the 5 wins this race, you guys, that's it. I'm okay with the 5 winning. I've never seen a Steve Asmussen horse in a 9-horse field be 62-1. You got to take that some with a grain of salt. So I do think I'm never going to talk you off like in a 41-1 shot.
For the owners who campaign Jackie's Warrior, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, I like the 7 in this race. I also would not be surprised if the 9 takes this field gate to wire. I think the people need to respect the 9 speed.
Matt Dinnerman with the call. Here's the 6 from Oaklawn.
Into the outside post. Good call to round out the field. Good call going into the gate. And we are ready to go. And they're off. Maxi Club close to the pace. Buzzworthy has speed. They're lining up on the lead here. Not a great deal of pace, really, but it's certainly contentious. On the inside, she Toses Blur as a share of the lead with Cocktail Humor. They're together. Maxi Lady in a good gallop running in 3rd, placed well right off of them. Then a line of 3. Good Call the favorite, who's 3 deep. Buzzworthy in the middle of a pair. And Belvedere Club inside approaching the 4-turn run. Gap of 3 to Annie B and Melly's Burke, and another 5 to Zen Dream shaken up in the second last position. Esperanza's Spirit is last. First, she Toses Blur at a big number, 59-1, a half length in front. Cocktail Humor pressing in second. Good Call gets a giddy-up reminder to go, and there she goes in the 3-path. Good Call to challenge the leaders at the top of the lane. Belvedere Club right behind them, shaken up at the top of the stretch. Good Call in the 3-path. Soars to the front. Good Call, 3/16 to go. Putting away those early leaders here and starts to assert her authority. Good Call by 3. Good Call by about 4 hitting the 16th pole. And if you had her, this was a good pick. Good Call going to break the maiden under Christian Torres. First off the claim for Bill Martin here. Strolls in, 1 by 6. Could have won by a lot more. Chitoses Blur holds on for second at 59-1. Then Zen Dreams from the back gets 3rd. Cocktail Humor was 4th.
Good Call favorite does get the win. Had the best figure in the dirt debut with a much different barn, obviously. One of the top of the country, Brad Cox, but moves to the William Martin barn and cashes in second try on dirt.
It's a heck of a claim. They claimed this horse for $35,000 and get the lion's share of $62,000, and there was no doubt, completely wrong about this horse, winning this race. But I'll tell you what, the 1 with Greg Wolf at 50-something to 1 runs second. Good Call by you. I'll round out the try with my 7, who I'm telling you, next time that horse runs a mile on the 16th, you can bet.
Now, one broke a lot cleaner this time. Really didn't get out of the gate in the debut. Put a line through that race. They had a very good effort second time out, but no one getting to good call in here. This horse much, much the best in career start. Number 3 overall after debuting on grass, but clearly a much, much better horse on dirt.
This is going to be a nice triple, though. You do get 2 to 1, but you get almost 50 to 1, if I'm not mistaken, on the 1. The 7 was around 8 or 9 to 1, so this is going to be a nice trifecta. And like I always say, Greg, when they're jogging back, they never look like a loser, right?
Yeah, it's true. They know it. 2 to 1 on your favorite. You have 59 to 1 on the 1.
Wow.
See what that exacta comes back when we return. Good call. Well, it was a good call to claim this one, no question. Step up in class. They were brave, and it pays off. Prices from the 6th at Oaklawn when we return. Christian Torres, after getting dumped in the last race, bounces right back.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all she feels pretty. The sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage. America's Day at the Races here on FS1. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Good call, claimed off of one of the top barns in the country. And these connections decide, hey, we're going to jump this filly up in class, put her against tougher, and she responds with a win.
Yeah, she did. She crushed this group. This 3-year-old filly by Maximum Security out of the Awesome Again mare, Private Talk, and she just swept around this group. When you sweep around a group and win in hand like this, you are much, much the best here. $660 on top. The 1 paid $52 in the middle. No pun intended. Good call by Greg Wolf. So good call over the 1 gets you back $171. This shows you if you like the favorite and you do get to a long shot like Greg got to, you can get paid handsomely. And that's a nice exacta and trifecta. Good goodness.
Zen Dreams rolling late, but can get no better than third. And obviously it was a long way back to the runner-up. But you don't see that often. You're right. 52.20 to place.
That's a lot.
Whew. Cross country pick 5, so 3 legs in, 2 legs remain. And again, flat out flying, that's going to play a lot bigger than 2 to 1.
Yeah, it is. And I think you're in good. You might look like $10, $660, $660, but you're sitting a lot better than that.
Yeah, beating a 2 to 5 favorite that the majority of tickets would have singled. We got the late pick 4 next from New York, and this one right here. Big scratch in this race has resulted in this one becoming a short price favorite right now. Call her bluff. Rudy Rodriguez, Manny Franco will ride on this 5-time winner. More on this 7th when we come back.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Be a part of history and reserve your place at the all-new Belmont Park. Secure your priority deposit today for an exclusive selection of hospitality offerings, from luxury suites to premium lounges with breathtaking racetrack and paddock views. The new Belmont Park will feature modern amenities, delivering the perfect blend of tradition and innovation alongside world-class racing. Don't miss your chance to experience tradition reimagined. Visit newbelmont.com today and claim your spot.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
This is my Oaklawn.
Welcome back to the program. You are watching America's Day at the Races as horses are here set and ready in the paddock for today's 7th race. This other than for the New York breds, as we'll take a look here at 2 horses coming in fresh off the claim. Now, this race did lose a major player when we saw the Christophe Clement trained number 6 Al's Ruby come out of here. But let's start and talk about number 1 Harlan's Bond, who will go first off the claim for trainer Gustavo Rodriguez, and he'll have to take blinkers off this mare for the first time ever in her career. And I was curious, I looked up the stats, and while it's not a big sample whatsoever, it's only 3 horses that Gustavo's done this with. He's won with 2 of them, claiming them and taking the blinkers off for the first time. So I think it's interesting here. She looks great, well muscled, well turned out overall, as the other horse that goes first off the claim is number 4 Elliptic for Amelia Green. I do believe this is the first horse that she's running off the claim in her training career, but she's done well with this mare, who has put on weight since entering her barn. Her coat's gone completely the right way as well, and just her energy level seems better as she does come off of a heavily backed beaten favoritism in her last 2. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Here's Harlan's Bond. Blinkers coming off. Jose Lezcano looking for his 3rd today.
Yeah, this one for Gustavo Rodriguez, whose barn's been rolling of late.
Next door, Jamie Nesbarn. He has Ruben Silvera on Brown Sugar Babe.
Yeah, a horse that got the mud last time and is 0 for 5 over it. So maybe if you draw a line through that, a major player here.
And a huge effort here in early November. Here's Crystal Air being dismissed at 23 to 1.
Really has 1 race to go to on the program that can maybe win this.
Elliptic, former assistant to Todd Pletcher, Amelia Green, claims this one off of Bill Murray.
This horse was on a little bit of a roll, and, you know, maybe that for Lucky Hat Racing, Amelia can get this horse back going.
Racing colors, 5 to 1, Jose Gelmez aboard.
I think this horse has a big shot here, although 1 for 24 over the racetrack here at Aqueduct.
And 6-5 favorite. This is Call Her Bluff. Manny Franco, Rudy Rodriguez.
I think you're deserving favorite. I don't know about 6-5, but like you said, Manny and Rudy, very good team together, and a horse that does like Aqueduct, 4 for 15 lifetime.
Pick 4 begins in this 7th on the card. Feature part 2 still to come. Obviously, had that stake earlier on in the card. You can get in on all the action with Naira Bets. That offer, there it is, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code match200 for new members at nairabets.com. So 6-5 on Call Her Bluff. Obviously, a huge scratch with Al's Ruby, the 6 coming out. She would have been pretty heavy favorite in here, and that's kind of changed everything on the board.
Yeah, it has. I mean, when you look at Al's Ruby, I would think would have ended up in 3-5 land somewhere in there. As you're looking to look at the 2, I like this horse a little bit, Brown Sugar Babe. I just think the last race, muddy racetrack, horse has shown affinity not to like muddy racetracks at all. It was really run poorly. The race before that, running a mile, horse really had a bad beginning and kind of just, ran up and passed some tired horses late. If you look back in her form, she's usually a filly that stays close to the pace, and she does like this mile distance. So I think she's a big-time player in here at 7-2, along with the 4 in here, Elliptic for Amelia Green.
Well, Maggie Brown Sugar Babe, there she is. She's got that huge effort here in New York back in November as well.
Yeah, and I think getting back to this distance, as Paul referenced, I think is a major help for Brown Sugar Babe, whom she was one of those horses that I did not particularly like in the paddock. I kind of wanted to stay away from her. But watching her warm up, she's actually moving better and making a better impression overall than what I saw back in the paddock. But there is no doubt about it. She's going to have to resurrect herself a little bit more than what she has been showing. But with regards to your favorite, and I know, as you guys said, kind of favorite by, I would say, default here with the defection of Al's Ruby, Call Her Bluff. And I get it, she's 5 for 19 life. And in this condition, you prefer horses who have maybe run through this condition already and are running for the tag, or at least, have more than those 3 wins. I just can never warm up to her. She is never one that I like in the paddock. There's just been no progression whatsoever physically with this filly throughout her career. So she'll definitely win without me. I'd probably put her right to the winner's circle, but I definitely prefer the 4 and the 1 and a little bit of the 2 here. Greg?
All right, we'll see what happens here as we look at your favorite. Thank you, Maggie. Call Her Bluff. Inheriting favoritism with the scratch of the 6. 5-time winner, 4 of them here, and a couple back was just in probably each of the last 2 starts. I know it was similar condition, but it was open company last start, just too tough a company.
I think the 7's your favorite because she's just been the one horse that hasn't been up for a sale. And the last time she was up for a sale was a lot earlier in her career in May. She won for the 49-2, and it was out of New York bred company. When you look at like the 5 in here, Racing Colors has been racing at the same condition forever, and it seems like this mare has not had a break. You have the 4 Elliptic, who has been in for $25,000, was voided claim. You have other horses in here like the 1 who just got claimed for $25,000. The 2's kind of in the same boat as the 7, and that's why I think those are your 2 fillies to beat, because when this horse was in for a claiming tag, the horse won. So a lot of these other horses has just been in claiming tag races. I just think the 2 and the 7 have been facing better.
So 6-5 from that outside post here. See what we got. I thought it was a tougher race than making anyone 6-5, though.
I agree. Like, listen, I'm giving you the 2 and the 7, who are your A and B choices on the board. I'm not giving you much, and I'm not going to argue with anybody else. I do think the 5 could run well in here. I'm just concerned that the horses run so much. I'd rather go with, a 4-year-old or a younger horse like the 2 or the 7. Even money, though, is strong for this horse. I didn't see even money.
Rudy Rodriguez trains this even money favorite. His brother just claimed the 1, trains Harlan's Bond, who will stretch out just a touch in distance and take off the blinkers, I believe, for the first time in her career. 6-1. Jose Lezcano with a couple of wins on the card today.
And Gustavo's been making all the right calls. Last Sunday he had back-to-back winners with some claims. So this horse finally dropped into the 25,000 level for the first time in her career, and somebody grabbed her. So maybe she'll run big with Jose Lezcano aboard.
There he is, adjusting those goggles as his mount steps into the gate. 6-1 on Harlan's Bond, but we have an even money favorite. Call Her Bluff to the outside for Rudy Rodriguez with Manny Franco, set for the 7th, the start of the pick 4 on this Saturday card from Aqueduct. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Dick. Racing Colors. Call Her Bluff. Call Her Bluff. Brown Sugar Babe. Brown Sugar Babe. Going around the starting gate there. Through the front of the gate, the 2. It's back in. There's Call Her Bluff. All set. And they're off. Brown Sugar Babe off very slowly, was off about 3 lengths already last. The speed is with Harlan's Bond. And Harlan's Bond, flashing that early speed. Crystal Air is in that early mix, out wider Racing Colors. And joining them is Call Her Bluff. The 2 at the back, Brown Sugar Babe, who moves forward immediately, wants to be closer to the tempo. And the trailer, Elliptic. They come out of the chute and now hook up with the backstretch. The leader, Call Her Bluff, out in the center of the racetrack with a head advantage over Crystal Air. Backing off was Harlan's Bond, and they went 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Moving forward is Elliptic, and Christopher Elliott on the move. Split Rivals took 3rd. Racing Colors to the outside is in 4th. Harlan's Bond is in 5th. Brown Sugar Babe is in between horses on the muscle there. Tough opening quarter for Brown Sugar Babe is the trailer, but starts to make a move as Call Her Bluff is still in front. Call Her Bluff. Manny Franco with less than a half mile to go, 48.31 for the half mile time. Elliptic gives chase from 2nd. All in Crystal Air is trying to keep up in 3rd. Racing Colors commences her rally, and here comes Racing Colors, is now taking the 3rd position. Brown Sugar Babe is all in. Harlan's Bond from the back end of the field, but Call Her Bluff is still there. Call Her Bluff, and Elliptic is ready to challenge, and here comes Elliptic just ranging up to the outside, and Elliptic is ready to challenge, and Elliptic has put a neck in front and kicking away. Call Her Bluff is trying to battle on back towards the inside. Elliptic made that move on the turn and is sprinting away now, is up by a length and a half. It is Elliptic who's widening this margin in the center of the racetrack. Call Her Bluff a clear 2nd. Racing Colors 3rd. The rest with too much to do. It's Elliptic with a final 16th to get. Christopher Elliott will tally another one. And Elliptic, a clear winner. Call Her Bluff 2nd. Brown Sugar Babe up for 3rd. And Racing Colors in 1:39.48 seconds.
She had some back races against tough company, and she comes through today. Elliptic, Amelia Green, first off the claim, as she just kind of gets her training career going. Christopher Elliott aboard for the win.
Yeah, congratulations. This horse is very professional when a lot of horses weren't. 2 didn't break well, didn't get out of the gate, but she just put away the 7. Call Her Bluff had everything her own way on the front end. The 4 was just able to go right on by her. Good call there by Maggie. 4-7, and it looks like the 2 got going late. Ruben Silvera was having trouble with her out of the gate and was able to get her going a little bit, but a distant 3rd. No doubt about your winner here. Another mare by Arrowgate. We lost him too soon.
4-7-2-5. Elliptic, now 4 for 7 at Aqueduct, 5 for 14 overall. And able to put away Call Her Bluff at 6-5.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, this was an impressive performance. And off the claim, a tough barn with Bill Murray. Amelia Green, you heard Maggie say this could be her first claim she's ever had, and pretty successful.
Christopher Elliott, son of Stuart Elliott, who won the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown on Smarty Jones back in 2004, the Pennsylvania bred, and they talk every day. A lot of lessons learned from Dad, and he's making quite an impact here on the circuit in New York.
Yeah, he is. And he's going over to Parks to ride on Monday and Tuesday, getting even more and more experience, too, as well.
7-2, yet another upset, and a couple of big ones now. Obviously, a 2-5 is going to play huge, but now you beat a 6-5 favorite as well.
Yeah.
Shaping up nice if you're alive in these multi-race sequences here. OBS March sale, huge numbers, including the most expensive horse ever sold at the sale, Hip 654. That's on a gun runner, goes for $3 million. And the first time ever that 7 have gone for $1 million or more at the sale, including Hip number 486. It was consigned by the group that Acacia Clement caught up with.
I'm over here at Top Line Sales with Tori Gladwell, who consigned Hip number 486, the Good Magic filly, selling for $1.1 million. Tori, congratulations. She just really seemed like she oozed class.
She was a queen all week. We nicknamed her the Queen of the Barn, and she showed every time she came out she was a pro.
I know that there were high hopes from her right from the beginning, working 9-4, the interest in her leading up to this, but how good a feeling is it that it all pays through when she goes into that ring?
Oh, the stress and the pressure is so high. And to finally get her up to the ring and get her back home safely and rewarded is great.
We see some of the big Grade 1 winners behind, Muth being one of those, the son of Good Magic as well. You've had a lot of success with that stallion selling here at OBS.
Same breeder as Muth, actually. So when we bought her at Keeneland, when we seen the breeder, we're like, it's a sign. You know, lighter pedigree, same stallion, Don Alberto, and it worked out great.
Congratulations on another strong sale for Top Line.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Terrific showing, numbers up really across the board at that OBS March sale. Acacia, nice work all week long, covering all the action, and we'll wait and see if we hear about some of these runners this summer at Saratoga.
It's always neat to see this. A lot of these horses, a $3 million horse, and a lot of horses that eclipse the $1 million mark, and it's really good to see because a lot of people think horse racing is going by the wayside, and it's not. A lot of people are still spending money at the sales, and to see a $3 million horse go at that sale and the way it's gotten raised up with a lot of $1 million purchases, just shows you they're bringing better and better stock to each sale.
We're going to get back to Oaklawn right now. Race 7, it's a mile and a 16th. Allowance optional claiming field coming up. And the 5, Where's My Ring? It was competed in the Oaks, that Gazelle winner from last year here in New York, making her return. Obviously, things did not go her way on Kentucky Oaks Day. So if she can get back to some of those big moments from her 3-year-old campaign. We start with promising Steve Asmussen's son Keith aboard.
He takes this one away, exceeds the training from Josie Carroll.
I had that one too. Paul McGee trains.
Yeah, Paul McGee's first starter of the meet. Very good trainer in Louisiana.
Your standout sensation, Rafael Bejarano.
I think a player in here looks tremendous. Tom Amos.
Majestic Oops, Dan Wardbarn.
Gosh, just missed a 24-1 last time out in a stake. Now you're getting 4-1.
Here's Where's My Ring, that Gazelle winner from last year.
Got the hot jockey with Francisco Arrieta. This is an honest horse. $230,000 in the bank, excuse me.
Now we know what Delphia wants to do. She wants to go forward.
She is fast. In her last 5-6 races, she's cleared a field by 3+ lengths.
Coming off a win, it was a race taken off the turf at Fairgrounds, feeling beachy.
Yeah, for Norm Cassie, this one filly by Catalina Cruiser.
2 back, Marshide Mama, she was a winner.
She was a winner, and if you throw out some of her muddy efforts, she's not bad on a fast track at 37-1.
Progeny, she's going to stretch out in distance.
Yeah, for Gennaro Garcia is having a very good meet, so it's surprised to see those prices. And then the 10, Carrera, taking money for Kenny McPeak and Julian Leperoux. What they usually do, drop back and make one run.
3 minutes to post in this 7th. So we go to MIG, our colleague Tom Amos, with standout sensation, one that it certainly has, at least tactical speed to use, MIG.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a really good competitive allowance race with a $130,000 purse. Still can't wrap my brain around that. The 3 standout sensation looks terrific from a physical perspective. And honestly, guys, I never thought she looked comfortable in the mud last time. I think she's really going to appreciate getting back to a fast track. She just looked tentative to me, and she's a filly that has speed. She should be forward, if not on the lead, certainly attending the pace. And like I said, from a physical perspective, looks like a standout. Just to give you an idea of how old I am, guys, I rode this horse's great grandmother to a stakes win back in 1988, Triple Wow. Mike Keogh was assistant trainer to Roger Atfield, so again, dating myself. The 4, Majestic Oops, another one that wants to be forward, comes off a big effort in the Trevista. I just, they got to avoid getting hooked up in a duel, the 3, Standout Sensation and Majestic Oops. And then it brings you to the Gazelle winner, Where's My Ring? She could not look any better. She outstanding. Walking over here, she was sharp. She's dappled out. She's shipping in from Southern California for Val Brinkerhoff. Val Brinkerhoff was a jockey and a good jockey at that, and I think he's a very good horseman. Comes off a sharp effort going 6 furlongs, and one of the things about Where's My Ring, she doesn't always break the sharpest. She's a little bit of a bicycle horse early in the race. You got to pedal. Got to put her into the race, but stand out from a physical perspective, and certainly has the class to get it done here. And then the outside runner, Carrera, with Julian Leperoux for Kenny McPeak. Ray Byron does such good work. He's the assistant for Kenny McPeak. And she should get a good trip. She's got to avoid getting caught wide in the first turn because she should be rallying from the outside. And it's just hard to be wide on both turns. But if she can work out a trip under Julian into the first turn, she's going to be heard from late.
Mig, thank you. There's those prices from Aqueduct Elliptic, $9.30 for that victory, 472, how it finished. We'll see. Where's My Ring? She can get back to some of those big performances. She got a 90 buyer in that Gazelle victory, but has never got back to it.
No, she hasn't. In the Kentucky Oaks, she caught a sloppy racetrack. Okay, then they went to the Acorn. She was only 11-1 in the Kentucky Oaks. That's pretty amazing. I mean, in a 14-horse field. So she was obviously fancied a little bit, and she just has not, gotten back to that. Now as a 4-year-old, Val is very, very good. Had Mike Smith aboard last time. Like Mig was saying, this Val knows what he's doing. So I think what he did is okay, let's start her at 6 furlongs and go on from there. It's pretty ambitious to ship her all the way to Oaklawn. That would be my one worry here. But she is the horse to beat. Now, the 4, Majestic Oops, I mean, this Trevista lost last time, Greg, at 24-1. It's just kind of a brutal loss considering she was outside, she was dueling most of the way, and she just kind of gets just ripped. I mean, about a neck, but she ran really well.
Did everything but win.
Yeah.
And it's probably, in defeat, her career best performance.
Yeah, it is. And you think she's going to get there. Martin Garcia going left hand as much as he can. She's just going to get run down late. Now, this was a bang-up effort. It was the 3rd start in the Dan Ward barn. Each start, a little bit better, but she, like you said, ran her career best. My only worry, 10 second-place finishes out of 25 starts. So maybe that's why she was maybe waiting for her competition.
Potentially. We'll see if Martin Garcia maybe tries to get a little earlier jump on the competition in the stretch in here. We got the long stretch to deal with at this mile and a 16th.
The horse that I don't understand is, why is the 8 43-1? As you can remember, get your $200 deposit match. Marshad Mama, okay, if you look, just throughout the 2 sloppy races, win over a dry racetrack. The Prairie Meadows race, win over a dry racetrack. And as a horse that can close. I think there's plenty of pace in here. And at 43-1, that is absolutely ridiculous. I actually put a couple dollars on this horse across the board.
Major contender to the outside, too. That's Carrera, Julian Leperoux, Ken McPeak, who, of course, is the trainer of the Queen, the horse of the year, Torpedo Anna, successful in her comeback in the Azeri. She's back at Fairgrounds right now, I believe shipping in March 30th for her return in the Grade 1 Apple Blossom, that big one in the Distaff division. But this one has run pretty good, too, but it's going to be a tough post to deal with. Can Julian Leperoux try and save any ground from that tough outside post?
He's going to have to drop in and make that one run, but that's what she kind of does. She's changed her running style over the years, Carrera. Used to be a front runner, now she drops back.
Matt Ditterman with the call. Start of the pick 5. Here's the 7th from Oaklawn.
Late pick 5. And we're ready to go. Well, we're not ready to go because Delphia was very restless in the gate. Tyler Bacon looks like he's okay, but Delphia, she is very restless in the gate. Now she's settled down. It took her a little while to settle down there. Our veterinarian going to take a look at Delphia. It looks like, well, I'm trying to take a look here to see. Yep, they're going to back her out. So not a surprise on that. A couple other riders off their horses, so we'll keep you updated on this. But Delphia, number 6, was the horse who was acting up in the gate. She's already behind the gate, getting looked over here. Stand by.
So long shot, Delphia with a young man who took the first 3 on the card, Tyler Bacon. A little shaken up there in the gate, backed that one out. Mig, what did you see?
Yeah, I mean, she got up in the air, lost her balance, fell over backwards. She is a late scratch. Hopefully Tyler's okay. Looked like he got clear, but there's a lot of exposed metal in there. It's a tough place for riders. The other concern, guys, is the horses surrounding the 6 Delphia, because when a horse turns over like that, they have a tendency to panic, and the worry is that the horses in the adjacent stalls could get kicked. So they'll all be backed out now and checked over to make sure that nobody was injured in the incident.
And they got 4 runners to move over as well if they take that 6 off the board, which the starting gate crew is working on right now.
And that 6 was the clear pace in this race. There's no doubt about it. That horse was going to the front end. So it's a big scratch. It helps out, I would think, the 3 the most. Standout sensation for Tom Amos. And you're getting, what, 5-1 right now, or 7-2, and I think the odds will go down a little bit more.
It's interesting. I mean, a situation like this, like you always had a chance to, things happen in the game. You get to go out, you can talk to your pitcher.
Yeah.
Tom Amos doesn't get to talk to Rafael Bejarano and say, how do we adjust here?
I know, right? It's like you wish you could have a walkie-talkie out there and say, hey, Rafael, the main speed just got scratched. But then again, as a jockey, you're kind of supposed to know that, right? I'm sure Tom said to him, hey, the 6 is the speed here. Let's, try to get to the outside of the 6 and stalk that horse and see what happens. Now, Rafael seeing the 6 is scratched, I think he plays the break, and he's probably the speed in this race.
All right, so Delphia back to the barn, no question. She was going to be the one in front with her speed. So she is out. Who will try and take advantage of capitalizing on the front end? Will it be the 3 with Rafael Bejarano? I mean, you go through the rest of this field. I guess Majestic Oops, on occasion,
yeah,
more tactical speed.
It could be the 1. The 1's first start, that horse went 22.45. I get it was over synthetic after getting left. So maybe the 1 could show speed from the rail for Steve
4 should
Efson.
not be far away, right?
Yeah, the 4 shouldn't be far away. That's another horse too, yeah. Kind of kills my bet on the 8 now. We're at 53-1. I'm not going to get that much pace to throw into. The 10 could stay up closer maybe now.
And Carrera gets, to move in a post position to the inside, which will help a little bit. But throughout, favoritism has remained with Where's My Ring. She actually, when she nearly broke her maiden down on the West Coast Santa Anita, she was on the front end with pretty fast fractions, but not really had that type of running style since.
Guys, she is a tough filly to read. The thing about Where's My Ring, she's only 1 for 12 lifetime. The win was in the Gazelle.
Yeah, how about that? Graded stakes, Kentucky Oaks Prep to break your maiden.
So it's crazy because she ran in the Cervical. She ran the Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies as a maiden and then broke the maiden in the Gazelle. This is the 5 is a tough read over there.
Right-hand side of your screen, back in New York here, that is race 8, and that is, I would think, the more highly regarded half of this 6-5 favorite entry, 6 Kings from the Barn to Linda Rice.
Yeah, I mean, obviously both of them can win in here, the 1 or the 1A. But, yeah, I think 6 Kings is the one they're betting or the one they're going to bet. They're even money on the line. They'll probably come down a little bit more as they're starting, looks like, to reload there at Oaklawn.
And we'll get that post parade coming up, 6 Kings there. We'll have Ruben Silbera aboard for Linda Rice, but we'll get to that post parade momentarily. 2-1 favorite, former Gazelle winner from last year, the 5 Where's My Ring. Start number 2, coming back now as a 4-year-old, late scratch of the 6. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman, race 7 from Oaklawn.
Sensation going in, Majestic Oops. Marshide Mama to post 8. Progeny post position 9 into the outside post. Carrara to round out the field. We're ready to go. And let off. Uneventful beginning. Majestic Oops gets the first call of the race. She's on the lead. Where's My Ring? Right up on the outside to press the issue. Standout Sensation off of them in third. Feeling Beachy makes her way into the third spot, and Standout Sensation is fourth on the rail as they go into the first turn run. Carrara getting towards that rail, gets to the inside. She's 5 lengths off the lead, racing alone. There's a gap of 3 to Marshide Mama, promising right behind her. Progeny second to last. I had that one too. At the back of the pack, not much pace to chase here though, and it's a strung out group with that in mind. The pacemaker, Where's My Ring, from Southern California for the Val Brinkerhoff barn, leads the way 3/4 of a length. Majestic Oops concedes the lead, back in second on a hold, tracking on restraint right now. Feeling Beachy makes her way into the second position. Majestic Oops taken back to third now on the fence. 2 back to Standout Sensation, another 4 to Carrara. Niggled along a little bit, approaching the forward turn run. She's a length and a half better than Marshide Mama. Promising is next, and then comes Progeny. I had that one too. Well out of it, not going to get the job done. Around the forward turn they go. Where's My Ring with 3 furlongs to go. A neck in front. Feeling Beachy on the outside, turning up the pressure, coming off a maiden win in Louisiana. She's up to engage Where's My Ring at the quarter pole. Majestic Oops is shaken up. Standout Sensation given a cue to go. She's 2 lengths off the lead, sent hard at the top of the lane. Where's My Ring, the grade 3 Gazelle winner last year, comes off the turn. She's got plenty for the stretch and powers away from Feeling Beachy and the others. Where's My Ring with a big acceleration, and she's gone 6-7 ahead. Where's My Ring with a dominant effort here in Hot Springs today, coming from California. Where's My Ring, a dominant victor. Photo for second, Feeling Beachy involved with Standout Sensation, and Majestic Oops was fourth.
Where's My Ring, former graded stakes winner, just no match for this group.
Yeah, and Francisco Arrieta continues to go. Good job here by Val Brinkerhoff to find the right spot. Gave her a 6 furlong race at Santa Anita, brought her to Oaklawn, and she just decimates this field. I mean, much the best, looking well in the lane. And this is a race that she kind of needed. Something like a blowout win, you know what I mean?
It's a pretty sharp final time, isn't it?
What was the final time?
1:43.48.
Yeah, that's moving because that racetrack's been playing pretty slow.
Dominant performance, start number 2, back off the bench for last year's Gazelle winner on the road to the Kentucky Oaks. Meanwhile, back here in New York, 6 Kings, part of a even money favored entry here in the 8th for the Barnalinda Rice. They'll be right next door to each other in the starting gate. We'll get to the post parade when we come back.
Here comes CZ rocking up the rail. Jackie's Warrior. Elite Power on the far outside. And Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. CZ rocking with second. Jackie's Warrior settles for third today.
The power of Juddmonte.
Race 8 up next on the Saturday card here at Aqueduct. Greg Wolf, Paul Duca with you. Maggie Wolfendale we'll get to in a moment. 16,000 claiming race. Non-winners at 2 lifetime, 1 turn mile, and this is more highly regarded half of this even money. Favored entry has the inside post. Ruben Silvera will be aboard for Linda Rice. Let's go back to the last effort, February 28th. Runner-up behind Tamakon.
Yeah, I was dropping from 40 to 25. Now going to drop another level for 16. They're about a length and a half clear of Iron Man Ira this day. They're not exactly Deion Sanders coming home here. Yeah. They're plodding home here, but that's about what you're going to get, 141 and change for the mile. But when you look at Six Kings, you look at some of the other horses in here, and the horse does look like the horse to beat. I don't know about even money, though, for the entry.
Yeah, it is awfully short. A lot of people tend to overbet, especially when both halves an entry have a chance to win. You're getting 2 for the price of 1, but it still seems like a little bit overbet.
Yeah, it really does, because when you look at the 1 and the 1A, and it's not one of them really sticks out. The 1-6 Kings broke a maiden at Churchill Downs for $20,000, and Accidental Big just broke his maiden, so remains to be seen.
Is this the start of maybe big things to come in a 4-year-old campaign for the former Gazelle winner who competed in last year's Kentucky Oaks? Where's My Ring? That sprint return to set her up for this performance, and she was way too good.
Yeah, she really was. She just blew this field off the track, and good job by Val Brinkerhoff to give her that 6 furlong race. Always going to go out to that mile in a mile and 16th, and she ran a really fast time, like you were mentioning, Greg. 143. That's moving the way that racetrack has been playing there in Hot Springs.
Just her second career win. Again, she broke her maiden integrated stakes race after tackling a lot of very difficult company before she'd ever won, including the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, and $764 back on a cross-country Big 5 without really some huge pricing. That's a very good return.
Very good return. Flat Out Flying played a little bit bigger, but good call favorite. Elliptic, I want to say third choice. Where's My Ring favorite? So good job if you had that.
Congrats. Yeah, if you hit that cross-country Pick 5, back to New York. Being told to 6. Huge long shot. Ollie Can Dance, late scratch. We will see the entry first. Odds on here. So here's 6 Kings, Linda Rice.
Like we showed in the replay, 2 back. I mean, listen, last time ran a good second, and going to need to improve a little bit on that.
Other half of the entry will break right next door with Jose Lizcano, Accidental Bid.
So Linda Rice got a little bit of both. This horse should try to push towards the front where 6 Kings will be coming from behind.
Brown Don't Stop, 9-1. Heeman Harkey aboard.
I thought this horse was the other player in here, although 1 for 15 lifetime, but you could say 1 for a lot of these runners in here.
Here's Manny Franco at D-Day Sky for the Wayne Potts Barn.
Thought another player in here, 1 for 6 at Aqueduct.
Skellig Island, little tough to make Katie Davis aboard.
Yeah, just probably a better turf horse. Look for when they go back on turf.
Union Express, Eric Cancel riding for John Toscano Jr.
Yeah, new tactics last time when they dropped. They went to the front, and it almost paid off. We'll see what happens today.
Not Endowed, very interesting in here for Rob Atras.
He's kind of the horse I just don't know what to do with. 0 for 7 the last 2 years and 0 for 7 at Aqueduct, but he's getting bet at 5-1 because there's not really many horses to bet in here.
And Jamie Begg with a horse who was forward going a mile and an eighth last start, Solo Empire.
I thought this horse had a decent look, has some decent races to go to, and at 20-1, that's kind of ridiculous. I don't know if the horse can win this race, but at 20-1, I thought the horse can at least hit the board.
Oh, price getting even shorter now on this entry. Down to 3-5. As you look at 6 Kings, keep in mind this is a non-winners of 2 life condition. You're getting 2-1 though with the entry. You're getting the Linda Rice barn. A lot of positives, but it's not like either of these two were some massive standout against this group, is it?
No, not really. I mean, I can maybe say 6 Kings, the last race, the last 2 races, got a couple races to go back when he was with Brendan Walsh to go to that do win. That's why I landed here. I do think Solo Empire, the 8, is way too high. You see Maggie has the 7 Endowed. That's the horse that just confuses me. I do not know what to do. But I also can see at age 7 he can win this race. That's my worry with him. He's 7 years old, and he's 1 for 15 lifetime.
There he is. Kendrick Carmouche. He's been off long time away, since July of Saratoga last summer. I like the way he's warming up, though. I'll say
Looks
that.
good, yeah, he does. What about the 2, Brown Don't Stop? Horse can hit the board or cut back to the mile, or no?
He's got some, I thought some, certainly, he's way too big a price, I think.
He's the most consistent. I mean, listen, you could say the buyer numbers are low, but second, third, last 3 starts at 1 1/8 when stretching from 6.5. So maybe cutting back to the mile. He's a consistent horse.
And we'll say, win against Jansen a few starts back. Jansen's a horse who doesn't love to finish a lot, couldn't get by him. Yeah. But, yeah, it's still way too big a price on that horse. I will say, and obviously the layoff with this one is a bit of a question. But, yeah, look, older horse might be going a little forward to Carl Professional. He's 1 for 15, but he knows what he's doing. And for the most part, he's been facing a lot tougher company most of his career.
Yeah, it is true. I mean, the fact that Mark Hennig had Endowed about 5 starts. He protected this horse off the claim, and then I guess 2 of those 3 starts win this race. Now, it hasn't been seen since July. Rob Atras has the horse now, who's 20%, first time with his trainer. So the 7 to me is one of those horses that could blow this field off the racetrack, or I don't know what's going to happen, because this horse has got back numbers that destroy this field.
Meanwhile, entry 3 to 5. You get 2 for the price of 1. Public loving that opportunity for one of certainly the best barns in the sport, too. Linda Rice, 24% at this meet. But that is awfully short. But as you said, it's a good 1-2 punch. You get the speed of the 1A. You get the stalker in the 1, 6 Kings.
Yeah, I mean, the 1A is run the same type buyers that the 1 has run. I mean, 57 to win last time, but it's run 65s, and the high buyer for the 1 is a 69 in a different barn. So you can argue the 1A is faster and maybe just as fast when it comes to, numbers, whatever type of metric you use, as the 1, straight 1.
Here's D-Day Sky, a barn that has not had a ton of wins at this meet, but his horse has been running very good. Wayne Potts, see if he can kind of get going a little bit. 17 runner-ups, 19 thirds. Wow. The horses are definitely running.
Almost, I want to say a little bit over 40% of his horses run second or third. He's been unlucky, yeah.
Set for this 8th with the heavily favored entry. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Solo Empire broke quickly, broke outward, but is with the leaders. Here comes Union Express is in the early mix too. Joining these front runners, Accidental Bid is in the early fray, and that's the top trio. Skellig Island is well settled in 4th, just in behind that leading group, and they are well out in the center of the racetrack here as they come out of the chute. Union Express and Eric Hensel, they're neck in front of Solo Empire, tracking second. At the rail is Accidental Bid in 3rd. Skellig Island's in 4th. Towards the inside in 5th, here comes 6 Kings. Just having a tap on the brakes was D-Day Sky. The 2 at the back, Brown Don't Stop, with the trailer Endowed. But a pretty tightly bunched field as they work at the back stretch, and they went 23.54 for that opening quarter mile, and Union Express lets it out a notch, and Union Express is up by 3/4 of a length. Solo Empire comes right back for more towards the outside, and the front 2 try to get some separation as 6 Kings. Now splits rivals, Ruben Silvera, they're on the move. Out wider, Union Express is the leader, and there is Solo Empire. 6 Kings is rallying on. D-Day Sky is trying to get into the mix, and here comes the run from Endowed. Brown Don't Stop is in behind rivals. Just starting to lose some ground there was Accidental Bid, and the trailer, Skellig Island. Union Express has dispatched of Solo Empire, who's dropping back through the field. But here come the closers as now 6 Kings emerges as a threat. On the outside, it's Endowed, but 6 Kings got that clear running room, is right after Union Express. Endowed and Kendrick Carmouche, they're trying to rally on, but 6 Kings is kicking away. Inside the final furlong, and 6 Kings, those big bounding strides as the 16th left to go. Endowed is now a clear second. Union Express back to 3rd. No doubt, your winner, 6 Kings with the score. Endowed second, Union Express, and D-Day Sky in 1 minute 40.09 seconds.
6 Kings in the end is much too good for this group.
Yeah, ended up winning the race just by being the best horse. You could see Endowed, who did not get off to the best starts, the 7 horse, just circled the field and was just second best. The 2 horses that had the best numbers, the best back class, they ran 1-2.
Linda Rice owns and trains another one of her Kentucky claims. Had so much success with that claim. This one in October of last year at Keeneland. And now gets its one in the winner's circle for the first time and start number 3 since that claim.
She's picked so many horses off. It's unbelievable from Keeneland, from Churchill Downs, and brought them here and just ran right into form. They just ran like ACBD. I mean, not much here for you for the trifecta, but if you had the 1A or the 1, you're moving on in your late pick 5 at least.
175, 3-5. Odds-on favorite, 6 Kings. Owns, trained by Linda Rice. Ruben Silvera gets the opportunity. And a short price favorite here in the 8th at Aqueduct.
It was. The public had it right. I mean, listen, the horse was even money on the line. It was good morning line by David Aragona, who does a great job. And Endowed ran a good race. Look for that horse next time out with a better beginning.
Yeah, it's off the bench, too. It was
Yeah.
a pretty good effort from that horse. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, we'll take a look back to earlier on in the card. In that early feature, 3-year-old sprinting in the Jimmy Winkfield, T-Craft on a roll in the Silks Ali Einsiedler for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott. 3 straight wins.
Newgate sold for $850,000 as a yearling. His full sister, Denim and Pearls, sold for $2.8 million. His 108 buyer was the fastest of any into mischief in 2024. He posted a 122 Equibase speed figure and ran a -2 1/4 on the Thoroughbred sheets. In all, he defeated 8 individual Grade 1 winners. New to 3 Chimneys.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Game Winner first ran a very, very impressive maiden race at Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity.
Gaming, a first crop colt, following in his sire's footsteps, winning the Grade 1 Del Mar Futurity.
And then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year, went on to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was crowned 2-year-old champion. A very exciting combination of pedigree and race record.
Game Winner, continuing the legacy of Candy Ride.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage here on America's Day at the Races. Features still to come in New York. Play it all by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime.
You ever think you're one of those people?
New York does move that fast. It really does. It's starting to get to me. 6 Kings, 3-5 favorite. Gets it done for the entry here.
Yeah, congratulations. Just the best here of the entry, like you were saying. And a real key move when they went inside of runners. I thought that was interesting because he had a ton of momentum, and he was able to go inside and get the job done, and just was able to move. That was Ruben Silvera, excuse me. Yeah, he cut inside, as you see the 7 making the big move on the outside, but no doubt about your 3-5 winner. And Dowd ran a good second, like you were saying, off that layoff.
So 175 finish, but a no doubt about it win for 6 Kings. Now 2 for 10 in his career. $3.40 for the victory. And this one in the books, the feature sort of co-feature. Obviously, I had that Jimmy Winkfield earlier, which we're going to talk about right now. Happened back in race 4 in the card. We'll get to this 9th one-turn mile. Fillies and mares 4 and up. But earlier in the day, it was 3-year-olds sprinting 6 furlongs. Really seemed like a wide-open race. We had a filly taking on the boys. Paul is a star, but it was T-Craft in the end in perfect position in here, and Jose Lezcano finding a tight seam to go through.
What a great race this was. You're going to see with the hoops on the inside and the 5 with Katie Davis. Now, there was an inquiry in this race, not an objection, an inquiry. And, you know, it was just a lot of race riding there. Katie Davis trying to keep Kendrick Carmouche in with his horse. Kendrick trying to push his horse out, and both of these colts went to the wire. And a good run by all of them. Did I say Lezcano? Who did I say?
Yeah, Jose Lezcano on T-Craft.
Yeah, on T-Craft.
3 in a row for this
I say
horse.
Kendrick Carmouche, my bad, yeah. But, like, they looked at it for, a little while, and I thought the stewards made the right decision.
Yeah, we saw the head-on. Didn't seem like there was a lot there. Well done by T-Craft, and yeah, it's gotten some pretty good trips, but it takes some courage to go through an opening like that, too.
You know, and I give the 5 a little bit of credit, Saxon, because the 5s kind of saw the 1 and regained it a little bit, you know, and that was a horse off the claim for Brittany Russell, but there you see Jose Lezcano. And the Lee Einsteiler Silks. Good to see Lee get in the winner's circle. And, you know, this horse was passing the question whether Lasix was his key, because his last 2 races he had won with Lasix. Lasix off today, and he got the job done.
So there are those hot pink silks. Yeah, Lee Einsteiler, T-Craft, 3 in a row, and stakes debut winning effort for this horse. Well done. It seemed like a very wide open race going in. This horse just in very sharp form right now.
Very sharp form, and a horse that likes to win races, and it seems like a horse that can put himself wherever he wants, and I think that's the key. You know, we were saying this horse is getting the best trip, and was getting the best trip, and it turned out to be not the best trip there for a split second for Jose Lezcano, and having to squeeze himself through. And you got to give Katie Davis credit. Katie Davis tried to keep him in there, but sometimes when you got a 1,000-pound animal, they're going to move you.
Let's get back to Oaklawn at Hot Springs Race 8. Next 6 furlong sprint coming up, everybody, for sale for $25,000 in here. Claiming race for horses who've not won 2 since November the 21st of last year, the condition. And the favorite we will start off with here in a moment, Rabbit Hound, Tyler Bacon, who won the first 3 on the card.
Well, maybe this is the key, because Tyler Bacon got dumped off the horse, but Christian Torres got dumped off the horse and won. Tyler Baker got dumped off the horse, so maybe this is the horse to beat.
Hiya, Jane Elliott rides for Tim Dixon.
Hey, yeah. What happened to them?
Midnight Pranks at 7-1, Christian Torres.
Yeah, a horse for Ray Ashford here that, you know, Ray's gotten off to a slow start to meet, but Christian riding's a big part.
This is a horse that was on an incredible roll. I think won 7 in a row at one point, Jackman.
Yeah, and I think he's going to run good today. That last race, just forgive it.
Samurai Prince was forward last start, wound up 5th.
Yeah, and a horse that likes the racetrack, Ramon Vasquez for Timothy Martin.
Ricardo Santana Jr. on Ben Diesel.
A horse that's 0 for 16 at Oaklawn.
Refua, we've seen plenty of here in New York.
I like this horse today. That's my long shot of the day.
Talk more about that in a minute. Nullarbor, Julian Leperoux.
Yeah, for Steve Manley, 5 for 26 lifetime.
Here's Francisco Arrieta for Tim Martin off the claim.
I mean, Francisco is just on. He's white hot, so I would use him whenever you got a hot jockey like this. This horse has a race 3 back that would win this race.
And here's one that can be forward, Born Flawless.
You know, Born Flawless was a horse that really loved Churchill Downs. He's kind of lost his way a little bit in his last couple efforts. Have not been good, but Shea Stewart, very good conditioner, underrated.
Well, Rabbit Hound, the horse who's favored in here, has been on the lead the last couple of starts, but that's been going longer. I don't know if this horse has the kind of speed to be on the front end sprinting, do you?
Well, the last time this horse did sprint was left behind, got off to a bad start, and then closed up. And it seems like he's a deep closer when he does sprint, and he's shown that he's been okay. But you're right, some of his best races have been going long. You know, I think a lot of his connections that have had this horse, now Jade Cunningham has the horse, Scott Becker, Tyrone Gleason, Tracy Tanner, they've all tried to figure out what's the winning recipe. This horse is lost by a nose, a neck, a head, 7 second-place finishes in 20 starts. last year, 1 for 11 with 7 seconds. That's tough to do. So he's an honest horse. It's just sometimes it's hard for him to punch his nose to the wire first.
So Tyler Bacon, what will this young apprentice do? He's going to lose that apprenticeship towards the end of this month. Can he be forward as he has been, Mig, going longer? Not quite as fast sprinting, is he?
No, and particularly from post one, I think that kind of puts him up against it a little bit at a shorter price. You know, that those 7 seconds last year are a little bit troubling to me because I think sometimes when a horse thinks too much, they get there, they're a herd animal, and they go, well, I'm happy to run with the herd as opposed to running past the herd. And sometimes they shorten a horse up like that because it gives him less time to think. He will get out-footed early coming off those longer races, even though he has route speed. And then he'd be looking to run them down late. I just have a hard time at 2-1 seeing the kind of trip he may work out from that inside. Tyler Bacon's riding in terrific form. He did have that incident at the gate in the last race. Oh, and by the way, talked to Val Brinker right after the race. Where's My Ring? Will be heading to the Apple Blossom next, taking on bigger game in the likes of Torpedo Anna. Getting back to this race, the Ford Jackman looks outstanding. All of Steve Asmussen's runners do. I thought he had an unlucky trip. He just got caught in kind of a switch last time, shuffled out of the race, takes another drop in class, looks outstanding. I actually prefer him over anybody else. And 2 horses at big prices, I would be remiss not to talk about. The 7, Ben Diesel. What an attractive son of Will Take Charge. That rich liver chestnut, deep chestnut color. Could not look any better. Outstanding from a physical perspective, and he picks up Ricardo Santana. And then the New York bred Refua. Talk about a horse with second-itis. 3 wins in his life, 14 seconds. And when he ran by them with Isaac Castillo 2 starts back, excuse me, he just caught a very contested pace and was able to pick them off late. I don't know that he's going to get the kind of pace that's going to set it up. But again, how good he looks physically, I would be remiss not to talk about him. And for a horse that, you know, we've known for a long time in New York, this is the best he's ever looked. It seems like he thrives on a good workload. He carries great weight. His coat's got that rich, hydrated look. And he's a big price, but again, really, really looking good on the racetrack.
Well, how about the little note he slipped in between all that analysis? Winner of the last race is going to tackle the horse of the year, Torpedo Anna, in the Grade 1 Apple Blossom. That will be something.
Well, I mean, when you run like that, you might as well strike while the iron's hot. And, you know, it's the first time she's ever run over that racetrack. And Oaklawn can be funky a little bit. So the fact that she liked it, I would think Val's like, okay, let's go right back. You know what I mean? She must be doing well.
And, again, going sub 144 for a mile and a 16th is really moving
it's rolling.
At Oaklawn. So that was a big performance from Where's My Ring. So that'll be exciting to see. April 12th, that big showdown. See who else wants to get in that starting gate with the reigning horse of the year.
I love it. And guys taking shots at the horse of the year, you're right. And why not? Obviously, she's doing well. And like I said, for a horse that's only won 1 time, for her to win by open lengths can give her only more confidence, you know?
Meanwhile, this 8th.
Ooh, look at that 8. Look at that 8 just looking at me. I know a lot of seconds for Refua, but I think she gets the pace to run into for J.K. Sweezy. When we go back to the 1 here, Rabbit Hound. The races that were good sprinting were at Prairie Meadows. Now, the Minnesota races have been okay. She's run against Autoglide. Last year, Autoglide was unbelievable, but those are going a mile and mile 16th. And Mig makes a good point about getting the rail. Now, maybe she will show that speed and get up in this race, but I just don't know at 9-5. Listen, I understand my horse has got 14 seconds, but I'm getting 11-1.
I just don't. She's not as quick early as some of these other natural sprinters with sprint speed.
No, not at all.
We'll see if she can be as effective. Interesting move here. I mean, she won at a mile and a 16th, couple of starts back. Interesting move now to try and cut her back, go against what had been working for her.
I mean, the 2's faster, the 11, the 4, the 9. I mean, there's a lot of horses that are faster.
The Samurai Prince, the 6,
yeah,
certainly quicker.
So I would think that she's going to come from way out of it. But my horse is going to be coming from way out of it, the 8.
Refua, yeah, was an interesting horse for a while. Had believe a long time until finally got that first win, but had a couple of huge performances.
Did you have a love-hate relationship with Refua when it comes to betting?
No, it just was sort of a hard horse to figure out with all 14 seconds and 34 starts. Seems like there's talent there. It's just kind of hard to figure out how to get the most out of this horse. It's had a pretty productive career, though, over $320,000 in earnings.
Yeah, most of the time she loses her race at the start. Hopefully she can get out in one piece. Even when she won 2 back, she broke slow.
Set for the 8th. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman.
The field. Here's Born Flawless. We're ready to go. And they're off. Samurai Prince gets the first call of the race. Born Flawless hustled hard from the far outside post to get up there with him. A half length back early from Samurai Prince. Jackman right behind the early leaders who duel now. Samurai Prince, Born Flawless right together. Jackman right behind them in the third position. Haya off the fence, pretty keen between horses here. Circle back, Jack is in the mix as well. Noliber is 3 paths off the rail within a length and a half of the lead as the first 6 pack up going into the turn. There's a gap of 2 to Refua in mid-division, 2 clear of the gray Rabbit Hound trying to come from off the pace today, and the trailer is Ben Diesel as they round the far turn. Samurai Prince neck in front. Born Flawless under heavy pressure second. Haya getting closer, joins the second place horse Born Flawless 3 wide. Jackman is going to get to the outside. He's caught deep coming off the turn, trying to produce a rally from there. Samurai Prince down the lane, 2 lengths ahead as he goes for home. Jackman though finding a good stride far outside. Midnight Pranks is following his move, but Jackman with a nice kick and kicks by Samurai Prince in the final 16th. Refua coming on between horses, but it's Jackman. Jackman on top, and he gets it. Loves Oaklawn, does Jackman, and gets a winner's circle photo today. Samurai Prince was second, Refua third. Midnight Pranks and Rabbit Hound were next.
Jackman gets his 8th win here in Hot Springs, 15th win overall in his career.
Yeah, horse just loves the racetrack. And, you know, Mig mentioned it too, I did too. You just had to draw a line through that last effort when he just did not have the best beginnings. He was shut off. His race 2 starts back would win this race, and exactly what happened here. Good job here by Eric Asmussen. It looks like the 6th here, Samurai Prince, is just going to hold off for a few. Who is looking for the 15th second place finish, and I think, yeah, easily.
Going to get back to New York after a timeout. 1-turn mile coming up, this allowance optional claiming field. Many to talk through. There's Eliseo Ruiz. Stay with us.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Back at our Fox Sports 1 coverage. Race 9. Just 2 minutes to post. 1-turn mile. Allowance optional claiming group. Save Us Melania. Coming off just a huge performance last start. A race in the 11th start of her career we had never seen anything close to before. If she can reproduce that, everybody's in trouble here.
Yeah, they are. And it just shows you how filly can, when their 4-year-old campaign can really change overnight. You see the entry going through.
Yeah, the other half, very talented runner as well, and Malou as the outside post.
Yeah, you know, both these horses can really run. Malou's 9 for 15 in the exacta.
There's Grammy Girl, Kendra Carmouche.
I like that horse a little bit for Horacio de Paz.
And Elisa's Smile somewhere out there at 22-1.
Yeah, for Jose Jimenez and Chris Elliott.
Tough to make in this field. It's going to be a tough task. Take the money, honey. Interesting here. Undefeated, 2 sprints, now gets a little more ground.
Yeah, filly by Golden Lad, and you're right, a Maryland bred looking for 3 in a row.
Catherine Wheel, Chad Brown. Second start back off a long time away.
1, 2, 3, 5 races, 5 different racetracks.
Yeah, Bobby Jean. Mark Hennig has Romero Mirage aboard.
You're going to cut back in distance. This horse ran a good race, 2 back when winning at 1 1/8 miles.
There's a look at Catherine Wheel. Chad Brown Barn was off for just about a year. Came back with a runner-up finish, beaten favorite. See what we get second back off the bench as we head downstairs to Maggie.
And taking a look here at the Maryland Invader by way of Parks for trainer Michael Moore. That's number 5 in here. Take the money, honey, as she is the clear-cut speed, one would think on paper, as she does try to stretch out in distance here and remain undefeated. She definitely dominated a field last time out at 3 to 5 at Laurel. But looking at her, and that was off the back of a 7-month layoff, she looks like she should actually handle this stretch out. You know, usually I'm very leery of these horses coming in here off the back of those sprint wins, but she actually has a long, even frame. She's really calm and reserved. All things that you want to see with the horse trying a longer distance for the first time. So we'll see if she can, in fact, dominate on the front end, bringing that sprinter speed here to Naira. Catherine Wheel, number 6, just outside of her. I think one can say that comfortably that she's been a bit of a disappointment throughout her career. She was wired last time in her comeback effort off of the near year layoff for Chad Brown by Bunny Hop, who was a big long shot that day. She chased that horse all the way around there, but could never get to her in the end. Now, she has done well. She comes back here as a 4-year-old. I have not seen her since she was 2, but she's filled out. She's just become a bit of a stronger filly, and she looks incredibly fit. Now, you don't often think, though, of Chad Brown's horses needing starts off of a layoff. It was a significant one, so maybe we will give her the benefit of the doubt, but overall, she just hasn't really ever run to her backing. So we'll see what she does here. I cannot say anything negative about her physical appearance, though. She does look ready, second off the bench. But I'm going to land on a horse that has some recency, and don't get me wrong, I definitely respect the 2 that go out for Linda Rice. They look fantastic, Malou and Save Us Melania. I'm going to try here with number 2, Grammy Girl, whom maybe it has been the turn back in distance, so maybe I'm completely off base here, but I think we're just dealing with a better filly now as a 4-year-old for Horacio de Paz. She's so much stronger behind. She's just filled out so much. She's moving well out there, and physically she's built like a horse that should really appreciate this 1-turn mile, Greg. So I'm hoping that the good form continues for Grammy Girl.
Maggie, thank you. Yes, she has the rail of the 2, Grammy Girl, Kendra Carmouche. In her last couple of starts, she has really run well.
Yeah, that's a horse I like, too. I just think the horse is in really good form. I think the mile's within her scope, too. I think as a 4-year-old, she's really completely changed. As you can see, they're getting the horses ready to go in. There she is right there. That's the Flash Gordon.
But keep in mind, if Save Us Melania, again, can somehow find that race again that she just ran on March 2nd, this is 13 days back for Linda Rice. She's just in another league.
Yeah,
But it was a one-off race.
Yeah, it's a one-off race, but if you look at her races, when she won her race for 20, she was 7 lengths clear going into the far turn. She came back a win, she was 3 lengths clear. When she gets clear to that far turn, she gets very, very brave, and she just blew him off the racetrack last time. So you just don't really know what you're getting. But if she's able to get away and just keep on going and keep on improving, but she does have a good entry mate with Malou behind her. And it looks like trying to redo some, or they took the saddle off somebody, Greg.
And it looks like, the long shot. Adelise's smile.
Yeah.
Announcement being made right now by track announcer Chris Griffin. So that one comes off the board. 48 to 1 shot, the 3. And they've already made that adjustment on the starting gate.
Yeah. And they won't wait 31 minutes like the next post to Oaklawn.
7-5 favorite, Save Us Melania. Malou, the outside post. I'm intrigued by Take the Money, Honey. Those 2 sprints, comes in undefeated. I know Parks and then Laurel, but now gets a little more ground. And good to hear physically that Maggie thought could handle the extra ground here.
Yeah, that's key. I mean, Mag looking at these horses is key for all of us. As you see the 2 going back in, yeah, they're not wasting any time. That's the way it should be done.
Save Us Melania, the 1. Best performance of her career just 13 days ago. Jose Lezcano back aboard this afternoon. Can she back it up for Linda Rice? Here's the 9th. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Bobby Jean. Malou to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Off a step slow there was Grammy Girl is the early trailer. Save Us Melania has the front end, and Save Us Melania's in front, is now a neck in front of Take the Money Honey, who's stalking from second. Moving right to the outside, Grammy Girl was off slowly, has moved into the 3 path as they chase from out of the chute, and they're chasing Save Us Melania. Save Us Melania under a tight hold. Take the Money Honey is a tracking second. Well settled now is in third is Grammy Girl. 3 lengths in front of Catherine Wheel, who's comfortable enough, travels there with Malou, and the trailer, Bobby Jean. They work up the backstretch through a 23-3 opening quarter mile. Take the Money Honey in pursuit of Save Us Melania. They're back to within a half length. 3 wide there is Grammy Girl. Then comes Catherine Wheel, who's now alone in 4th. Gets encouragement to move forward as they approach a half mile left to go. Very wide there, Malou in the trailer. Bobby Jean. Save Us Melania is still in front. Save Us Melania, 47.42 for a half mile time, and Save Us Melania is cruising on the front end now. Right to the outside, it's Grammy Girl. Get in the queue is Take the Money Honey, who's going to hold that position, and Take the Money Honey is now cut loose from in between runners, is trying to challenge Save Us Melania, who's at the rail and very game. Grammy Girl is 3 wide, and all the time, here comes Catherine Wheel, is ranging up to the outside for Cancel. It's these 4 right now at the top of the stretch. Take the Money Honey is in front. It's Take the Money Honey, who now straightens up and sprints for home. In full pursuit is Grammy Girl. Catherine Wheel is on the grandstand side, starts to make up some late ground. Take the Money Honey, but with every single stride, here comes Catherine Wheel to the outside. Take the Money Honey is looking for the line. Catherine Wheel is lunging late. These 2 down to the line. It's a photo finish. Catherine Wheel to the outside. Take the Money Honey in a tight photo. Then came Grammy Girl. It's a photo. Final running time, 1:38.45 in today's 9th.
Big effort from Take the Money Honey. Did all this dirty work, but it looks like may have gotten nailed late by Catherine Wheel.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Very, very tight. Yeah, I don't want to say the 6 was physically in front, but the 5 got the bob. I think the 6 won this race. The 2 went to his knees, or her knees at the gate, got up and put herself right in the race, but then the 6 just kind of swooped. The 2 and the 5 were kind of just idling a little bit, but you made a good point. The 5 just ran giant in here. 6, 5. I think the 6 is physically in front, but the 5 gets the bobs. Oh,
I don't think the nose was ever in front, though.
Yeah, never enough. And it's 7-2 over to 7-2 here. And a good job here by the 6. And Eric Cancel. Eric Cancel here and Francisco Arrieta are just riding lights out.
6, 5, 2, 1. Big effort, but in defeat. Take the Money Honey. How about Catherine Will? Second back off the bench. Good for her. Chad Brown Philly with Eric Cancel. Picks up the 2nd win of her career.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give credit to Eric. He always kept her kind of right behind these 2 horses, hoping that they would sting each other, and they kind of did. I mean, the 5 was giant in here. Take the money, honey. Alicia Ruiz did all he could do. The 2 Grammy girls just stung the horse a little bit enough for Eric to get by with Catherine Wheel, and a good job of training there by Chad Brown. We had talked about this horse has been ran 5 races in 5 different racetracks. Well, she came back to one of the racetracks she'd raced at Aqueduct, and she got the job done, and a hat trick for Eric.
Yeah, 3 wins for him this afternoon. Big opportunity to ride for the reigning Eclipse Award-winning barn of Chad Brown. Takes advantage of it. 6-5-2-1 here in the 9th. It's Catherine Wheel, daughter of Into Mischief, with the victory. Well, the prices when we come back.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NyraBets. Open your NyraBets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NyraBets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back in our Fox Sports 1 coverage on this Saturday afternoon. You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance, thriller here on the 9th. Catherine Wheel, Take the Money, Honey. It came down to the final jump, and it's this filly right here. Second off a long time away, just about a year gone for Chad Brown. Wins again.
Yeah, filly by Into Mischief out of the Spark Stripe mare, succeeding. Congratulations to all the owners. $9.60, that pick 3. There's a lot of pick 3s. Make sure you check your account.
Man on board, 3-win afternoon. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
It pays to be Eric Cancel. It pays to bet Eric Cancel, as we saw Catherine Wheel, not favored for the first time since her debut, get the job done. When you saw the pace setting up as it was, Eric, you had to feel pretty confident early on.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I wasn't really worried about the pace. She's a filly that she's been close to the pace. Actually, last time she was pretty close to a pretty hot pace. You know, she ran a really good race. I just wanted to have the right setup for her on the outside where she was clear to just make the run as soon as we were ready.
And two, it felt like she wanted to hang a little bit. I know she was coming off a long layoff last time out. Did you do anything different? Did you kind of have that in the back of your mind as you were coming down the stretch?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I started left-handed with her, you know, because I wanted to try to surprise her. And she gave me a little bit of a burst, and then from the 8-pole down, I could kind of feel that she wanted to stay there. I switched right-handed, you know, and it helped me out to get her to move a little bit forward and get the victory.
I think with any athlete, confidence is key, and obviously riding 3 winners today, how do you feel when you go out there and you've already had a win on the card?
I feel really good, you know. I mean, I basically don't let anything get into my head, you know. If I'm doing good during the day, good. If not, I just keep on grinding it out, you know. I'm blessful. I'm grateful for everything, you know, and I just keeping it going. That's what I'm doing.
Well, keep up the great work. It's been a good one today.
Thank you.
All right, Eric Cancel riding really well and guiding Catherine Wheel to the winner's circle. It's been a while, Greg.
Good for him. Big Saturday afternoon, and obviously you want to make the most of these opportunities when you ride for one of the biggest barns in the sport and make good. It was a terrific ride.
No, it is. Anytime you win for like Chad Brown or guys like that, and you get the bob like that, they like it even better.
Won't have a chance at number 4. His day is done. Good work for Eric Cancel. The finale, 50,000 starter allowance coming up to close out this Aqueduct card. It's 1 turn mile. And right now it's the 7. Eric from Miami, interestingly, favored on a big effort on a wet track last start. Can he, back it up again on the fast going today?
It's going to be very interesting. I thought this race would be very interesting, whether the 1 in 1A at 8-5, we're going to get bet in here. And it looks like the 6, 7, and 8 are all getting played in here. I landed on the 6. But Eric from Miami with a 10-length win. Holton on the outside for Tommy Morley has a big shot, too. I thought it was a wide-open race.
Yeah, I think Venge, another one. Yeah. Very dangerous from the inside post. Good race here, good betting race to close things out on a Saturday card here in New York. We'll have more on it when we come back. Get to the post parade as well. Going to step aside. We'll be back, take a look at what happened on the road to that first Saturday in May. 50 points on the line to the winner of the Virginia Derby at Colonial Downs. We'll tell you what happened next.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on our Saturday coverage, nightcap to come at Aqueduct. 12 minutes away from this 1 turn mile ahead. They were back on the road to the Kentucky Derby just moments ago. Colonial Downs, $500,000 on the line as well in this Virginia Derby. And surprise, surprise, the coach, D. Wayne Lucas, going to be back at the Kentucky Derby with a contender.
You can only hone to contain him. He's going to get a horse in the Derby. This horse ran in the Southwest, shipped his horse to Louisiana.
Non-factor in both.
Non-factor in both, but I'm happy for Nicky Juarez, really happy for Nicky. Getting to know him personally at Oaklawn Park the last couple of years, I'm happy that he got this horse home for the coach, and I would think Mr. Lucas will have a horse. As you see, Nicky celebrating, and he deserves it. It's been a couple years for Nick that he going to Oaklawn, had a little bit of trouble with his agent early on, and then was able to kind of go away. Then he came back this year, and I remember talking to him. He's like, listen, I don't know how many mounts I'm going to get. And now Mr. Lucas has been giving him a lot more mounts, and he's been winning on a lot of his horses, and now he's got a horse in the gate, in the Derby gate.
Look at the separation, too, he puts on the rest of this field. Let's go to Mig. Your thoughts here on what you just saw in this Virginia Derby.
Honestly, guys, I've been waiting for this kind of breakout performance from American Promise. You watch him train in the mornings. This horse trains as good as a racehorse can train. He trains with enthusiasm. He puts in fast works, but does it the right way. And it feels like he's a horse that's been kind of just not putting it all together in the afternoons. And maybe this is his breakout performance. And I agree with Paul. Nick Juarez, good to see him kind of get going. Gary Stevens has his book again. I was talking with Wayne Lucas about him, ironically enough, yesterday. He had a good second on one of Lucas's runners yesterday. And they both have a lot of confidence in each other. Wayne has a lot of confidence in Nick. Nick has a lot of confidence riding for Wayne. And sometimes that's really all a rider needs is someone to step up to the plate, give them the opportunity and show that kind of confidence with them and let them do their job. This was a really, really big performance, and it'll be interesting to see what he does next. You know, Coach will probably get another run into him before the Derby, and we've seen Wayne have horses get good at the right time. Charismatic is a perfect example. American Promise. Also, this horse has a pedigree, guys. This is a half to Hoosier filly, Tom Amos's filly that he was so high on. And she probably trained like this horse does in the mornings, because if you were here watching him, he'll leave your jaw hanging. I mean, he is as good a workhorse as I've ever seen. And today, he backed it up in the afternoon.
Kind of interesting what is going to happen here, because you're a little bit in no man's land. Do you run him again, fairly quick coming back, or you're in the Derby? You got 50 points. You would pretty much in, I would think. And historically, any other year, probably sit and wait, no?
Yeah, maybe. You know, and a lot of people will go, oh, that was a weak version of the Virginia Derby. I get it. But he won it, and he won it convincingly. And if Bob Baffert would have won the race, everybody would have said, oh, what an easy win for a Bob Baffert runner at 3-5 or 4-5. Well, he just absolutely destroyed that horse, and he destroyed Rapture, the other horse, for Brad Cox. So, listen, like Mick said, this horse has always had, no pun intended, a lot of promise. When I remember a coach telling me that this was one of his better horses that he had coming along the trail, and it's just a matter of whether this horse got his mind together, and it looked like he put his mind together today. And it's good to see Gary and Nick back together winning races.
We all know D. Wayne Lucas, he's not shy running his horses.
No.
But a lot of these preps, look, the 29th is 2 weeks away. And then there's really just a few opportunities. That would be 3 weeks away with the Wood, Santa Anita Derby, or Bluegrass. We'll see.
You might put him in the Bluegrass for a workout. Who knows? But there are a lot of races left, Greg.
The big ones, that's what's coming up next. First up, that Louisiana Derby, and that's where a horse who was scheduled to run in the Virginia Derby. Looks like he's going to be the favorite, John Hancock, for Brad Cox, who will bring an undefeated record into that race. Nightcap next from New York. There's the current favorite. Blame it on Daddy. 2 starts back. That was a big effort, but he did not back it up next time out.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his 4-go, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sire of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
This is my Oaklawn.
It's America's original sport. And no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Good to have you with us on our Saturday coverage with this finale coming up at Aqueduct. $50,000 starter allowance, 1 turn mile. There is Eric from Miami. 3-1 off such a huge performance, Paul, but it was on a wet track, sloppy sealed track. Can he do the same here on a fast track today?
I could see, yeah. I mean, Rick Dutrow does wonderful things with horses, and you know, the first race back, he put the horse in a state bred 25. This was an open race, and my God, this horse just destroyed this field. But like you said, it was over a wet track. But I will say this: going into the race, Greg, the horse was 0 for 7 with no first and seconds over wet tracks. So has the horse really improved under Rick Dutrow's care? And these are connections that go way back: Rick Dutrow and Michael Dove.
Manny Franco will be aboard. Second choice at 7-2 right now. Meanwhile, there's Scat to Tap, who, 3 starts back, ran a very good effort, then kind of went backwards, and then woke up a little bit last time out.
He's a funny horse, right? I think that Heeman Harkey last time wanted to get him into the race because the time before that he just wasn't included in the race. But 3 starts ago, he came rolling for third. So sometimes he likes to go to the front. I think that, Antonio Arriaga, his trainer, very underrated trainer in my aspect. I think he's trying to find out whether this horse wants to go to the front, whether this horse wants to see horses. But he seems like he keeps on running a good race here and there, Greg. And I can see him being part of the picture here for sure.
7-1 right now. Yeah, I thought he was certainly a player too. It's a big number on him. But fairly wide open way to close it out. He'll have post 2 Scat to Tap. And Heeman Harkey, who hopped aboard last time out, you can usually count on him to be pretty aggressive if his horse has any kind of speed. Just get a look at Manny Franco.
There's Heeman right there.
Be on Eric from Miami.
There's Heeman getting a leg up. All the guys going to get a leg up. Are you surprised with the 1X being scratched that a lot of the money's not going to the 1 and the 1A?
Yeah, look, I thought Melt With You was certainly
the better of
the
two.
tougher half
yeah.
by a lot. That number's got to come down. Take a look at the doubles and see
they're
where
the lowest,
this
and
entry
they're
is
the
going to wind
lowest,
up.
I think, if I'm not mistaken. But other money's going elsewhere here. I think the public is kind of confused about the entry. I think the public's also confused about Eric from Miami. Is he going to come back to that sloppy race? Because if he comes back to that same race, he's going to be really tough.
Entry's probably going to be the favorite by post time, so don't get too excited. Yeah, about 9-2.
Yeah.
But we're only 2 minutes to post, but
yeah,
maybe a little bit more than that as they're just coming onto the track. So here is the one Glint gets post 4.
Broken Maiden last time out was claimed out of the maiden win from Robert Ruwada to Linda Rice.
Right next door, that other half of the entry, Melt With You, Ruben Silvera.
As it Dexy Midnight Runners, I'll melt with you.
Rail to Venge, who I thought was going to be very tough here.
Yeah, this is the horse that went gate to wire. Last time it's 2 in a row and seems like in really good form.
Scat to Tap, we talked about, was forward last start, just missed.
Yeah, this horse is in really good form. The last 3 or 4 or 5 races have been very consistent.
Final Denial, bit of an outside look, 12-1.
Horacio has 2 horses in this race, and this one right here, I thought the lower of the chances.
Here's Albedo. Jose Gomez rides, huge price.
Yeah, for Wellspring Stables, 30-1.
That effort 2 starts ago. Blame it on Daddy. It was very good, but did not back it up in the next start against a little bit tougher company.
Yeah, seems like he's a dirt horse considering he was 0 for 8 on turf, and they kept on running him on turf, but now it looks like Horacio is going to keep him there.
Really woke up. Career best performance for Eric from Miami on that sloppy sealed track last start.
Kind of been up against it, too, the last 3 starts. But, that's the kind of horse he is. He comes from out of it, although he was up close last time.
And Holton on the outside for Tom Morley with Kendrick Carmouche.
Definitely a player in here. This horse broke maiden for 6, claimed out of that race, and 2 starts back. That race wins this race.
Well, as we send it downstairs to Maggie, can Eric from Miami show us again what he did on that wet track last time out?
I'm not so sure, Greg. I don't trust him. And to take him at a short price, look, he's 7-2, but that's going to get you favoritism here in this spot, as it is a fairly wide open affair. But, Rick Dutcher, whom I respect wholeheartedly, this doesn't look like your typical Rick Dutcher horse. Just does not look good in his coat. They've had to clip him. He looks dry in that respect. He's warming up well, but I just don't trust him off of the wet track effort. And I think against tougher company, and given the way he looks, he is the short price horse I'll stay away from. As we'll jump towards the inside with number 2 in here, Venge, who, does take a bit of a step up in class, but Bill Morey, when he claims a horse, he is potent. He tends to get them to perform and outperform what their PPs might indicate. So this is a horse that has struggled a little bit with moving behind, and I like the way that he jogged off from me, watching him when they hit the track, and he just looks better overall physically than what I've observed from him throughout his career. So I'm going to take a shot here with Venge from the rail position. Now, a quick equipment note, whom with Melt With You, talking with Patrick Davis, our paddock judge here, he did say that Melt With You did run with this last time. I haven't seen him since Wayne Potts took it over training, but he's wearing an extension blinker over his right outside eye and a full cut blinker on his inside left eye. This horse can't see much, to say the least. So he hasn't necessarily been getting out of the gate that quickly. I don't think he will again here. As we'll move on to Blame It On Daddy, who is taking some money here for Horacio DePaz. I think he looks fantastic. But he's a horse that has fooled me in the past. And, this is a tougher spot than what he won 2 back in that non-2 for 40. He was wired with Smile Mon, and he was kind of on the, a little bit on the outside chase in his last start. Makes an excellent impression yet again. We'll see. Is this really his preferred surface? Yes, I know he's won on a wet track before, but the bulk of his career, Greg, has been spent on the turf.
Yeah, it's an interesting race to close it out. Some horses with question marks. Blame It On Daddy, the 6th, that huge effort 2 back. Tried tougher, flopped in that performance. Eric from Miami, the 7, the huge run on the wet track. Scat to Tap, is he going to be forward today? And Venge in just career form right now, back-to-back wins. Can he keep it going?
Yeah, so many different ways you can go. And then you're getting the entry at a discount right now at 9-2, because it seems like the public doesn't really believe in them.
Favored in the doubles.
Yeah.
Which is usually a telltale sign you'll be post-time favorite.
This board is all over the place. Blame It On Daddy was your favorite at one point, is now your co-second choice with 2 9-2 shots. Wow.
Number is coming down finally late here on the entry. May indeed wind up going off favored. 7-2 right now. We're going to leave you very shortly, so head to NyraBets.com, which you may need to see the conclusion. I think we should be able to get this entire race in. You can see the rest of the card, though, from Oaklawn as well, at NyraBets.com. So getting a little bonus time here to bring you this finale from Aqueduct. Is the last in is Holton, Kendrick Carmouche. Here we go. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
All set. One acting up, Holton. they're off. Awkward beginning there. Melt With You just got caught up there with Albedo. They were both off awkwardly, and they're the two trailers. Glint is flashing early speed, and there's Glint, and towards the inside, here comes Venge. And now Venge has assumed command. It's Venge who's in front. Final denials right here with this early leader as they quickly come out of the chute. Tracking off of them is going to be Glint, who takes back to third. Big gap already of about 3.5, almost 4, to Scat to Tap, who's alone in the 4th spot. Then comes Blame It on Daddy, who's in 5th. Towards the inside, here's movement from Holton. Moves in closer, now takes that 5th position away, and that's going to push Blame It on Daddy back to 6th. Then coming up here from 7th is Eric from Miami. Melt With You is trying to make up some ground, is second to last, and the trailer at the back end, Albedo. 23.39 for the opening quarter mile, and Venge to the inside of a stubborn final denial. These two go into the turn together, 47 seconds flat for a half-mile time. Glint took off that early tempo and is now ranging back up 3 wide. Scat to Tap has made up some ground too, is behind the leading duo. Glint is going to get first run, and Holton is trying to beat Scat to Tap to that spot too, as they're tightly bunched, approaching a quarter mile left to go. Venge is given the cue to kick away. It's Venge who's still a nose in front, challenging his final denial, now starts to back out of it, and here comes the run from Glint, and Glint off of that early pace took back and now sprinting clear. It's Glint who's quickly up by 2, 3 widening lengths inside the final furlong. Scat to Tap is also now in the clear. Holton is stalling just a touch. Glint has a 16th left to go. Scat to Tap is lunging but running out of time. Glint will win the finale. Glint wins it there. Linda Rice, another one. Then came Scat to Tap. That was a photo. That was Holton with Venge in 1 minute 38 and 4.